Reader Brothers,
Go ahead. We're ready, Supervisor Parks.
Right, I want to make sure that we don't have the feedback that we just had.
Thank you.
Okay, if we're good, let's go ahead and I will call to order the Board of Supervisors for March 16th, 2021. And Ms. Key, could you please call the roll?
Supervisor Levere.
Here.
Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Huber.
Here.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Here.
Chair Parks.
Here, thank you. And Supervisor Long, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my pleasure. Please rise and hand over heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now let us go to item 4 on our agenda, and that is the minutes of our meeting of March 9th, as well as Friday, March 12th. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Huber, second.
Here, and a second from Supervisor Huber. Could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. And at this time, we will now go to item 5, which is the agenda review, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Michael Powers.
Good morning, Chair Parks, board members. Item 8, public comments. Comment letters from Lorena Sarawatari and Judy Bruce have been submitted. Item 9, COVID update. 6 comment letters have been submitted. Item 22, resource management. The Duffy McCarran appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a fair housing reasonable accommodation request. A PowerPoint's been submitted. And finally, item 23, RMA, continued public hearing to consider granting a modified CUP to authorize operational changes at the existing Tolan Road landfill. Applicant's PowerPoint, staff PowerPoint, Exhibit 14, and 14 public comment letters have been submitted. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have a motion to accept the agenda as revised?
So moved, Huber.
Thank you, Supervisor Huber, and a second from Supervisor Ramirez.
Can I ask a question, please? On item 23, do we know how many speakers we have in total for that item?
Yes, I'm showing 10.
Thank you very much.
And would you like to make the motion to accept we have that already. So let's go ahead and have the roll call on the motion to accept the revised agenda.
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. And now we have the pleasure of having moments of inspiration. And this morning, our moment of inspiration is going to be brought to us by Andrea Gallagher. Andrea is president of Senior Concerns. It's a nonprofit out here in the East County that serves the senior community through programs that foster independence and well-being. They offer wraparound services for homebound seniors, and they provide needed caregiver support. Senior Concerns has been instrumental with assisting the senior community during COVID by delivering meals and essentials to senior citizens. They've also created COVID preparedness kits, helping with vaccine information and continuing with their many programs via Zoom like we are here at the board for safety while still maintaining much needed personal connections. They are exceptional. Obviously, things are more challenging with COVID, but they were one of the first to provide respite services also for family members who could, drop off a senior at Senior Concerns and they could enjoy their morning together while the spouse or whomever, the loved one, can go shopping, and just a wonderful service also that they provided. I'm going to now introduce Andrea, and I believe she has a video of Senior Concern programs, and then we'll finish with this caregiver video by Cheryl Dabari, a senior who participates in the program. So good morning and welcome, Andrea.
There we go. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I actually think I'm going to start with the Dabari video first, but a year ago, actually March 13th, we had to close our Adult Day program, which is where folks with cognitive impairment, seniors with cognitive impairment would come, as Linda mentioned. And that posed a set of problems for family caregivers. So what I'd like to do is, if we could, run that Dabari video, you can get a sense of what's happening. Yeah, so that was all the things that we've done in the community since this last year with COVID. And as you can see, there's been a lot of pivoting, including starting a food pantry where we deliver grocery essentials to seniors. I mentioned earlier that it's been a challenge for some family caregivers who used to have their loved one come to Senior Concerns. And what I'd like to do now is run that video of Cheryl Dabari.
Just been awesome with setting up Zooms twice a week that gives me a little respite too, even if it's just to call a friend and just have a little break. And it also gives my mom an opportunity to check in with people she knows and with her fellow comrades there at Senior Concerns. So with the COVID, I've been able to get her to do the weekly Zooms. Sometimes they have birthday Zooms, and she just has lots of fun. In fact, you'll see that I'm going to add a piece of video that I took just last week with Mom playing one of the games. Senior Concerns has also been really helpful with providing us with information about COVID vaccines and ideas to help us with loved ones at home to cope. And I was able to get a COVID kit early on, and I'm just very, very grateful. And certainly am looking forward to when we all can get our lives back. And I know my mom will be very happy to go back to Senior Concerns. So thank you.
Miss,
Ruth,
I'll go with Miss.
what do you think?
Miss.
You guys ready? The answer is true.
Oh, gee, shows how much we know.
Anna's a real hoot. I'd like to leave you with three things that we're thinking about here at Senior Concerns. And the first one is food insecurity. You might have seen in that video that we went from 800 meals a week, home delivered meals, to over 4,000 during this pandemic. And, that's only in Thousand Oaks and Newbury Park. So we're wondering, once the Governor's Great Plates program ends, because we've been helping to deliver that, we're wondering, how we're going to address food insecurity and seniors in the community. That's number one. Number two, family caregivers under the age of 85 are unable to get the vaccine right now, but paid caregivers were one of the first tiers to be able to be vaccinated. And that's a challenge. We have a lot of, 63-year-old people that are caring for their 95-year-old moms, and they're afraid to go out into the community and come home and possibly bring the infection to their loved one. The last is taxes. We're getting a lot of phone calls here at Senior Concerns. There had been a lot of free tax assistance available, but none of that is in person now, except for at the Goebel Center. And maybe that'll change as we move to red tier, hopefully. But the IRS hasn't extended the tax deadline, and seniors are being asked to upload documents and schedule encrypted Zooms, and it's just the technology challenge is a little bit too much for them. So those are the things that we're thinking about and dealing with here. And again, I just want to thank you for this opportunity, and let's keep our eye on the seniors in the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for coming this morning, and always we are so grateful that you are there for our senior citizens. And wow, 173,000 meals delivered over the last year. That is severely upping up your game. I mean, I can't believe how much has been happening throughout our county, not only with Senior Concerns, but throughout our county with so many food delivery programs, with Food Share, and I know you work in association with them too. Just really thankful. And it is really challenging, and I'm so glad to know what the challenges are. We did senior summits every other year or so, and really understanding what the demands are out there, what are the needs, and now that you've brought up some really good ones that we need to look at, including how to assist our seniors with the tax preparing. And I think our board is also very supportive of expanding the availability of vaccines to people in their 60s and 55. And so that is something that we are hoping to do in the very near future. So thank you for bringing that to our attention too. Let me now turn it over to other members of our board who may want to speak, but you guys are doing such a great job. And I know we all can't wait to get COVID in our rearview mirror and back to the way things were. But being able to have you out here stepping up with Senior Concerns has been a really critical piece of providing for those who are more challenged than ever. So thank you for that. With that, other members of the Board of Supervisors wish to comment?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
I want to thank Senior Concerns and all the volunteers and their leadership for helping remind us that seniors might be out of sight, but not out of mind and not out of our hearts. And I think in particular, they've really suffered during this time with the isolation. And it's pretty scary for people who are seniors because of the infection rate among seniors. So my heart goes out to them, and also to the people who care for them, doing it under very difficult circumstances. But It's very inspiring to see what you've all done there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And again, thank you for bringing to our attention the greater needs that are out there. It's really good to hear from you this morning, Andrea. Thank you for being here for us and for our seniors.
Thank you.
This
So
is Bob Huber. Just want to say, appreciate Senior Concerns very much. Thank you for the great work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And with that, let us go to our next item on the agenda, and that is our consent items. These are agenda items 12 through 19. And any members of the board wish to call any out specifically, and if not, we can have a motion to approve those items.
I would move the consent calendar.
Second, Huber.
Thank you. We have a motion from Supervisor Levere, second from Supervisor Huber, and could we please have the roll call?
This is Kelly Long. Sorry, I just having issues with my camera and apologize, but I did want to say that it was really important. Where is my darn notes? That item 17, the MOU with Public Health with our Ventura County Office of Education. I wanted to really say thank you for that partnership. I think it's crucial as we're starting off school that our public health directors, our public health is there to help our students and our staff. So I wanted to say thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Levere,
Yes.
Supervisor Long,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez,
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you very much. And that passes the consent agenda items 12 through 19. And now we'll go to that part of the agenda that so many people tune in for and on Facebook, etc. And that's our report regarding coronavirus and COVID-19 is something that we are most interested in and seeing what our response is, as well as making sure that we can keep the spread down. And so far we've been doing good. We have seen a considerable drop, and it's really nice to see, and looking forward to tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
We will have some major news coming our way for what we can do tomorrow. So thank you so much. Mr. Powers, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair Parks, board members, community members, and county team. So yeah, let's get right to it. If the booth can pull up the presentation, go to the second slide. You'll see what we're going to talk about there on slide 2. There we go. And then let's get right to slide 3, actually, which is, we'll call it our some of our headlines, the main points. And there's a lot of progress and momentum happening in Ventura County. Vaccinations and our vaccine clinics and everything, that's our number one priority. We know it's your board's number one priority. We're at about 28% of folks in our county who received at least one dose of the eligible population. And by the end of the week, probably be at about 30%. So as I say, a lot of great progress there. And then, of course, looks like tomorrow we'll be going into red, and that's just a great reflection on the community continuing to get tested, follow guidelines, and getting vaccinated when it's your turn. And that allows some limited reopening, reopening it with limited capacity, of course, in restaurants, gyms, movie theaters, and museums. So, and, youth sports and schools. And so, it is really an exciting time. It's one of those things where, on the one hand, you sort of watch Europe, and that's a little bit of a cautionary tale, reminding us to stay focused because we're making so much progress. We want to keep that going. At the same time, we're contemplating going out to dinner and maybe at some point in the near future, going to a live music show. I mean, it's exciting to even to think about, So, but that's because the community is staying focused and doing great work and continuing to get tested. And we, testing at first, for a long time was showing our high rates, but it was reality. It was showing how much spread was in the community. One of the things I hope to see, and we have seen, is that our numbers drop faster than the state rate. And that has happened. And our numbers, knock wood, you'll hear from Mr. Vargas later, are looking really good. Great reflection on the community, of course. Economic impact of this disaster, we know your board's business assistance program $20 million in county business assistance grants, not loans. It opens March 31, and we're going to continue to get the word out on that March 31, and you can enroll for that a week early, bcbusinessgrants.org. Rental assistance, over $50 million from the county and the city of Oxnard, rental assistance, and that opened up yesterday at housingiskey.com. And then the transition to my turn, lots and lots continuing to go on. It is starting, and it's, overall it's going well, except that we do have an issue because of that system with what we call vaccine tourism, and that's folks from LA. When they sign up, even though they say they're from LA County, they may get Ventura sites. So we are working at this on the local level, being thoughtful and letting people know that these vaccines are reserved for people who live and work in Ventura County. That's what we need to do, and that's what we're doing, and we appreciate the staff working so effectively on it, as well as our security team. We are working with our third-party administrator. I think they want to see everybody sign up on my turn, get that going before they implement some fixes to block some of that vaccine tourism. But we feel like we're uniquely situated, being so close to a county with 10 million residents. So it's just so you know, it's foremost on our mind. We're talking to our Sacramento leadership as well, trying to raise this issue of importance to the governor's office, because it really is important for protecting the vaccines for our community and for our efforts on equity as well. So anyway, lots of good things happening, and we'll go right now to our report for some more details. And let's start with our vaccine task force chief, Barry Zimmerman. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. We'll go to the next slide, and we'll just cover some of the current volume and activity that we've had thus far. And so you see the numbers there, which are increasing every week by a significant amount. We are constrained on our volume based on the number of vaccines we receive. We still have not, and the state in total has not seen a huge growth in the total vaccines received. We keep on hearing that increase is imminent, and we hope that is the case. But for this week, we've been fairly flat in our vaccine volume, meaning that we have not received an increase. So we're just under 30,000 doses, about 28,000 is what we can schedule out, both first and second dose. We hope to increase that significantly. Our sites have the capacity to grow quite a bit more than what they're issuing today. And so we're looking forward to when more vaccines come into the state, we'll be able to do a higher volume. What these numbers represent here, first dose at 186,000, first dose appointments represent about 27.4% of the total adult population has received at least a first dose vaccine. Of the second dose, we've completed 12% of the total population at 81,000. So that is a good pace. That is consistent with averages that we see across the state, as well as the rate throughout the nation. Next slide, please. Thank you. Here's some characteristics of what we've performed so far. I wanted to highlight that we've done 16,500 plus educators in childcare industry. As you know, in the 1st of March, our big push was to reach out to the education community, of which we have done so. And this accounts for what we can pull data-wise. There's a lot of, since we are not on one system, it is difficult to get aggregated data across the board on all the activities that are occurring that we are coordinating and sponsoring with. So we can account for this many in that sector. We do know there's about 3,000 additional individuals targeted in the education that was done in special events between partnerships with Adventist, as well as Los Robles and CMH that did specific clinics on our behalf for the teachers. So we feel we've met really the significant portion of the teacher population that will accept a vaccine, has received at least the first dose. This Saturday, we are preparing to put vaccines into Adventist hands to do the second dose for the Moore Park, Simi Valley districts there to finish up their second dose clinics. So that is an excellent pace in the first 2 weeks of here, we've really penetrated that market well to stabilize the school system so they can plan accordingly in their efforts to reopen. In addition, we still are having outreach and efforts for the senior population. We do see growth week over week, although at a lower rate than when we first started with the seniors. We think we're getting to the end of all those who would like to receive a vaccine, and we've vaccinated close to 71% of all those 65 and older within the county. So this is excellent progress as far as we're making efforts to target certain individuals and certain groups of the highest risk and priority, and we're making that effort. I'll defer some of the farm worker report out. That's going to be later on in the presentation. So next slide, please. This is just to remind you the current eligible population that we have at this point in time. So seniors 65, essential workers, and essential workers defined in those 3 line categories, meaning agricultural, food industry, education, childcare, and emergency services. We have received a number of individuals coming to the site saying, I'm an essential worker. That's not in this category, and unfortunately, we will turn them away at this time there, just to be aware that that occurs. The 16 to 64 individuals with serious medical conditions are eligible now for vaccine appointments. We have listed that these individuals should qualify based on these medical conditions here. Originally, we were asking for some physician's note or some documentation that would authorize them to be qualified for an appointment. That is no longer the case. That we are doing, if they have a doctor's note, all the better, but no documentation will be required, and they will be able to self-testify at the registration that they meet the qualifications as outlined, and we will give them a piece of paper that highlights what they are attesting to. So that should limit access and any barrier for disabled individuals or individuals that may not have the ability to contact their doctor, but do have these conditions and qualify to receive the vaccine. We have seen all our appointments fill up as of this week. And so we do think that the demand still is greater than the supply that we have. Next slide, please. This is just to, once again, to give you a purview of our network that we control as the local health department at this point in time. Some of this will change a little bit as we transition into the third-party administrator. The third-party administrator will take on some aspects of this network. Primarily like pharmacies and some other hospital systems will be governed by the third-party administrator, and we will no longer be responsible for distributing and monitoring the vaccines to them. I wanted to make note that the Kmart Santa Paula site was opened on this Monday. All appointments have been filled, and it went off very well, and we are servicing a number of people through that location right now. As Mike indicated earlier, we are moving to MyTurn, which is the statewide registration system. Both the Thousand Oaks and Santa Paula sites are on MyTurn. MyTurn does not limit individuals to Ventura County residents only. It allows individuals within a 50-mile radius to identify potential sites within 50 miles that they could go to. Because of that, and us neighboring Los Angeles County, basically within the 50-mile radius in anywhere in our county, our sites show up for residents in Los Angeles County, and we have brought that up to the third-party administrator as well as the state, that this is a significant issue. It is not only an issue for us, but almost every county is facing the same issue across the state. So this is a statewide concern, and we are soliciting the state for a solution here. If we are to serve our residents and we are given vaccines based on our resident numbers, then we should be able to control the appointments and who receives them. To give you an understanding, Thousand Oaks, we did turn away nearly 80 to 90 people the other day because they were residents from outside the county or did not work in Ventura County. When we do cancel the appointments, unfortunately lose the appointment for that day, we will reopen and add appointments to fill them up so we can fill up the week for sure. We saw a small number in Santa Paula come in that were not eligible due to residency criteria. I just wanted to make you aware of that is happening. We still are enforcing residency or work in Ventura County as our strategy, as is many other counties, so we're not inconsistent with overall practice or policy there. We do anticipate that we will be finalizing and signing the MOU, which is our transition to the third-party administrator, where we feel comfortable that our network is strong enough and meets all the requirements that the third-party administrator is looking for. And we have a good working relationship with Blue Shield, and feel that we will not be compromised in our efforts moving forward, that we'll continue to be able to offer the services and vaccines as we've had it structured today. So next slide, please. Just as a reminder, these are the access points for individuals to understand where they can get an appointment. Both first and second dose appointments can be made through our website at VenturaCountyRecovers.com. And they also are able to get information on all aspects of the COVID response, whether it's testing, vaccination information. We've also have our helpline. I just wanted to report out that on a weekly basis, they are servicing over 4,400 individuals through that line, both in English and Spanish, and assisting them in information as well as appointment making. So we are transitioning to My Turn. But it should be seamless for our residents. If they go to our website, they'll be able to connect to My Turn and not have to remember a new website in that regard. It will be seamless for them getting appointments. That concludes my updates, giving you the overall status and where we are at today. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. We'll pause for any questions.
This is Kelly Long. Hi, going through different computers. We've been getting feedback on My Turn. And are we having any complaints as to wait times or not being able to get access to it? I understand we had some LA groups come in, but for our Ventura County, could you just talk about maybe the service a little bit, or do we know?
So I do know a little bit that My Turn is on the online application, seems to be fairly accessible. Like any technology, it does have its ups and downs as far as going down every once in a while. I have not heard that that's a big concern. I've heard that happening early on, but I have not heard that recently as we've gone with 2 sites on My Turn. The phone, there is a phone assistance line associated with My Turn. It is to be multilingual to help individuals register for appointments as well. I have not heard that there's significant issues with that at this point, other than traditional volume, that there might be some wait times associated with it. So I will reach out to our third-party administrator as well as trying to get connected to see if we can get more status on the My Turn application for us.
I really do appreciate it. And from what I hear from emails that are coming back to us, the vaccination process is doing really well. And I just want to commend yourself and all our staff who's working at those vaccine locations, also the testing locations. I just really appreciate the hard work that everyone's doing. Thank you.
And Supervisor Ramirez, did you also want to comment?
Yes, just briefly. First of all, I want to congratulate Mr. Zimmerman on his appointment as health director for the county. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Obviously, you've been doing a great job, and we couldn't really select somebody better. So thank you for hanging in there with us. I will say I didn't pull any strings. I just want people to know, in case they're thinking that, I had my second dose. I'm in the eligible category, having reached a certain age. I had my second dose yesterday, and would like to tell people it's a kind of a rough ride, a little bit of a rough ride, that second dose, but I'm still standing. Do we know if we've had any reactions in the county from people getting either first or second dose that are of concern?
Yeah, I can report on that. We've had some reactions, but no life-threatening reactions. We've had some precautionary responses, but no one has been, even though some may have been transported to the ER, they have not been admitted into the hospital. It's more precautionary to make sure everything was okay. But thus far, we have not had significant responses to it. That would be considered out of the ordinary, or something that would be concerning enough that we would say that we need to stop the vaccine efforts. So it's been very small. Down below, I just know of 4 to 5 cases across our 200,000 administered vaccines at this point.
And I know that the person who administered the shot to me was from Arkansas. We have a number of visiting vaccinators. I'm telling you, I didn't feel it at all. Usually flinching, so they're very skilled, and I'm very thankful that they're here for us. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that compliment. We do commend the staff that we have gotten on contract, have really worked well with us, friendly, meeting our approach on how we want people served. They do a great job, so I appreciate that recognition.
I also want to congratulate you, Mr. Zimmerman, and you've taken on so much in your new job, and we just can't thank you enough for the good work that you do. And I'm delighted also that you are now our healthcare agency director. So congratulations. And I just wanted to really take a moment to be thankful for over 70% or over 71% of seniors 65 and over have been vaccinated. I mean, that is pretty outstanding, particularly when you know that there are some that may not want it, and then there are some that may have gotten it and we don't know about it. So I think we've done a great job covering that population of 65 and older, and look forward and encourage and urge that we now lower that age so we can expand it to other elders, older people. Let's call them. All right, thank you. And any other supervisors? No, not seeing anyone else. So please go ahead and continue, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Parks. And yes, Barry's doing a great job. It's the old saying, right? You want to get something done, ask a busy person. So there you go. He's doing great. I also want to mention that the nurses have a wonderful spirit. And we're also hearing comments about the whole staff at the vaccination centers. And so, those are your boards, our community's county employees. There's over 370 who've stopped doing their regular jobs and are doing this more than full time now. And we really appreciate their great effort. Since tomorrow will be a big day of going red on the day of green, we celebrate the green. Maybe we could go to Kim Prilhart to talk about what it means to go in the red tier. And if the booth could advance us to slide 17, I'll turn it over to Ms. Prilhart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers and members of the board. Good morning, and I will continue on this good news theme for our business community. So I want to go through in a little more specificity about what is going to be allowed to happen. And so really good news for our restaurants. So our restaurants are going to be able to be open indoors at this 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever is fewer. Yes, applause to that. And also very good news for our gyms, our hard hit industries, our gyms, our fitness center, the martial arts studios, the yoga, the Pilates, all of those kind of facilities are going to be allowed to open indoors at 10% capacity. And this is now with a 6-foot distancing, not the 12-foot that was formerly allowed. So coming along with the state guidelines at the 6 foot. So we are reaching out to all of our gyms to let them know of that so they can begin preparing for that. And then also movie theaters. So back to indoor movie theaters at 25% capacity or 100, whichever is fewer. And then all retail. So all retail is moving from 25% to 50% indoors. Our shopping centers, our malls, the swap meets, they can go from 25% to 50%. And good news that our food courts are going to be able to open under the restaurant guidance. So happy about that. Standalone grocers, we're going to 100% capacity if you're a standalone grocery store. And then for our museums, our zoos, aquariums, it's a 25% indoor. So we're reaching out to all of those museums in the county as well. So next slide, please. And then also just want to be clear, on Saturday, effective March 13th, we have wineries, breweries, and distilleries. So those were open before if they were selling food or if they were providing this meal service. So the rules have changed on that. They can still continue to provide the meal service, but if they choose not to, the state has provided some guidelines for them to have to operate under, and those are they need to be able to take a reservation. They need to limit the seating to 90 minutes. They need to provide seating, provide service at seats only, and they need to close that on-site consumption by 8 p.m. So that is if they choose no meal service. And then we just wanted to be clear that the bars are still supposed to be closed in the red tier unless they are providing meal service. So we have a lot of them that have continuously provided meal service this whole time, and that's completely acceptable both in the purple and now in the red tier as well. And then moving forward, things that are going to be allowed effective April 1st. And it doesn't matter if you meet the numbers even before April 1st for anywhere in the state. April 1st is the first day these will be allowed to happen. And this is also great news for our communities. It's outdoor live events are going to be able to happen with assigned seating. So they also have modifications, a reservation, a maximum of 20% occupancy, in-state visitors only, and a weekly worker testing program. So that is all outlined on how that is going to happen on April 1st. And then amusement parks are going to be also allowed to be open with advanced ticket purchasing, 15% capacity, still in-state visitors only, and no indoor dining. And then I'm sure this is near and dear to a lot of parents' hearts. Overnight sleepaway camps are going to be able to be open on June 1st. And this is good news because the camps can start preparing for that, and the parents can start preparing for that as well. So we have worked really hard on the frequently asked questions. All of those will be updated and ready to go with all of the new information. We have met with our important partners at the city. All of the city and county ambassadors have met together yesterday, all the economic folks, just to make sure that everybody knows what's going on and we're spreading this word out to get our business community prepared for their openings. And so if anybody has any questions, some things are not as black and white on the slides as far as your business goes. So if you have any questions, we do want to hear from you. It's covidcompliance@ventura.org or 1-844-BC Opens. So either of those will be happy to answer any questions from our business community. So that's all I have for today. Thank you very much.
I'll pause there in case there's any questions or comments.
Yes, this is Supervisor Long. Kim, thank you so much for this information. I'm personally very excited for tomorrow's opening, going into red. And just so that our public knows, anytime we get an update or anytime we get information from the state, we're updating that, correct? So we will move quickly as soon as they open us up. Will you open up more?
Yes, and Ashley Batista does a marvelous job on getting that word out, as do our city partners. So anytime anything changes, we are quickly getting that word out, updating our FAQs, meeting with our ambassadors, and making sure our business community knows what's available to them.
Okay, thank you. And then also the partnership you said with the cities, really appreciate that with code compliance and making sure that our businesses are operating the way they need to be operating. So thank you.
Yes, and it is an exciting time because it really shows that we are now able to start opening, and we just know we want that to snowball and open fully our whole county. So that is exciting. And one of the benefits that we've received by communicating so well with our businesses is we do have many of them on email, so we can, as things change, we can certainly let them know. So that is also good news. And your team, Kim, is amazing. You know, the number of businesses they've worked with and the Business Ambassador Program is really a model for the state. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And the city partners really as well. Most of the cities have visited 100% of their businesses. And I mean, the numbers are huge. I mean, 100% of several thousand businesses that they have gone out to. And we track those numbers very carefully. So the cities have just been invaluable partners through this whole effort.
I have a question, Chair Parks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
I just wonder if there's I think it is great news, and I am looking forward to participating in some of these restaurant activities soon. But I do want to ask if there's still guidance on sanitization, mask wearing, that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So each one of these businesses that's open has a written COVID-19 prevention plan. And that prevention plan is what the ambassadors look for when they go out. So it outlines a very specific disinfectant protocols, very specific, who wears a mask, when they wear a mask, when the patrons are allowed to take off their mask. It's very specific, following the state guidelines for each business, and each business signs an attestation saying that they understand that, they've read that, and they have put that into play for their particular business.
Because as CEO Powers said, that what's happening in Europe is very concerning. Italy's gone on a second lockdown, and we don't want to see that again. So the key would be to keep our guard up in terms of mask wearing and being careful about everything that we've been careful. At the same time, patronizing our restaurants and other facilities. So I know that every business I've gone to in the last year practically says no entry without a mask. That will continue to be the case?
Yes, that will continue to be the case.
All right, just in case somebody's thinking everything's open again. It is, but not quite 100%. Still, we have to use these safety measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez, and thank you also for letting us hear again the importance of the COVID protocols, because even with this opening, COVID is still out there, fortunately not to the degree that it was before. And I think part of the problem in Italy, from what I understand, is a real lack of being able to vaccinate their population. And I think that really is what Dr. Levin was talking about, the spotlight at the end of the tunnel, that we can vaccinate people is so essential. And I hope people will remember how important that is, and when they have the opportunity, get out there and get that vaccine.
Exactly. Thank you, Chair Parks, and thank you, Chair Parks and Supervisor Long, for acknowledging the ambassador program too. We talk about it. I think people still might not realize it. It's a pretty amazing partnership between our businesses and our local government. It truly is a partnership, and Kim mentioned some of the numbers, but I think it was, last I checked, it was up over 15,000 businesses that had been personally visited from a consultative standpoint by Kim's team at RMA, Environmental Health, as well as our city partners, which is remarkable. And what they're finding, by and large, the vast majority, incredible compliance, not just with the letter, but the spirit of the law. So that's another reason we're heading in a good direction. So, all right, thank you. So maybe now if we can turn to our Public Health Director, Rigo Vargas, and if the booth can take us to slide 9, we'll talk about how our numbers are looking. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Powers. Good morning, board members. And again, Rigo Vargas, Public Health Director, here with our great, nice looking dashboard. It is really good to see that, in fact, red, as we know when it comes to tier movement, is a really good color. And so we are expected to formally enter the red tier with the unveiling of the metrics statewide today at noon. And then those sectors can start implementing and abiding by the, what's allowed in the red sector as early as 12:01 in the morning, tomorrow morning. So it does take effect tomorrow, but today at noon, again, the state should be making it official that we are, in fact, meeting the metrics for the red tier. And so we're going to be at 6.5. That's a very nice improvement from 9.1. I was, I got to say, a little concerned where in the last couple of weeks, our drop was, I think I kept on saying a modest improvement, but we saw a very nice, healthy improvement from last week to this week. Again, going from 9.1 adjusted case rate to now 6.5. And because we were at 9.1 last week and now this week at 6.5, both weeks in under 10. And now that the statewide vaccination goal was met of 2 million in underserved low-income health equity areas, it allowed for being under 10. Otherwise, as you can see, even without that change, we were on path to reach red even on the original metric of 7, but it would have taken us at least another week. So all around great news. Thank you, as has been said by Mr. Powers and others, to Ventura County residents as a strong Ventura County community, as we're known for in times of challenging situations. We went through a particular rough spot in time. Everyone did. During the last surge, it was very, I think I've also described it as very intense and very long. But our improvements have now really got us to this point. And again, that is a kudos and testament to everyone in Ventura County doing their part to bring these numbers down that will further help our businesses, our students, just everyone. I know we're all tired of this situation and we are moving forward. So that's the first 7-day average case rate of 6.5. Before I touch on positivity rates, I do got to mention the unadjusted case rate. And for that, we went from 12.9 to 9.3. So, I want to mention that because, 9.3 is barely or just under 10. And so last week it was not under 10. So this testing volume and the favorable testing adjustment factor really is working in our favor. And testing is also, has been mentioned before, it's very important because it captures and documents, confirms somebody's status. And if they're positive, it can further help mitigate the spread to others. And so I know there's some concern out there still. I hear it that, our numbers didn't drop fast enough because we were testing so much. But this is one example where testing volume really also helped us not only, I think, overall mitigate the situation with COVID cases, but also get a favorable adjustment. If it wasn't for the testing volume that is still above the state median, we would not be in the red today. Again, we are at 9.3 unadjusted. Today would have been the first week in red, not the second week. So just a point there that testing continues to be very important. Our county family continues to provide excellent testing options and capacity and infrastructure. And while overall testing volume statewide and locally it's down, I do want to continue to encourage everyone to get tested as needed. Some of our sites are making some adjustments, modifications, but still take advantage of the excellent testing capacity. So in talking about testing, let me just wrap up on this slide with the next two pictures or graph there. 2.8 is our current positivity rate, 7-day testing positivity rate, and that improved from 3.5 to 2.8. That has been in the orange tier, meeting the orange tier metric. So that continues to have us ready to move into the orange tier as soon as our case rate further drops. And then really also good news on this slide is the next number, 5% testing positivity in our health equity areas. I mean, let's just pause there. This is a measure of testing positivity in our most impacted communities. We have various zip codes and census tracts that have been hardest hit, most impacted in terms of high case rates, test rates, positivity test rates. And to see this number now being in the orange tier is really, again, great news that collectively, as residents, as community, as partners, both healthcare and community-based and others, and your county family has really helped to bring these numbers down, even in our hardest hit communities. So now that with the 5%, this allows us, again, as soon as we can meet the case rate for the orange tier, as long as we stay, we need to stay, I believe, 3 weeks in the orange tier before, in the current red tier that we're going to be formally, before we can move to the orange. But again, be assured that the testing positivity rate, even in our hardest hit communities, will not hinder us from being able to move forward, because improvements are being made in those hardest hit communities, as evidenced by this measure. So all around great news. I believe in these numbers. And again, I want to thank all Ventura County residents for coming together and getting us to this point. And as Supervisor Ramirez, though, mentioned, and Mr. Powers, in terms of what we're seeing in Europe, and also the CDC yesterday made a point to remind all Americans to not let our guard down, because there are, with these openings, we got to be still cautious, meaning abiding by all the safety protocols and the guidance for each sector, such as was covered by Kim in terms of mask wearing and sanitizing and other requirements specific to the sectors. But also, there's going to be spring break and, additional sectors opening up on April 1st and such. And so we want to keep our numbers down and so that we can be poised to reach the orange mark as early as 3 weeks from now. And in fact, on that note, just also to let you know that we might be able to get there in those 3 or 4 weeks, not only with our improvement in our numbers, but especially if the state makes a further expected adjustment to the metrics in a favorable manner. So as you know, we are now in the red because the state adjusted the red tier metric from 7 to 10 due to the high vaccination numbers, or at least the goal of 2 million vaccinations in the hardest hit communities statewide. The state expects to make a further adjustment on the tier movement as soon as we vaccinate 4 million California residents in the hardest hit communities. And the state, we checked with them, they estimate that that can happen in 4 to 6 weeks from now. And so when that happens, the goal for us that we need to reach for case rate will be not 5.9, which we're very close, right? We're at 6.5 with a favorable adjustment for testing volume, but it'll further drop to 3.9. I'm sorry, from current 3.9, it'll be at 5.9. And so we're really close already there. And so as soon as we meet the 4 million mark at the statewide level, then your county, with continued good work, I think we're going to be ready to go into orange tier very soon, as soon as the state makes that adjustment, that we as a state meet the goal of 2 additional million folks vaccinated in hardest hit communities. So all in all, again, just thank everyone for their good work. So let's go to the other slides, and it'll be more brief on the other slides.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Chair Parks, I just want to pause there. Maybe we can go back for a second if the board has any questions or comments.
I just want to applaud. It is wonderful to see the health equity numbers down there in the orange, and to think that we're at 6.5. I mean, we haven't been that low in so long. And the idea that, if we can get below 4, we're back into the orange tier. I mean, it is really nice to see those numbers drop. And you just have to thank people in the community for hanging in there and for doing the right thing. And it is showing, as well as the expansion of the vaccine now into our county. Other supervisors, Supervisor Long, you have your mic off. You want to go?
Yes, thank you. Rigo, I really appreciate this input on testing. I understand a lot of the kids' sports are testing their students more so that they can be in practicing and playing games. Do we get those recorded in our test results as well?
Yes, Supervisor Long, thank you for that question. We certainly do, and that is especially if they take advantage of our continued excellent testing capacity throughout the county. As you know, we have a lot of testing centers, and yes, some of them are getting adjustment to their hours and days of operation, but given the lower demand. But yes, school staff are taking advantage of these test sites, and so are their students. There are some school districts that are opting to contract out to have specific test sites on their campuses. We have a couple already that are on campuses, but additional school districts are working to have a very specific on-site testing for athletes in particular. And so they're welcome to do that, and they are doing it. And even those tests will be counted towards our test volume. So that is good.
Okay, thank you.
Rico, real quick, and first, thanks. I mean, this continued improvement in our numbers is really encouraging. And now I guess kind of the next benchmark is trying to get the state to that 4 million mark. And I think with our continued improvement, things are looking really positive. But I was wondering if the state is tracking that number, and if there's a way the public can track, as we approach that 4 million mark for vaccinations.
Yes, thank you for that question, Supervisor Lavier. There is a website. Maybe I could, as soon as my presentation is over, I can look it up and share the website. But it is a state website that for COVID, and one of the pages is very specific to vaccines. And towards the end of or the bottom of that page, it has a graph that on a daily basis is updated, a bar graph, and it shows how we're doing meeting that goal. And so that is publicly available. And again, we can provide that specific information in just a bit.
So it's on the state COVID site?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Maybe what we could do to your point, Supervisor Lavier, is feature it on our own website, just sort of highlight a little bit so it's easier for people to see. So we'll talk to Ashley about doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Just again, two points to just highlight again is the testing, the difference it makes. These numbers on the top 3 here, they're real because we know, because we're doing so much testing. And youth sports and businesses, we hear, are sending a lot of their employees through, and that's what it's for. It's a community resource. And then that equity piece, we have to meet all 3, and it's important all by itself that we hit that number, and so great progress of the efforts, but also it allows us to move forward too. What the state is saying is you can't move forward unless you're taking care of the most vulnerable in your community. And you can see that Ventura County, you are doing that. We are doing that. So, all right. Thank you, Rigo. Back to you.
Thank you so much. All right. So as I was saying, the next slide's a little bit quicker. So next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So again, this is the summary table of our daily report. This is as of yesterday, but I do have some of the numbers for today. And again, that's a placeholder the day before when these slides are prepared, or in case I don't get the numbers in time to share. So I will though, pause here to say that yesterday 79 cases. Not only is it outstanding because it's less than 100, just having it double digits, but over 3 days. I mean, that is just outstanding indication of, again, continued great progress, especially if that trend continues, then it really, really confirms that we're on a path to be able to be ready to open or get into the orange tier for additional sectors to open. So 79 yesterday was excellent. Today's number is also good, although one less, 78, and it is only over 1 day, but it's still, these numbers fluctuate, and it is still under 100. So today we're going to be reporting 78 cases. Then we're going to be reporting a little bit over 3,300 newly tested individuals in Ventura County. So that's another good, again, indication of all the good testing volume that we're having. Let's see, in terms of the hospital numbers, those are also looking really good. Yesterday's number at 57 was among the lowest that we had during the surge. Today it's going to drop further to 53. So that's really good to see. Again, that is still, though, 53 families, that have a loved one in the hospital. And while they're getting excellent care, I am very sure that they're very concerned about their health. And so we're, hoping that they'll be recovering soon. And then 20 out of those 53, so yesterday was 22, today is 20 that are in the ICU, so more seriously ill in the hospitals. And so we especially hope that those recover soon as well. So the 53 and 20 in the ICU, positive hospital, positive COVID in our hospitals. In terms of our deaths, yesterday we reported 7. Today we're going to be reporting likely 2. That's what the team is reviewing. Again, every single death record that gets submitted to our office is thoroughly reviewed and by our team to make sure that COVID was by a physician listed as an underlying and contributing, if not significant, factor in their untimely death. And so that number will be likely 2 after the team reviews it. And so good to see that it's a lower number, but still very sad to see that deaths continue to climb and that 2 additional Ventura County families, in addition to yesterday's 7, are grieving the loss of a family member. So again, our thoughts, prayers are with them. Next slide, please. So these 3 slides, the next, I won't go into detail, but I'll just draw your attention to the beginning on the left-hand side, although I recognize that it may be difficult for the public to see the detail of these the slides. But on all 3 or lines on this graph, the testing, that is the orange, the unadjusted case rate, that is in purple, and the adjusted case rate, that is in blue, you can see that we've basically flattened the curve. You can see the November is when cases started going up, and our testing also followed suit. And then you can see that now fairly flat, especially the unadjusted and adjusted case rate. They are pretty much at the level of pre-surge that corresponded with the holiday. So when we talk about flattening the curve, this is what it looks like, especially the purple and blue lines. They're pretty much at the same levels that they were before the last surge. Next, please. And this is what it looks like in terms of flattening the curve when it comes to hospitalizations. Again, you see the start of the of this surge when it came to hospitalizations, and now you see that we flattened that curve, and that we're on the right path there as well. Next one, please. Lastly, in terms of flattening the curve, I'd like to see this one very flat, showing no additional deaths. And so, nevertheless, you can see the increase corresponding to the beginning of the surge in the early November. And now, we're getting single-digit numbers on a daily basis, and hopefully we'll zero out those numbers. And so that is also pretty much a flattening of this 3rd curve. Next, please. Just a quick word on schools reopening. Again, now that we're in the red tier, it officially allows schools that have not opened, especially those that are in the middle school and high school grades, they can now open. And so we really are happy for students and families. And so if the schools submit a safety plan that will, again, really assure that risk is minimized for teachers, staff, and students with regard to COVID transmission, then they can proceed to open pretty much as soon as they submit those plans. The state has, I believe, up to 7 days to review them. Most of the time, unless there's a glaring issue, there is no delay. And so again, with the next slide, please. If we look at these are the school districts that we have on record as submitting their safety plans. Some with already there in the middle column having reopening plans. And then there's still a few that we're waiting for, and some of them we're already working with to provide some input or guidance as they are finalizing their plans, and this is totally voluntary. They're not required to submit it to our office, but we do have a dedicated team of public health nurses that are very specialized in all that involves safety plans for schools. And so they're providing some technical assistance to these additional school districts that are working on their safety plans, and we look forward to them having them completed so they can be submitted to the state and they can proceed with their opening plans. So that is a word on school reopenings. Next slide, please. All right, so that concludes my presentation. So if there's any questions, otherwise we can turn it back to Mr. Powers. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Great information there. So we're talking about equity. Well, let's get to our equity efforts, and we'll turn it over to our community liaison, Rosa Gonzalez.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Parks, and CEO Powers. Rosa Gonzalez with the County Executive Office and with the Community Liaison. I'll be sharing some information this morning. First, we'd like to actually make a correction to last week's reported numbers for our farm worker vaccines. Unfortunately, we've had some issues with extracting that information within PrepMod, and so the numbers are lower than reported last week. It turned out some of the numbers from our Santa Paula community pop-up were actually included in the mobile vaccine program numbers, but this is probably one of those areas where we'll see some great improvement on reporting these numbers and more information once we switch over to my turn soon here. But as you look at the numbers, we have vaccinated 4,000 farm workers with our farm worker mobile program. And also this past weekend, ambulatory care also held another one of the farm worker clinics at the John Flynn Community Center in El Rio. The Santa Paula community pop-up also had a little over 1,800 vaccinations and 410 homebound seniors with our Area Agency on Aging and HSA's IHSS team helping identify those seniors that are homebound and having them vaccinated at home. Going back a little to our farm worker mobile vaccine program, just wanted to again share some information for not only the board but also our viewers at home watching that this program, in addition to providing the vaccines to our farm workers in a comfortable place such as where they work or within a community center such as the John Flynn Community Center in El Rio, also provides vaccine education information, either our public health team, and there's also the option with our farm worker resource program, along with our county doctors that have been throughout COVID visiting various farms throughout the county providing COVID information. Well, they're also doing the COVID and vaccine education on all three vaccinations. And that has been very helpful with easing a lot of fears, concerns, but also addressing a lot of the myths and providing some facts and information about the vaccines, what to expect and what to look for as far as any sort of potential side effects, but also answer their questions on that one-on-one opportunity for our farm workers to interact with not only our public health department, but also our county doctors. And our farm worker resource program is always there to be helpful with providing also resource information, but also assist with language accessibility. They're able to provide that information in Spanish, of course, English, and Mixteco and Zapoteco. And that has been very helpful within our efforts. As you could see, we're seeing in some of these photos that you could see there at the top right, actually, that was from yesterday at Ryder, where they vaccinated, I think, close to 600 farm workers yesterday. It was a cold day, it had just rained earlier that day, but also, the day of the vaccines, our public health team, along with our farm worker resource program, who's there providing resource information also for our farm workers, along with hand sanitizer. They're still always available to answer any questions or concerns. I know there's a lot of questions out there from community members and others, just making sure that our farm workers are feeling comfortable as they're being vaccinated. And that is one of the personal touches that this program does provide, is that ability for at any time to have that one-on-one conversation with them and still answer any last minute questions that might come up. Tomorrow they'll actually, today they're going to be at Howlings also vaccinating close to another 500 farm workers. And upcoming on Sunday, Public Health is partnering with MyCop at the Dr. Manuel Lopez Academy of Arts and Sciences School in Oxnard, they'll be also vaccinating close to another 500 farm workers. So those are some great vaccination clinics that are being held this week with a large number of farm workers. We're still also coordinating with some of the smaller farms. I want to ensure everyone that they are not being forgotten about, that even though we're working with some of the larger employers, we're also still coordinating with some of the smaller ones and making sure that when we have these clinics that also we're able to bring in quite a few at some of these locations and ensure that throughout the county as we're doing these vaccine clinics that we're really connecting with the variety of our growers. We also received a really nice letter from one of the growers yesterday from Ryder, really sharing how thankful and appreciative they were for this program and how it helped their employees really feel comfortable with getting the vaccines. And Mr. Powers?
Yes, sorry, Gonzalez. If I may, you're probably too modest to read it, but this is the email. I'd like to read it briefly. It's very short. It is to Mr. Vargas, Ms. Rivera from Public Health, Talia Barrera, who oversees the Farm Worker Resource Program, and Rosa. So it says, hello, I want to express my deepest gratitude for your incredible work today. You are amazing partners. You did not allow the rain, mud, or extreme wind to get in the way of providing vaccines to ag employees. It was great to see the steady and efficient flow of workers coming in, getting their vaccine, and leaving with a smile on their face. Again, I was able to witness how empathetic and compassionate you and your teams are, ensuring employees get answers to their questions and making them feel comfortable before, during, and after the vaccine. With so much information on the media, many workers are not sure about getting the vaccine, but the entire team makes them feel at ease. From the registration process, to the vaccine, to the waiting area, and to the Farm Worker Resource Program station, employees are constantly getting check-ins and relevant information at every stage. Again, thank you on behalf of Ryder and every single worker that got their vaccine today. You are providing a service that is invaluable in all caps. That's from Isel Barajas from Ryder on their vaccine clinic the other day. So anyway, great work all.
Yeah, wonderful work from everyone involved, from the beginning of even the scheduling and the coordinating, which comes from our public health team. And again, at the day of the event, takes a lot of, coordination, and also our nurses that are on hand also providing the vaccines. But again, making our farm workers feel very comfortable too and available to answer any of their questions and ease any of their fears or concerns. So those are some great upcoming events. And again, we continue working with our community partners. I think that's another important part to remember within this, not only with our farm worker advocates and community members that are, wanting to ensure farm workers are being taken care of, but also our ag industry. All of those us involved from Public Health, Healthcare Agency, Farm Worker Resource Program, Human Services Agency, Ag Commissioner, and CEO's office. We are all constantly meeting and having discussions and participating and listening to all the ways that we could all work together to really make sure we're supporting not only our farm workers, but also community. We also hold weekly community calls with the Santa Clara Valley stakeholders and also our South Oxnard stakeholders, and just making sure that we're all working together. And within those meetings, I would say there's well over 24, if not, probably over about 40 different groups, organizations, and city members also participating. So I just want to ensure everyone that we're constantly communicating and sharing information, but we're also listening and having these discussions as we plan our services. Right here, we'll go next to outreach and education as our public health team continues their partnership with our community partners. Again, we know the importance and how valuable our well-trusted messengers within each community throughout Ventura County is with connecting with community, and public health has that partnership with Líderes Campesinas, Poder Popular, South Winds Council, One Step a la Vez, and MyCop. And to date, they have connected with over 39,000 individuals at various food distributions, at multi-unit housing, laundromats, and retail stores, again, going to where they will meet community and to share share with them information on COVID, the importance of continuing to practice safe social distancing, precaution measures, but also providing information on vaccines, because as we know, in the coming months, more and more phases are opening to the public, and we just want to make sure that we're staying ahead and providing this information in advance, so that once vaccines are available to those individuals, that they feel comfortable, but also have the resources to know who to communicate with if they have any questions or concerns. And with that, again, wanted to touch that this Thursday we are having our My Turn vaccine registration workshop. That is a collaboration with the County Executive Office, Healthcare Agency, and Human Services Agency, and Farm Worker Resource Program. This is a great workshop that we put together. We don't know of anyone else that's done this, and we share this because we're making sure we provide this information with the community partners, connecting with our community members. This went out to over 120 groups and organizations, including cities, neighborhood councils, some of the CBOs that we've already been working with, and others. Encourage them to participate in this 1-hour workshop where we'll discuss, what vaccines are available, health and education on vaccines. And again, the goal of this program with these partners is that to provide them the information. So in the coming months, there's a lot of questions answered, but also give them the tools to help community members as they are being reached out to by community meetings and asking some of these questions. Again, we'll address myths and facts. A really important part that we're going to have is actual My Turn demo. We're going to have that demonstration, so that way it takes away some of the mystery of the registration process, but also address why some of the questions are being asked by the state, and also information on preparing for an appointment. What would one need to have to be prepared? And as we know with some of our community members, it would be, as far as what forms of identification. There's a variety of identification forms that are being accepted at our locations, but also we want to make sure that anyone that is trying to get vaccinated, that they feel comfortable and know that the county, along with our community partners, we're here to provide them this information to make this process easier for them. And also we're going to close up that workshop with questions and answers from participants. This is the first time we're having this, and so far we've seen a really large turnout and actually getting questions from entities outside of our county asking if they could join, just because they're so interested in this event. And I think at this point we just know the value and the benefit of having this information, this community connection with our partners to provide this information. And again, we'll close out with that we also have our vaccine appointment line. That direct line number is 805-371-8321, and that's really helpful for a lot of our working residents that start early and maybe get out in the evening, and they'll still give them the opportunity if they call this line, and they're also able to provide them the information in Spanish or English and assist them in accessing and getting a vaccine appointment. And also, if you look at the photos below, I just wanted to share some of the pictures of some of the various education, but also messaging that's going out, that's also been continuing and still a huge focus for the county that we have. At the bottom right, we have a photo actually of our county doctors that they did a video with our Farm Worker Resource Program, again, expressing the importance of, being vaccinated, but also how to prevent COVID, and addressing some of the concerns and myths within that video. And that's being shared on social media. And I know that the Farm Worker Program has also been sharing that information with their WhatsApp groups that are in Spanish, English, Mixteco, and Zapoteco. And also our PIL has worked along with Gabe, who's assisting and going out to community members. And again, because we know how important our community members are, they're recognized by residents. They're making these great videos with numerous community partners, again, just trying to get our residents to continue to see that social distancing and following guidelines is still very important, and together, working together is really important. So the video at the bottom left there is it's a photo, it's a picture of one of the members, which is Rosita Regalado from Fillmore over at One Step a la Vez. And again, I think that video had well over, I think, about 8 different partners just with the messaging to the residents on COVID and vaccines. And I know that there's some in the works too for Santa Paula and also with Oxnard. And again, those are outcomes from our meetings with our community partners that we continue to have and hold. And also the same with a lot of the flyers and the outreach information that we are creating really comes from the information that we have with all these numerous meetings that we've held with our various community partners and listening to the concerns that they're hearing, but also information sharing that we're having all together. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Not seeing at this time any questions. It is so exceptional to see that outreach, and I'm just, I think our county has put in place that kind of soft infrastructure of people who are working with the Farm Resource Program that are enabling such great communication, and the partnerships. Oh my gosh, the partnerships have been incredible in this. And it's so great to see this vulnerable population being able to get vaccinated. These are the true essential workers. So it is great to see. Supervisor Long, you have a comment?
Yes, just reiterating, thank you so much to everyone who is really getting out there and getting into our farms and really making sure that people know what's going on and how they can get the assistance. I know there's been a lot of concern of losing work time. And so really delivering this to the farms and making sure that it goes quickly and efficiently. I really do appreciate the education. Also want to say thank you to the community members. We couldn't do this without them really just engaging with everyone and talking about the good work that the community and the Ventura County is doing to vaccinate our most vulnerable. So I wanted to say thank you.
And Supervisor Ramirez, did you want to comment also?
Nope.
I just want to express my appreciation to Rosa and the team for working so hard. I know we have a ways to go. A lot of people need it, but let me ask this. Is there any information about people resisting getting it out of fear?
We have heard of quite a few of employees. They connect with our county staff at these farm events that have actually opted out of being vaccinated. So, and we have that discussion. We let them know if they want to continue asking questions. Why? Again, there's no rush from our county staff. They're there to listen to them, but also provide them the information and address some of the misinformation. There is a lot of misinformation and fear out there regarding our vaccines. So a lot of addressing the myths and facts that we have created, not only in videos and flyers, but also in our outreach that we do in person, is based on what we've been hearing regularly. So a lot of it isn't necessarily a surprise. It's just really providing that information at that moment that we have with them and providing it to them so that we could best, help them have the tools to make that decision. And we know of a few that have decided not to be vaccinated at the time, and that's totally fine. We let them know their options. They're always, if they change their mind later on, they could come to another clinic held at a nearby farm if they would like, or there's always also the option to go to any of our vaccine sites. But that's always something that's available. And then also with connecting with our farm worker resource program at all of these clinics, they also know that if maybe there's a hesitation with county staff, that they know that at least they could also connect with our farm worker resource program at any time, who could also help them, guiding them through any of these processes and continue answering their questions.
Thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Great.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Great work happening there. And so with that, now we'll turn it over to our Public Health Officer, Dr. Levin, and if the booth will move us to slide 19, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers. This morning, I want to tell you that we now have evidence of variants in our county. I've mentioned before that this is inevitable, that this was inevitable. I suspect variants are present throughout the entire nation, and the difference between our county and those parts where it has not been announced is that They've just not been identified in those counties. With more testing, they would be. But I want to give you some background on what variants are. I think it'll be more meaningful now to talk about the background in the presence of the variants. And then I'll go into, so I'll start with the general and then go into the specifics. What I have talked about before and what we have had in our county are mutations. We've seen our COVID virus have several mutations, maybe one at a time. And it is these individual mutations which can add up to being a variant. We have two kinds of variants. There are variants of interest and variants of concern. The variants of interest are when we notice that a number of mutations have accumulated in a virus and they have gotten to a point where this virus is different than the mother virus, than the main virus. It's still a COVID, but it's different. It's like become a sibling or a first cousin. The variants of interest, however, they've not dramatically shown that they have some kind of negative impact, whereas the variants of concern, we have more reason to suspect that they're not only different, but the difference is meaningful. And so let me go into why that is on this slide. What is the concern over variants, or basically the variants of concern? And that is, one thing that may happen with a variant is that it can be transmitted more easily. Another thing that can occur is that it can escape our immune response. And we develop an immune response from either having had the disease or having had an immunization from this. Also, it could cause more serious disease, a variant. A variant could resist vaccines. It could make our vaccines less effective. It could make the monoclonal antibody treatments that we have less effective. And our diagnostic tests may not work as well or work at all because the variant has changed so much that our tests don't recognize it. Incidentally, going back to the variants of interest, I want to say that we do have two variants of interest in California. And these variants of interest are probably spread throughout all of California. They are called the West Coast variants or the California variants. I think that we'd prefer to call them the West Coast variants of interest. Next slide, please. You've seen pictures of our COVID virus. The COVID virus is usually pictured as like a gray tennis ball with knobs sticking out of it. And those knobs are usually pretty simple and usually little round things. And these knobs are the spike proteins. The spike protein is what on the outside of this virus attaches to human cells. And it's a critical finding in that most of our vaccines that we're creating are aimed at the spike protein. And so we, in effect, to simplify it, the spike protein is injected into a person with the vaccines, and our body sees that, and it creates antibodies to the spike protein, the binding protein. And the reason that little knob that portrays the spike protein is misleading is it implies that there's just one little antibody that we create that's uniform to the spike protein. The reality is, when we see the spike protein, we're seeing this complicated thing that you're seeing dancing in front of you right now. And we're developing multiple antibodies to this, several dozens, perhaps hundreds of antibodies, of different kinds of antibodies to attack this. And so, I kind of picture this in a kind of a comic way, in a caricature. And that is, I see this kind of big lumbering villain on the left side of a screen approaching a poor helpless child, that's us, on the right side of the screen. And he's proceeding unchecked towards this defenseless child when all of a sudden, out of nowhere comes a dog that latches on to his leg. And I think of that as an antibody. And it slows down his progress. And then he keeps moving towards this helpless child. And then another dog appears and latches onto another leg. And then another dog, and then another dog, and then another. Soon, this lumbering giant, this villain, has 8 or 12 or 40 dogs hanging off of him. And he is disabled and unable to reach his victim. And that is exactly how antibodies function. So imagine if you see that little squiggle on the lower right, that blue one on this portrayal of the spike protein, the binding protein, there's probably an antibody that is developed just for that. And there's probably another antibody that's developed for the one on the left side at the very bottom, that red one, and all kinds of antibodies which attack this spike protein in many ways. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Slide 21. All right. So whether it's the vaccination against or the natural infection with COVID, they produce an antibody response that binds to, as I said, several dozens or perhaps 100 parts of the spike protein. And the virus would need to accumulate, therefore, many, many mutations in the spike protein to fully avoid immunity for all of those different antibodies that we've developed against it to not be able to find a place to latch on and to inhibit the performance of the virus, of the spike protein. One of the problems is there's very little real-life data that tells us how our natural disease or our antibodies or our vaccinations and the antibodies they produce works against any given variant. Most of the current studies have occurred in test tubes. And so we just don't know that final leap, how they'll behave in humans. Next slide, please. So the variant that we have found in our county, and this came from a late night call on Sunday, just 36 hours ago from the state, is what's called the B117, but it's more commonly known as the United Kingdom or the UK variant. This variant is an accumulation of 23 different individual mutations. And again, this is appearing all over the United States. This is nothing unique, and we were expecting the appearance of at least one variant, if not more, and I'm sure we'll have more. There were a total, I was informed from the state, of 7 specimens that came out of our county that were positive for the UK variant. And those specimens had been sent in between February 4th and March 6th, and we had just learned about them. There's a huge backlog at the state in testing variants. This particular variant, from what research we have, is more transmissible, anywhere from 36% to 75%, depending on the study you read. Most of this work's been done in England. And this translates, however, somehow to a secondary attack rate, meaning how many additional people would be affected by this increased transmissibility of only 10 to 13% more people. It is also considered to cause more serious disease, 30% more serious disease, which I think is probably the more worrisome thing about this virus. But it's not twice as bad. It means that instead of 10 people going into the hospital, for instance, there might be 13 people that go into the hospital. On the other hand, what is known from the on-the-ground experience, and we do have that. We have that in England. We know that the vaccines are 86% or more effective against this variant. And we know from Israel that the vaccines are 94% or more effective against this variant. So the vaccine's still very, very good against this. So there is no reported immune escape, meaning immunity is that we get from either the natural disease or the vaccine is still effective against the variant. There is no reported reduction in how effective the monoclonal antibody treatment is, and there's no significant impact on vaccine efficacy. Next slide, please. These top two lines, the red and the green, those are the variants of interest in California. And like I say, we're seeing a lot of them, but they're only variants of interest because we're not really seeing any kind of effect. All we know is that they're different from the main COVID virus. This orange line near the bottom shows the amount of the B117, the UK variant in California. So it is still low. And the way to keep it low is really simple, and that is for variants either to increase in number to become a greater proportion of what we're seeing in our community, or for new variants to occur. Very simple. There has to be passage from one person to another. And with our numbers coming down, and with all of us continuing to toe the line in terms of all of the steps we can take to prevent transmission, if we don't provide opportunities to pass from one person to another, these variants won't grow in number. Next slide, please. I've talked about the Oxnard wastewater treatment facility studies over the last weeks, and they have a quantitative aspect to them, and this is what we're seeing. We're making huge progress in our county in terms of seeing this surge behind us and seeing our numbers fall. We're seeing numbers now that are becoming comparable to those back in September, in early September. So I think we should congratulate ourselves, but we need to continue to do the good job that we're doing. Next slide, please. And so in summary, we have the SARS-CoV-2 is another name for the COVID virus. These viruses mutate. And from this picture, incidentally, there's that less complicated view of the spike protein, the binding protein on the outside of the COVID virus. You can see that that is nowhere near as complicated as the image I showed you earlier. Thousands of variants can be expected from our COVID virus. Some will simply die off and go away, and others will persist because they have some kind of survival advantage. But regardless of the variants that we're seeing, we need to adhere to the non-pharmaceutical interventions, and those are the ones we hear over and over again. Those are masking, social distancing, avoiding gathering, and doing things outdoors instead of indoors whenever you possibly can. And then when the vaccine becomes available to you, please step up and get the vaccine. You're doing it for yourself and for your county. And those are the end of my comments. I'm available for any questions, though.
Thank you, Dr. Levin. Pause there in case there's any questions or comments. Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Levin. And then if we could, I'd like to, because the rental assistance program just went live yesterday, I'd like to go to slide 28, if the booth can go to slide 28, and ask our Human Services Agency Director, Melissa Livingston, to give us a rundown on how all that is working. Take it away, Melissa.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me this morning? Great. Thank you. Just a reminder, the governor approved the COVID Tenant Relief Act that established $2.65 billion in rental assistance, and $52 million of that is coming directly to Ventura County. And that program was specifically designed to provide financial relief to both property owners and tenants with a very definite focus on racial and geographic equity, with a goal of more equitable economic recovery across the state. So the program did go live yesterday at 5 o'clock as planned, and tenants as well as landlords are able to go online and apply. As a reminder, any income level 80% or below of the average median income, individuals are eligible to apply, with a high priority being given first to individuals with and households with income of 50% of average median income or below. Applications can be made on www.housingiskey.com. Also, applicants may contact a call line at 833-430-2122. And that is a toll-free number available 7 days a week. And there will be case managers that are available to assist individuals in applying for the rental assistance. And as a reminder, the governor's COVID Relief Act also extended eviction protections through June 30th of this year. So if we could go to the next slide, please. And again, the eligibility for this program is April 1st of 2020 through March 30th of 2021, allowing for potential of payment of rental arrearages up to 12 months, with the potential for 3 additional months prospectively. Tenants can apply directly if their landlords choose not to apply. And if they do so and they're eligible and meeting the criteria, they'll receive 25% on a monthly basis of unpaid rent. Landlords may also directly apply and be reimbursed up to 80% of unpaid tenant rent, but recognize that they will forgive that additional 20%. We have a local provider network that's been established. There are 2 ways to become part of that provider network. The state has a portal at thehousingiskey.com for partners that want to register and become part of the partner network to either assist in doing promotion or doing outreach and education or technical assistance may do so. At this point in time, we know we have over 7 local groups that have applied so far. 4 of those have completed the agreement process. And so I'd like to call those out today. Our MyCop organization is part of the local provider network. And in becoming a partner there, they are also agreeing that one of the functions that they'll support is technical assistance, so providing online assistance to individuals and households so that they can access the portal and upload all of the required documents. Also involved in the network for outreach is our El Concilio Family Services, Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing, and United Way. So we have those partners on board. We've reached out to those partners to work with them to understand and map the geographic areas and communities that they intend to reach out to, so that we can also engage other partners to make sure that we have a widespread, robust campaign across entire Ventura County. And so I am happy to answer any questions if anyone has them.
Thank you, Mel. I mean, what a huge increase in resources for our community. The last rental assistance was 11 million or so. This is 52 million, but at a time when our community needs it most. So thank you for covering all that important information. Great to have our community partners there with us as well. So I will pause just for a moment, see if there's any questions from our board. I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you so much, Mel. Appreciate that. And then just one last slide, if the booth can go to slide 30. We've mentioned it many times before, but just want to put those dates out there again for our business. The board approved business assistance program pre-registration March 24 through 30. Application window March 31, April 6. Those are the key dates. And again, thank you to the team, thank you to the board, and thank you to the community for helping us head in this great direction in Ventura County. And with that, that's our report for the day. Thank you, Chair Parks and board members. Happy to answer questions.
Can you speak a little bit to the federal government approval of more COVID funding and how we anticipate it affecting our county?
Yes, thank you, Chair Parks. The American Rescue Plan will have a very positive impact on our community. There'll be more housing support funding. There will be more funding for vaccines. In addition, significant local government funding for the county, and in 2 phases over a year or two, roughly 165 million. Now that's similar to what we received the first go round. As a reminder, and we'll put that graphic up again next week, but 91% of that was provided to the community. Yes, significant resources coming to our community, an expansion of eligibility in the American healthcare coverage. And so, yes, lots to be sorted out, and we'll be presenting more details on that to your board. Also, importantly, significant, much more funding for the cities this time. The first go round, they really didn't receive too much, and your board supported some for them. But this time, I'm pleased to report that there is significant funding for our wonderful local city partners. So we will present some more details on that to your board next week.
Thank you. We know that much of these programs that we are doing now are as a result of our state and our federal funds, but a lot of these also are coming straight out of our general funds. So it's good to know that we have the assistance of our federal and state legislators, but it is also important to realize too that a lot of what we're doing is because we do have the funding available because of our fiscally conservative policies that have allowed us to put together a reserve for these kind of rainy days. So that's good.
Thank you, Chair Park. That is so true, and this is a perfect example of the business assistance program that's coming out of your board's, the community's general fund resources. Our hope is that these additional federal resources will help us bolster these programs. So the funding comes out once we get it, and then a few weeks later, the guidance comes out. And we want to be extra cautious and thoughtful and careful in following that. Like we did the first time, we have Ernst & Young on contract to guide us to make sure we're compliant. Again, there's more. There's the 1,400 stimulus checks. There's the extended unemployment benefits. So there's a lot packed in there, and we'll help unpack that next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, unless there's any comments from the board, Supervisor Ramirez, did you want to comment?
Yes, I just want to take this opportunity to thank all the legislators at the federal level, our congresspeople, our senators who did vote for the American Rescue Plan. It's just going to help us survive probably one of the worst years economically and health-wise in our nation. And they deserve a lot of credit, as well as the president who had this plan. I can't imagine how we would get through this without this kind of assistance. There is suffering in our country. There's hunger. There's fear. People are so afraid of losing their homes and not being able to work. This is really going to help, and I really want to thank them for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez. Let's go now then. Appreciate all of the good work from our staff on providing these responses for our public to help deal with these tough challenges specific to COVID. Let's move on now to our public comments. And as I understand, we do have, I believe, 6 or 7 public comment speakers, and then a few that will be read into the record too. So if members of the public who are lined up to speak during public comments, I'll call your name, and then you have the ability to unmute yourself and speak from that point. seeing now, I have a list and we'll see. I see 2 people lined up, but I'm sure more may be coming on. So from those lined up, let's go to Brian Toledano. Okay. And you have 3 minutes.
Oh, good. Can everyone hear me? Mic check.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Parks. Esteemed members of the board, it's good to see you again. I hope you're all well, and I'm glad to hear Supervisor Ramirez received your 2nd dose. Yes, it is a rough ride, but I'm very glad that it's getting out there. So much thanks to the COVID rollout, or COVID vaccine rollout. Every one of us in some way is touched by the service of healthcare workers and the service that they provide. A son or a daughter, a grandparent, or a beloved friend in some way, physician was there to help. Last week, you heard from these same doctors who have helped so many. They appeared before you to bring to your attention several concerns they had regarding the HCA proposals and the effect on patient care. This week, they encourage you to look closely in how exactly the numbers presented have been generated. For example, data has been presented by the HCA about patient numbers and revenue loss, but no mention of the role COVID played in that. This does not take into account the financial support that Chair Parks just asked about today, putting the finances right side up again. I hope we get further into that next week. Look closely and you will find a severe lack of transparency. A lack of transparency that is a constant issue in handling negotiations. UAPD and physicians have repeatedly asked for several documents regarding financials, patient numbers, and fair quality metrics, but are constantly being told this information is not available to the county or given piecemeal. I find this extremely confusing considering the operation of billing, patient numbers, and quality metrics are all or have been set and maintained by the county. The physicians time and time again have demonstrated, not just now in the pandemic, are willing to go the distance and be flexible, to put the public health first, to put themselves at risk to protect others. To further illustrate, it was announced in this meeting today that the West Coast and the UK COVID-19 variants are now a new issue, not to mention the backlog of possible other variants that we may face in the future. Who will we turn to face this new threat on the front line every day? Doctors and their staff. Today, Mr. Powers read an email that gave thanks to the team for fighting through the wind, rain, and mud to not be deterred from serving their community. Doctors are a part of that team, and here now they are sounding the alarm for patients and colleagues. Is it too much to ask for transparency in dealing with them? Is this still concerned that the continued stance from the HCA will force doctors out of the system? The same doctors who care for multiple generations, from grandparents to grandchildren. If they are forced out due to the actions of the HCA, where would that leave thousands of vulnerable patients? They would have to start completely over with a new provider who from the start would already be hard-pressed to treat that patient. I thank Supervisor Ramirez and Supervisor Levere for the meeting with us, and we look forward to the meeting with Supervisor Long. Thank you all for the time and consideration for today, and have a good day.
Thank you for your comments, and we do look forward to positive resolution of our negotiations. We have, let's see, I'll go ahead and call Tony Talamonte.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good morning. Chair Parks, board members, thank you for the time. My name is Tony Talamonte. I am a resident of Ventura County representing my client, Pacific West Communities, co-applicant with the Rio School District for the proposed Rio Urbana 167-unit residential project in the Oxnard area. The project is an efficient land reuse project on the former El Rio School parcel located on Vineyard Avenue near Strube Street. The project is intended to bring much needed quality, affordable, market rate, and designated affordable housing to the community. Request is made for the Board of Supervisors to take action to consider and approve an interim parcel-specific tax share agreement. Without a tax share agreement, the project cannot proceed with LAFCO annexation review and approval. Due to the ongoing disagreement between the county and the city, which has nothing to do with this project, the community is being deprived of new housing. A brief background. A development application was submitted in March 2017 to the city after preliminary planning discussions with the city, LAFCO staff, and county staff. The county did not raise any objections to the proposed project. During the application review, the existing tax share agreement was terminated in November of 2018. In January 2020, the Rio Banda project was adopted by the City Council pending annexation. An annexation application was submitted in April of 2020 and requested using the former tax share agreement, which would be replaced with the new tax share agreement established. The county staff rejected this proposal and returned the application in October 2020. We understand there's a much larger picture to this agreement. However, it does not justify holding this project hostage for almost 2.5 years. This delay has been very detrimental to Real School District, my client, and the local community in need of quality housing. I cannot stress enough the financial burdens to Real School District and my client. Quality housing and jobs have been deprived to the residents of this community during this terrible pandemic. We have done everything we can to move the project forward. I have sent each of you a copy of prior correspondence with more detailed information. We respectfully request the board to consider this matter and take action to approve an interim parcel-specific tax share agreement. Thank you for listening. I hope this matter can be resolved in the near future with reason and consideration to the residents of this community. And just one more thing, I would like to extend kudos to county staff for the COVID vaccine rollout and the updates. And then also especially to the farm worker outreach and vaccinations. Really powerful. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and we too hope for a speedy resolution. Thank you very much for your comments.
Chair Parks, if I may speak to that.
Yes, please.
Just briefly, Mr. Talamonte, thank you so much for your comments this morning. I am pleased to report with the leadership of Supervisor Ramirez, Oxnard Mayor Zaragoza, and our board support, we have had a very some positive meetings with the city recently to come to a resolution, and I think we are definitely making progress. So it is a priority for us. Want to make sure you know that, and we're going to work hard to have a good outcome as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Our next speaker then is Smita Mando.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent, thank you. Today, I voice my concern to speak on the behalf of my colleagues and my patients. The Ventura County Healthcare Agency is taking over the 18 ambulatory clinics since July 1st. With this transition, there are significant changes happening. We have our sincere hopes that it is smooth, transparent, and above all just, creating an environment where its patients, its staff, and physicians feel heard. As you're aware of the support these clinics offers and the tremendous strides we made during the pandemic times, acting as a safety net for local community, where we saw patients who are now without jobs, resources, battling life's challenges. I will not say our job is hard, but it for sure takes a space in our heart for these people to share their lives' struggles, to whom we don't just prescribe medications. That's actually the easiest part of the job, but give emotional support, show them faith and love. There is no monetary value I can put to a heartfelt conversation that I have with my patient, who then found the strength to stand back and hold strong. I can go on and on about how much I love this job, but that's not the agenda today. My concern with the transition is the pay cut, the shortened time, reduced to negligible benefits that we are being asked to accept. I have to indicate here that the salaries that have been quoted is less than half of the Medical Group Association management standards all across the United States. We are expected to produce the same results in a time shortened to interact with our patient by almost 50%. We all know undervaluing the staff across costs more to the institution, as they see a higher turnover, poor relationship, and this in turn gets transpired to the image we hold in the community. Can you truly put your hands on your heart and say this is a place where you would ask your husbands, wives, kids to come and work at? Now, I have faith in each one of you community leaders that you would steer us in the right direction. And together, we as a team will continue to provide care to the betterment of this beautiful community. Thank you so much for listening to me today.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate hearing from you. Let us go now to Joel Kirstenstein, and then and Mr. Kirstenstein will be, our doctor will be followed by Rachel Flores.
You're now.
Yep.
Ask can hear you.
If
Can you
are
hear me?
on now, proceed.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Going for Dr. Kirstenstein?
Yes.
We can hear you. Dr. Kirstenstein, if you could unmute yourself and proceed.
Yes. Okay. I hope you all can hear me.
We can.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Rio School District in general, and on behalf of Dr. Puglisi in particular, who also wanted to express his support for the Rio Urbana project as soon as possible. I just wanted to give you all I'm sure you know some of it, but I think there's some important record to make regarding this particular item in support of Mr. Talamonte. This project has been on the books for almost 6 years now, about 5.5 years. We went out as required by state law and had the statutory advisory committee for the site that the current Rio Urbana project is on, and the project was awarded eventually to Caleb Roop and his group, represented by Tony. And the county attended those meetings. We also had the RFP submitted to the counties and the cities, and we received input from all. And at no time did anyone address something that was going to be very ex post facto, which was in our draft RFP, there's no comments about what's taking place today to hold up this particular project. It went into escrow long before the dispute on tax sharing. And we want to really make sure that the board knows that this particular developer has been a great partner of the school district, the city, and the county. Whenever the district needed some funding, he advanced funding to the district. His eyes were wide open, but there was no reason for him to be concerned about having a project, just the type of project, which was eventually approved, as you all know, by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. There's an ongoing relationship with the developer for the leasing of the transportation center, and also we have some ongoing discussions about the 1 acre that's remaining on the site. The district wanted to express their need for the housing. This is in a perfect location for district housing for employees, and we've already counted the student population, the projected student populations, for a couple of $1 million in state funding. So I would hope that the board can give direction to its staff to get this project approved as soon as possible and move it forward. I don't know of a more deserving project that we've ever partnered with a developer, and certainly Tony has been more than patient throughout this process. If you have any questions, I'll be more than glad to answer. But again, for the public comment, we really encourage the tax agreement, especially one last point, that the developer agreed to either accept the existing tax agreement, as you know, or accept the future tax agreement. So
Thank
either
you, Dr.
one of those
that does complete your time. We do appreciate your comments, and as Mr. Powers indicated, we are looking at having positive negotiations and discussions with the city of Oxnard as they are a partner in this also. So I know we have 2 more speakers, and so let's get to them. Rachel Flores, if you'd like to go now, and then we will go to Martin Flom.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Chairwoman Parks and Supervisors. My name is Rachel Flores. I represent the 100 strong physicians who have organized to form a union with the Union of American Physicians and Dentists. Last week, CEO Mike Powers' response to the 20-plus letters from physicians that were read by the clerk, after thanking them and pointing out a few things, mentioned that there is a $30 million shortfall, and that shortfall is as early as this year. However, our research shows that personnel costs are not the driving factor creating this budget shortfall. Although COVID-19 made a huge dent in the budget, the CARES Act helped smooth out this dent. Personnel who have kept the clinics open and operating are now a casualty. Physicians are being asked to increase the number of patients they see per day now to bring in more revenue. Does increasing the number of patients a physician provider sees in a day help the budget? If it means that providers will be forced to address only one issue because of an increased patient load, with a population that has complex care needs that require calm, focus, time, and attention, then the answer is no. These patients will end up in the emergency department, thus driving up healthcare costs. And this will also lead and have an impact on physician burnout. We are not opposed to stepping up to be partners with CEO Powers and the health agency leadership team. But there must be full transparency. How can we pitch in, roll up our sleeves, and be part of the solution when we are provided only a glimpse of the picture? It's my understanding that the satellite clinics are not reporting a loss in revenue. Where is the budget shortfall? Full transparency. Provide the budget details to us. What is draining the budget? Thank you for your time today. God bless you.
And your comments. And as we go through negotiations, obviously they are done between the union and our management team, and we look forward to the positive resolution of that and sharing that information with the union, with the rest of the union members, not just the people at the negotiating table. So at this point, I believe we have one final speaker, and that would be Martin Flom. So please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. All right, good morning, board members. And my name is Martin Flom, and I am a business owner in the community. I'm also married to a physician in the system. And I come from a perspective of management and someone who has a passion for incentive structures and change, and also retaining and keeping talent. And my comments today were, observing what's going on between the physicians and the county, and having been a part of this for over 16 years, being married to a doctor in the county, knowing the talent both in staff and physicians there. My observation is the following. In any organization that goes through change, any organization that goes through a merger, acquisition, management change, process change, there is a lot of risk. There's a lot of risk in the unknown. There's a lot of risk in the change process itself. What I have always seen is that to mitigate that risk, you want to involve and keep your brightest talent through the process of change, so they can be with you through the process and on the other side. What I have seen is that the right things are being said, but I haven't seen any action being taken by the county to be able to retain the talent, both the physicians and the staff. And what happens in these scenarios, and this is a concern for the community, right? what happens in the scenarios is that if you don't take action to be able to retain staff through this process, through this time of uncertainty and risk, basically the opposite happens, right? Inaction means, people have to interpret things as they see them, and they end up leaving. And I would hate for the county to lose talented physicians and talented staff because they're not taking action in protecting, in giving them some comfort that they are appreciated, they are valued. And it's not just the word, it's actually action. So my call to action is, I would like, the county to look at ways of ensuring a smooth transition, whatever that is. And if sustainability is really the goal, a smooth transition and a great start to whatever is new on the other side should be part of it. Thank you for your time, and that's it for me today.
Thank you for your comments, and we'll go now to, I believe we have about a half dozen comments to be read into the public comment record. And so, Ms. Martinez, would you like to do that?
Good morning, Chair Parks, Supervisors, and CEO Powers. The first email is from Lorena Sarwavutari, and it says, "Your day of retribution is near." On Monday, March 8th, Ted and Austin Boer reported in the radio show that an important study of an article regarding the Freedom of Information Act is being authored right now by 12 individuals called COVID-19 Data Collection, Code Morbidity Article, and Federal Law Historical Retrospective. This article will bring to light that the CDC has illegally and criminally done during the emergency lockdown. They are gathering facts that was done last year, applying the general law that was in place for the lockdowns. They are accusing the CDC of violating the federal law by directly inflating coronavirus fatality numbers, according to a study of information taken from a national file. They said that the CDC willfully violated multiple federal laws and Freedom of Information federal acts such as the Quality Act, the Paperwork Reduction Act, and the Administration Procedures Act. The CDC illegally enacted new rules for data collection reporting exclusively for COVID-19 that resulted in a minimum of 1,600% inflation of the current COVID-19 fatality totals. The CDC failed to apply for mandatory federal oversight. The CDC is not a federal regulatory agency, and failed to open for science peer review. Both are required by federal law even during the emergency situation. The CDC willfully compromised accuracy and integrity in all of COVID-19 cases and fatalities to create fraudulent results. You are discredited. Open the economy. And the next email we have to read is from Mitchell Brand, and it says, "Hello. I am a nurse practitioner at Las Islas Family Medical Group. I am speaking on behalf of the 7 nurse practitioners and physicians assistants and the 15 nurses who currently work at Las Islas. Every day we work alongside a team of dedicated physicians, colleagues, allied staff to provide comprehensive and compassionate primary medical care and social services to the South Oxnard community. Las Islas has worked in cooperation with the county for many years to provide much needed services to this underserved community, but the county has decided to drastically cut off the services to our clinic over the last couple of years and now is deciding to restructure the relationship with its affiliated clinics. They're looking to make further cuts in staffing, services, and wages and increase the productivity requirements for the providers who are already seeing as many patients as they possibly can. Amid a pandemic, this will certainly stress the resources of the clinic to the brink. As a result of being subject to these unreasonable working conditions and compensation, many providers, nurses, and staff will be forced to rethink their future with the county. Las Islas has tirelessly served the Oxnard community for almost 30 years, and without its presence, this underserved community would suffer greatly. We demand more fair wages, more reasonable productivity requirements for providers, and fewer cuts to nurses and essential clinic staff who are vital to the health services and operation of Las Islas. Please help us in ensuring the future of Las Islas." And the next email is from Emma Lopez, and it says, "Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Emma Lopez. I am a licensed vocational nurse at Las Islas Family Group, one of the county clinics in Oxnard. I want to express my disappointment regarding the County of Ventura taking over Las Islas Clinic. I understand that there are always changes and adjustments with new management, but to reduce staff by so much that it will affect how parties are cared for is simply not right. We have dedicated decades of our time to serve our undeserved homeless and indigenous populations with the most caring hearts. I ask that the staffing cuts be reconsidered. We want to be able to give our patients time and the care that they deserve. The reduction of staff will turn double the work of the nurses, who will inherit significantly less pay according to the county's current proposal. We were told that the reduction in pay is to match the current pay for LVNs employed in the hospital. I ask that our pay be considered separately for the nurses in the ambulatory clinics, as our duties are different and should be compensated accordingly. The hospital and the LVN may be responsible for up to 5 patients per shift, whereas we can be responsible for taking care of more than 60 patients a day. The county cuts will force many dedicated and experienced nurses to leave the county system, compromising even more of the care of our patients. I thank you sincerely for your time. And our next email comes from Marissa Sportelli, MD, and it says, I am writing to you to represent myself as one of the many dedicated ambulatory primary care physicians affected by the current negotiations between HCA and the UAPD. I have been a resident of Newbury Park for 20 years and have been a family physician at Sierra Vista Medical Clinic, one of the 18 clinics on the VCHCA, for the same length of time. I attended UCLA Medical School and completed my family medicine residency at USCF Fresno. I've been married for 24 years and have 2 boys aged 12 and 15. As a full scope family physician, double boarded in the family medicine and integrative medicine, I care for patients in the ambulatory setting throughout my life cycle from birth to death, including prenatal, postpartum, lactation care. I am a passionate advocate of prevention and using proven, safe, and cost-effective ways to stimulate the body's innate healing response. I focus on motivating patients to make changes that can have big impacts on improving their health or reserving their disease rather than only prescribing medicines. I see my role as a family physician. My calling is to be of service. I am dedicated, diligent, hardworking, thorough, and a team player. I strive to serve all patients in equitable manner, regardless of the race, age, gender, ethnicity, or financial class. Sierra Vista sees patients with no insurance offering to self-pay discount program, patients with Medi-Cal, county workers with the Ventura County Healthcare Plan, and patients with PPO, HMO, and various Medicare plans. And that is at the 250 word count for her public comment. Our next public comment email comes from Samuel Fang, and it says, Dear Supervisors, I would like to inform you of the looming crisis facing ambulatory care that was self-inflicted by the HCA. On July 1st, there will be no primary doctors in the 18 ambulatory clinics. The county HR has done nothing to recruit and retrain the doctors except offering cuts in pay, cuts in staff, increased workload, and dismissal of the prior years served in the county. I have worked in the county system as a family doctor for the last 9 years, and I have seen the HCA repeatedly making unilateral cuts in budget for clinical care while paying millions to administrators and consulting groups. In 2019, the SBARC survey showed that the majority of doctors were unsatisfied working for the HCA. In response, the HCA cut budgets across the hospitals and clinics, leaving us with skeletal crew barely surviving day-to-day operations. Many of my colleagues left the county. Those of us who remained are seeing the HCA repeating its mistakes, but the time will not be silent anymore. The HCA needs to be held accountable for its fiscal management and not at the expense of our most vulnerable patients and their healthcare providers. Please think twice before providing any HCA proposals that include any cuts into staffing or budget. The ambulatory care system first needs more investment to build a sustainable system. As doctors on the ground, we are happy and collaborate with you to create a top-notch ambulatory care system. Thank you. And our last public comment comes from Dr. Ramirez. And it says, my name is Carmen Ramirez. I have been working for the Ventura County Healthcare System since 2015 and have been working at Las Islas Family Medical Group as a family physician since 2018. Growing up, my family and I relied on county healthcare system much like Ventura County's. We experienced firsthand the barriers that can come between patient and access to quality healthcare. I witnessed my loved ones lose faith in the only healthcare system available to them as a result, endure the pain of illness that could have been prevented. I fought to become a doctor so that I can dedicate my career serving communities like the one here in South Oxnard. Like many of my colleagues, I graduated from BCMC Family Medicine Residency. I decided to stay because I found the community that I wanted to serve and because I found a network of passionate and hardworking healthcare providers within the clinic system. We are here today to bring awareness that the plan proposed by the HCA runs the risk of alienating these same healthcare providers by proposing substandard working conditions. It runs the risk of compromising quality patient care if adequate staffing is not secured. The communities and families we care for have many ways to become an extension of our own. We don't want any patients to lose faith in our clinic system. We are committed to working with the HCA and hope that moving forward, the HCA demonstrates the same commitment through conversations built on trust and transparency. Thank you for your time. And that is all of the public comment that we have received for this item today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for reading them. Thank you for the public for sharing your comments with us and helps us in our policy decisions. At this time, then, we will go ahead and go to our board.
If I may, Chair Parks, I'm sorry to interrupt. If I may, just real quick, thank you. If you'll indulge me. I would just briefly like to have our new HCA Director, Barry Zimmerman, respond again per council, just very brief response to the comments from our physicians today.
Good idea.
Thank you.
And if you'd like, we could go to the board comments and then come back to you and Mr. Zimmerman. Would you like that?
Okay, yes, thank you, Chair Parks. Okay.
I think the board will probably be pretty quick.
That's great. Thank you. Let's do that.
Okay. So let's go to Supervisor Levere. You have some board comments?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I first would like to ask that we close today's meeting. I'm sorry. In honor of those individuals who recently passed, and as stated on my letter to the clerk of the board. And then just wanted to briefly mention, we've got a lot of great news today. We're able to start opening up a lot more sectors of our economy. Our kids are back in school. Our kids are playing sports. That light at the end of the tunnel is getting brighter and brighter. And I just want to take this opportunity to remind people how hard this past year has been on so many small business owners, and to really encourage everyone to do everything we can within our means to be out and supporting the local businesses in our community. It's just so vital right now. And it's great news. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Long?
Hello.
There you go.
Can you see me now? I'm still having device issues. Apologize. Yes, we've been very busy in the Santa Clara Valley. We had our Santa Paula Blue Ribbon Advisory Council meeting and got an update with Dr. John Frankhauser, Mr. Bill Foley, and the whole team, just talking about Santa Paula Hospital, how many births are being done successfully in such a great way of making sure that our community has the health care it needs, and that those healthy moms are able to deliver at the Santa Paula Hospital has just been fabulous. So I wanted to say thank you to all those that are assisting us, even in the community, to make sure that that's going smoothly. Also in excitement for this Harvest Center to really build a robust medical center out there, and we'll be having more information as we get closer to it. Also, we had our Heritage Valley Transportation Commission and talking about the dial-a-ride and bus systems there for our students as we start school for Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Piru, making sure that they're all connected.
So good things are being moved. Also, we have the first avocados reaching China. So that is huge. In fact, California Avocados Association, our farm bureaus, our local businesses are now supplying avocados to China, which is a great economy boomer for us, especially with everything that's going on. Then also I've been put on the advisory board for an AOJ for CSAC, so we'll talk more about that later. And then also just want to say thank you to all the positive comments that have been coming through to my office in regards to their vaccination experience. We've been really working with our team, Ashley Bautista, Barry Zimmerman, Rigo Vargas, to make sure that our questions are answered. So thank you to the team for really answering that. And then just adjourning in memory of those on this list. Thank you.
Thank you. And then on to Supervisor Huber.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to congratulate and recognize two members of our Ventura County family. Congratulations to Barry Zimmerman for being named our new Health Care Agency Director. Barry has done an amazing job during the pandemic and even before. It is very evident to me that we're in good hands. I'd also like to welcome Tiffany North as our newest county counsel. She has a wealth of experience in county issues, and I look forward to working with our first female county counsel. In closing, I'd like to adjourn in memory of the residents cited on the list I sent to the clerk of the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Supervisor Ramirez.
Thank you very much. I listened very carefully to the comments of the medical providers at Las Islas. I met with them yesterday on the phone. I'm hoping that we can get a good resolution that's good for the patients, for the county, for our community. I was impressed with their dedication to the patients. Also, I'm looking forward to resolving that problem with Rio Urbana, which has been languishing for such a long time. And I know that the county and the city are working on it, but I'm really, really hoping at least we can get that done and move on with the other issues affecting the city-county relationship. I just would like to note, because I've been around a very long time, that perhaps Supervisor Huber does not remember Dorothy Schechter. He's too young to remember Dorothy Schechter. Dorothy Schechter was the county council back when I came to the county in 1978 or so. So Tiffany is joining the long line of two women county councils, and congratulations to her and to us for getting an outstanding candidate. I want to also adjourn in memory of a few people who passed away in Oxnard. One is Ann Stringer, who worked at the Navy Exchange for 40 years. The other is Irene Vera Gonzalez, who worked for the police department of Oxnard. And finally, Joseph Pepe, who is the grandfather of Commander Chris Williamson. Joseph Pep was a 20-year veteran of the U.S. Navy, loved by everybody, very active in community affairs, including the Oxnard Knights of Columbus, which is an amazing organization. And finally, I just want to say, please, everybody, don't let your guard down. We're opening up. It's great. Patronize our local businesses, which I hope people have been doing even during the pandemic with takeout and whatever was possible. But please don't let your guards down. We do not want to see another surge, which is so tragic and hurtful, and of course hurts our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez. And then I agree with the comments about our two new individuals. One, Barry Zimmerman, moving over to becoming the head of our healthcare agency, and that is great news and a great fit too. And then welcoming Tiffany North. She'll be starting in, I believe it was April 21st, and we'll have her on board and can give her some more lauds then. But we did certainly have a special board meeting on Friday just to bring her on board, and nice to see another woman in a leadership position in our county. I just want to mention that I was delighted to be able to participate in the Ventura County Community Foundation's. They had a special farm worker household assistance program seminar, and it was really nice to participate and talk about our county's good work for our farm workers, and realizing there's a lot out there that needs to happen, but particularly in housing, right? And so I also want to echo the comments of fellow supervisors about how those small businesses have really suffered during this time, and just really encourage everyone to patronize our small businesses, and we are doing our best to assist and support them too. And with that, we definitely did hear from our doctors today, as we did last week too, and we do treasure their work. They are a real backbone to our system, along with our nurses and great staff. And it's really important that we provide the best quality care that we can, and do so in a responsible and accountable manner. And I know Mr. Powers wanted to speak some more on this, and pass it also on to Mr. Zimmerman. So I will hand it back to Mr. Powers, and then you can also conclude with your comments too, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Parks. Yes, I'll turn it over to Mr. Zimmerman. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Mike, and thank you, board, for your kind words and comments. We do appreciate and respect the comments that have been made, and hear the dedication and passion for our system. As you recognize that, we also value that and recognize that, and want to continue the great legacy and system we have here, and believe that the transition will perpetuate that and even raise us to new levels. As you know, during negotiation, it is a process. And so information communication is fast and fast-paced, and doesn't always get out to everyone, because the information flow is somewhat confined due to the process of negotiation, and we respect that. We don't want to deviate from that, nor do ad hoc meetings that would compromise that in any way. The labor teams have met over the last several months more than over 10 times to discuss issues and concerns and share information. And that continues. Specifically, I do know that in the upcoming meeting, they're going to go over the finances in detail. We have heard about the finances in the December presentation to the board, as well as other times that the clinic system pre-COVID was running at a negative margin, meaning an operating loss. Most recently, with the advent of PSOA contracts, which are based on productivity and setting standards of productivity, we have improved that significantly, but still are running in a loss. Our goal is to serve the community, and we must have a sustainable system to do so. So we are working towards that end, but value our those who provide services, and anticipate that we will negotiate a competitive salary that is consistent with the market, and that will be agreeable not only to us, but to the physicians and the providers that work in our system. We have negotiated a wide range of topics, from retirement to 401k and other benefits that are fair and equitable to the agreement. I do believe that we will come to an agreement that is workable for all parties, and we will continue to provide the high quality care that we desire for the county. Thanks.
And Mr. Powers?
Thank you, Chair Parks. Just a few comments too, and yes, these physicians are amazing, and the quality and the culturally meaningful way in which they deliver makes a huge difference, and that's why we have a shared mission, your board, the county, the healthcare agency, with these physicians. We've always had that. We want that. We'll continue that. We want the system to sustain on into the future for our physicians, providers, and our patients. I did want to just touch on, Ms. Flores mentioned the 30 million shortfall related to it just this year, but it's not just COVID related. I wish that it were. We wish that it were. It's a structural that goes back several years. And that's why collectively we will get to the point, we'll work at the table, building trust and transparency. That was said several times. I think Dr. Ramirez mentioned that, Mr. Flom. That's it exactly. And that's what we want. We're working to build that at the table with the UAPD leadership. We'll continue to do that because we want a smooth transition. We want to have competitive, and we will have competitive wages and benefits so that we can have, and I think Mr. Flom said, sustainability is the key. And that's what we want collectively. And with this shared mission, I believe that we will get there. And this is a new relationship with UAPD, and we're building it. We're building it at the table. With our other unions, we've had long-term relationships. It's based on data, transparency, and trust. And that's exactly what we're working to build with UAPD, and we look forward to continuing to those efforts. Thank you.
And thank you. And I know you may have some more comments to make too, but just realizing too that the medical system in the United States is a very tough one to deal with to begin with, and the amount of money that is spent on healthcare, it is pretty astronomical. And we do what we can to make sure that we can provide the best care, as I had mentioned. But it is really also important that we do our best to keep those costs in check. So yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Parks. You're so right. I mean, healthcare is a complex, challenging operation to run normally, and a safety net system has even added challenge. But that's okay, right? We're all in it for the right reasons, and when we're working together, we can get there. And we have a history of being able to get there. The system has provided decades of excellent, not just pretty good, but excellent service and care to those in need in our community, and that's what we want to keep going. So. Yes,
and truly we are the place of last resort. Not that we are at the bottom, we are one of the best facilities out there. But for people who don't have insurance, so those are and may have some very, expensive, complicated medical issues, we're there helping them. And so, you can't make profit, and we're not there to make a profit. We do need to be there for these people, but it is hard, just to become sustainable. So I know we're doing the best that we can in light of the circumstances.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Parks, for those comments. And then just three other comments quick on my CEO comments. So did have the pleasure of joining the Blue Ribbon Committee just briefly this week with the healthcare team and with the community out there, just to reinforce and support the county's commitment to our services in the Santa Clara Valley. And then also joined Chair Parks with the Community Foundation and their recognition of the entire Farm Worker Resource Program, the trusted partners that we have in our community providers, like the Community Foundation, folks we can turn to instantly in the moment of need. We don't have to start building a relationship, we have them. And I think that's really benefited our community. And then, just another community partner is the National Charity League of Ventura. Their gala will be, it's Friday, March 19th. And so encourage people to go online at ncljuniorsventura.org, ncljuniorsventura.org. They've been supporting this program, the Charity League, probably about 15 years, since even before it opened. They helped us open it. So we couldn't be more grateful to the current chapter of the Charity League and the past, who've been wonderful community partners. This is the only pediatric cancer program in the county of Ventura. And so for that, just thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. And I did also want to thank Rico Vargas too. He came and Zoomed in on our Municipal Advisory Council in Casa Conejo last week. And people who are interested, we also had the City of Thousand Oaks present their general plan update, and they have many alternatives that they are looking at. I think they definitely have heard from not only the citizens who live in the city, but now they were kind enough to do that presentation to this unincorporated island, as they call them, under the LAFCO designation. We had not only their staff, but also the mayor was kind enough to attend, Mayor Claudia Del de la Peña. And that information, and that if people are interested in listening, they can go to my website on the my webpage on the county website and go looking under Casa Conejo, and that's where you'll find the Zoom meeting. We are posting our Zoom meetings, and we also had a SOMAS Zoom Municipal Advisory Council meeting too. So keeping active with the community there. I'd also ask that we close and honor the people on my list that I've submitted to the clerk. And like Supervisor Olivier, those included people that have unfortunately died died of COVID in our area too. And really, I think it, most appropriate to close in honor of all those who have died of COVID. So thank you for that suggestion. We will do that. With that, then we will go on to our. I guess at this point we have public comments. No, we did that. Great. Then we can go on to our first regular agenda item, and I believe that's agenda item 20. And this is the adoption of a resolution regarding broadband, a really important issue in our county, and has become even more important now with COVID. You realize, like we were just talking about the Zoom meetings, how many people need to be able to have, quality broadband. And so our county is looking at establishing some policies towards that. And I'll invite Terry Theobald. He's our IT director, and if he'd like to make the comments, that'd be great.
Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, CEO Powers. I'm Terry Theobald, Chief Information Officer at IT Services. And what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to get my screen up.
And if anyone can do it, I know you can.
There we go.
I know that I've been serving on a committee with the Southern California Association of Governments of 6 county supervisors as well as staff, Sunny McPeak and others that have helped us put together this resolution. And Terry has been very kind to be able to attend these meetings with me. I know Supervisor Ramirez is taking over that slot now that I'm pass the baton over to her on SCAG. But this is just one example of something we can do as a Southern California region and how important that is.
Thank you. Could I get the booth to release the screen so I can share my screen? Nope, still can't share it.
I was also pleased to see that our board has moved in the area of Somas to see if we can get a pilot project up and going there. And I think also Nyland Acres is also looking at ways that they can expand it to that disadvantaged community.
So I don't think I'm having technical issues on my end. I'm still waiting for someone to release the screen control so I can share mine.
Would you like to start your presentation while they work on trying to get the PowerPoint up?
Sure. We'll go ahead and do that. All right. So let me turn on my video. All right. So here we go.
Terry, would you like the booth to launch your video for you?
Yes, I've already got my presentation ready to go. But if they want to do this, oh, there we go. Then they can do the next screen for me. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so the reason I'm here today is I had presented ISF rates back in February. I had a slide on broadband, and I said I would be back in March to cover broadband in more detail, and that's why I'm here today. Also seeking approval on a resolution for board support for broadband in the county, and we'll get to that at the end of the status presentation. So I thought I'd start with what is broadband. And actually, I'm going to have to do this now because I'm going to be looking at this screen. So what is broadband? So I think we talk a lot about fiber, and I think it's important to understand that broadband isn't just fiber. Broadband can be delivered via copper, DSL. It can be delivered via coax. Spectrum has done a lot of that. We use microwave to send signals back and forth for information sharing. And there's proprietary vendors out there that provide their own unique brand of wireless technology to meet broadband requirements. And then cellular's coming with 5G. We talk here about 100 megabits worth of data. I'll take you back, if you can, back to the early 80s when we first had personal computers. And back then, the connection to the internet was 9,600 8,600. If we move forward into DSL land, I can remember, 6 megabits would be the peak for it. Prior to a recent executive order signed by Governor Newsom, which I'll talk about, we were at 30 megabits. The connectivity we're looking for now is 100 megabits. And our project is really going to try and get us to 1 gigabit, which would be 1 billion bits of information. Next slide, please. So broadband encourages economic growth. And one of the ways it does that, it brings more businesses into the county. Businesses need to be connected to the internet. It's difficult now, even if you're a small restaurant, to operate without being connected to the internet and to have a presence there, social media presence, your menus, that sort of thing. So that those additional businesses coming in, combined with the telecommuting that we're seeing more and more of, brings more people into our county. And it also provides a better quality of life for a number of reasons. All of that increases property values. And then we also have government innovation. One of the things that one of Mike Powers' best lines I've heard related to technology is online versus inline. And that's one of the things that we're focused on in IT, is we're focused on being able to provide online services, making it easier to get to services with the county, and also in a manner that works best for you. We also have smart cities and smart counties, which focuses on sensors and awareness of what's going on in the city or the county. That includes everything from traffic signals to cameras looking for fires, lighting control, water pumps, all of those sorts of things. And between the two, it provides better, more efficient, cost-effective delivery of services. Next slide, please. Why broadband now? Well, we've been talking about it in a word: COVID-19. I've talked about telecommuting. Of course, we have distance learning and e-commerce. Everybody I know at this point is their primary lifeline is through Amazon or their local grocery store. Telegovernment, which is what we're doing now, and then telemedicine. It goes back to all the great work that's been done at HCA to allow patients to get medical care without necessarily having to travel all the way to the government center. There's health risks associated with getting out in the public to that. Next slide, please. So recent activities. Next slide. So I wanted to mention our partners. So we're partners with Magellan Advisors. They're experts in broadband consulting. We've been working with them for over a year now, and they specialize in public-private solutions. We were also charter members of the Pacific Coast Broadband Consortium. They have been a great resource in terms of helping us reach out within our community. The Economic Development Collaborative, again, focus a lot on economic development, helping us understand where those areas are. They've also helped us with talking about grant writing and grant opportunities. Of course, Southern California Association of Counties is an important one. And then the Digital Divide Group. And the Digital Divide Group is what I'm going to talk about more in a couple of slides here. Next slide, please. We have had a lot of countywide collaboration. We've met with city managers. We've met with IT managers of both the city and the county, public works directors. We met with all of the important utilities or interested utilities, I will say, Southern California Electric, our own water district. Ventura County Transportation Commission was a particular interest because they own the right of way for the railway, the one that goes up the 126. Public safety officials, EMS, fire, law enforcement, and then Caltrans, because they're responsible for a lot of large thoroughfares. And when they start widening those, that's a great opportunity for us to partner with them. Next slide, please. So back in August, Governor Newsom signed a broadband executive order, and he established in that order a standard for broadband of 100 megabits symmetrically. So 100 megabits up, 100 megabits down, and not all broadband is delivered symmetrically. Some give you a lot of download, but not a lot of upload, which creates issues if you're trying to upload large files. There was a new state broadband action plan put into place at that time, and I have a quote here from that I thought was important. Deploying affordable and reliable broadband networks throughout California will accelerate continuous improvements in economic and workforce development, infrastructure, public safety, education, economy, and engaged citizenry. Next slide, please. Part of this, there were two important pieces of legislation that were introduced. AB 14 and SB 4 Assembly and state or Senate versions of a similar bill focusing on funding for broadband. What's important about these bills is within them, they talk about specifically, they're looking to prioritize rural communities, that would be Ventura County, underserved areas that we're focused on, and dig ready. Dig ready means that we've already decided where we want to put our broadband, that we've completed some engineering on it. We have some agreements in place. And in other words, we're just waiting for funding. Next slide, please. The Southern California Digital Divide Group was instrumental in the resolution that I'll be presenting later. They had gotten together. This is where I first started working with Supervisor Parks on this resolution. And so this has already been adopted in a number of other counties in Southern California, Los Angeles, San Diego, I believe Riverside. So we're trying to get ours also adopted here. That group is also working on a simplified permitting for broadband related construction. And basically this paves the path ahead. It also provides some standardization. If different cities have different permitting processes of various complexities, different fees, timeframes, what this does is the goal of this is for the Southern California area to kind of get on a standard where we can to make it easier for private entities that want to provide broadband services to do that. It also makes it simpler for our project when we decide to move forward as we go through the various jurisdictions in our county. And then the other thing that's really valuable, and this is where some of the key players in this group are, they're keeping an eye on what's happening with this legislation and keeping us informed on how it's progressing and making sure we're ready for when something actually happens. Next slide, please. All right, so now I want to talk about what we're doing in Ventura County specifically. So next slide. So the first one I want to talk about is SOMAS. So there's a community group within SOMAS that really wants to get broadband going. That's an underserved and disadvantaged area both. It's got, and the difference between them is underserved is you just don't have broadband at all. And disadvantaged is you have people that might not be able to afford broadband. And we want to make sure that we are taking both of those into account. So in October of 2020, the board directed the CEO's office and county council to research a community facilities district or a tax district for SOMAS broadband. The area is currently underserved with, as I mentioned before, and the feasibility study is already in progress. I'm keeping tabs on that also as part of my project. And the goal is to have a report back to the board in the second quarter of 2021. It should be noted that within SOMAS, there's already a fiber connection point for broadband that could be accessed. Also, when you see our plan for our own fiber runs that we're going to go after, those will be, one of those will be coming right through the SOMAS area. So there will be multiple options for accessing broadband for that local community. Next slide, please. Nyland Promise. Nyland is another community-based, Promise is another community-based group, and it's a very grassroots effort. Their primary focus was to get started out with elementary school children. These are children that needed to do distance learning and were struggling to do it, but they eventually plan to grow it to include high school students and eventually all adults within the community. Next slide, please. So here's a picture that I received from Nyland Promise, which I thought was pretty great. So what they've done is they were able to talk to the El Rio School District and access the school's internet connection through the Rio de Valle School and use microwave to beam basically the internet over to Nyland. So Rio de Valle is on Rose and Nyland is on Santa Clara. So basically across the auto center. and then they pick it up at one of their locations here in that little map I've got, and then they replicate it out to these towers. These towers aren't the big towers you're thinking of. These are basically small poles. They have high-end wireless transmission devices on it, and they're attached to housetops or business roofs or whatever they can get. And those little dots you can see represent elementary kids, where they live. So that's why they place the towers. They place the towers near where most of the dots were. And they're planning to expand those. So this is an example, and I'm going to talk about the middle mile versus the final mile here shortly. But this is an example of a grassroots effort that developed a innovative solution to provide wireless connectivity within their area. And what they really need now is they just need a bigger pipe to connect to. And again, this is another area that will be fed off of one of our alignments that would allow that to happen. Next slide, please. So I've talked a little bit about the middle mile. So terminology-wise, we have a source, which is an internet service provider, or another way to say it is a connection to the internet. They're also called internet points of presence, or POPs. From there, you need to get to your residences or your commercial areas. The way that we do that is we create a middle mile that takes us to the edge of the residential area or the commercial area. And then typically it's taken from there and distributed out to the individual residences or the individual stores. And this is developed very similar to the way electricity is handled. You have these large towers that provide high capacity electricity, and then those eventually start to splinter off, and feeder lines are sent down to individual neighborhoods, and then those go out to individual houses. Why this is important is because our project right now is primarily focused on getting the middle mile in place. It doesn't do us a lot of good, like we see in Island Promise, to reach all of the residences that need to be reached unless you have high enough capacity internet access. And so the middle mile will do that. And we are actually looking at a combination of ways to do this. We can run aerial cable. Basically, we run them along power lines, telephone lines, or towers and telephone poles. Buried cable. This can be what you would normally see by the side of the road where they're digging trenches. And there's also a capability, if you're near a rail line, to plow. Basically, you just have a rail car with a plow on it, and it just plows a trench as it goes. Very economical way to put fiber in the ground. And then the last one is wireless, which is part of what we're doing today already. So that's where our focus is on the middle mile. We are working with individual providers to determine how we're going to handle the last mile. Next slide, please. So the county service objectives of our project is we're really focused on underserved, disadvantaged areas without service or service that is unaffordable. And when I say unaffordable, I'm talking about, an internet package can run $40, $50, $60 when some of the residents can not really afford that. We're focused on both commercial and residential areas. An example of a commercial area is, I think most people know, Amazon's building a new warehouse south of Nyland Acres. And that's actually one of the places where Nyland was thinking they might be able to get some signal from, which is a great idea. But this is an area where they might need substantial capacity and there's no provider in the area. We might be able to help with that if we wanted to. The county partnership would provide internet access for a fee, and that fee is up to us to set. But then there's other areas that could afford it and could be serviced by existing providers. But if there is no provider willing or able to get to that area, then that would be something we would also want to consider as part of our objectives. Next slide, please. County financial objectives. So this is how we're looking for funding. So first and foremost, we're seeking out federal and state grants. There's federal grants tied to COVID activities as well as broadband activities, and then the state grants. I mentioned a couple of legislations related to that. Share existing capital improvement projects. This is the dig once philosophy. So we've been talking to Caltrans. When they decide to widen the 101, they're willing to allow us to lay our conduit in the same trench where they're going to lay, or that they'll have open for their purposes. We also have a water district that's interested in helping us, a water provider that's willing to allow us to run fiber inside water pipes. What's interesting about fiber is because it's basically using light as opposed to electricity, you can run fiber inside an active water pipe. I actually asked if you could run fiber inside an active sewer line. They didn't think that was a good idea. Then we would probably need to leverage or use some county general fund funds. I don't know the exact number yet, to leverage other investments and grant opportunities, because a lot of times they want to match. And for the this new county service we're talking about, basically the middle mile network, our goal would be for that service to break even, to cover the cost of implementation and any ongoing support to maintain those runs that we implement. Next slide, please. So here's the picture of everything we've been researching for the last 6+ months, and it's a busy slide. The main things I wanted to show on here is on the right side, one at the top corner and one just to the left of the legend, there's 2 stars. Those 2 stars are connections to the internet. One of them is in Santa Clarita, that's the star on the top right, and the other one is in Agoura Hills in LA County, and that one's on the bottom. So from the top star, the Santa Clarita star, we envision coming down basically the 126 all the way down to connect to the Ventura fiber connection that you can see in green down there. So that's one alignment. Another alignment basically comes from the Agoura Hills connection down at the bottom, comes through Westlake Village, up the 101, up through Moore Park Road through Thousand Oaks. And there's 2 takeoff points here. The first one is the one that takes off on the 118 and heads down the 118 to connect into the area of El Rio Island. And the other one is the one that comes down Santa Rosa Road and then connects into Camarillo. The last alignment is the one that goes from the 150 highway in Santa Paula up into Ojai and down into Ventura. There's other lines on here. Those lines represent cross connects that we're interested in or existing infrastructure. So the ones of interest are red equals aerial, meaning that we're running, red means underground construction, which means that we're doing, we're going to bury the cable. Blue represents the aerial construction, which means we're running along power towers or telephone poles. The light blue is a joint project with someone else. So that could be a joint project with a water provider or another entity like that. And then the purple represents the rail line, which is one we have a lot of interest in pursuing. We don't have an agreement in place, but we're working on it. The other colors of interest are the green and the yellow, and those really represent existing infrastructure that's already in place that we can then take advantage of where we need to. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this slide is primarily to show that as we've estimated these projects, we've broken them up into sections. And I'm not sure that this is of particular value at this point, but for purposes of completeness, now I'm basically showing that we're talking about construction. We're past the idea of where are the alignments, and now we're pricing them out. So one example of a construction project would be the one that goes down the 126, which would cover construction segments A, B, and C. Another one would be the one that goes from Agoura Hills down the 118, which would be construction segments M, K, J, and H. And then the one that goes up to Ojai would be construction segments D, and then it comes down to meet up in Ventura. Next slide, please. So here I just mentioned these. There's just more detail here. I've covered most of this already, but just to hit the highlights, the 126 route really focuses on the railway right-of-way, assuming that we can accomplish that, and we connect in Santa Clarita. We'll be using poles. It really connects some of the county's larger rural area. It hits Piru, Fillmore, Santa Paula, East Ventura, Saticoy, and we can also, from there, additionally connect to El Rio and Nyland Acres. There's a federal opportunity zones that have been defined. One of the major opportunity zone is actually up in the Piru Fillmore northeast Santa Paula area. So there's advantages to us from a funding point of view to focus on these opportunity zones. Also the 126 route and the Agoura route give us 2 access to the internet, and because we're going to cross connect them, if one goes down, the other one hopefully will still be up. The county currently has 2 alternate connection points. Our primary connection to the government center is through Spectrum, and then we have a backup to AT&T out at the East County Sheriff's Substation. We recently experienced a couple of outages from Spectrum, and those actually created a lot of issues for the short amount of time that it was. And it wasn't just for the government center. It also impacted a lot of the community. I had both my daughters calling me up saying, "Hey, Dad, sounds like the internet is down. Do you know anything about it?" I said, "Yeah, I just heard from the county. It's down too." They were down for about 30 minutes, but we were sort of biting our nails, and we were already in the motions of trying to set up, or not trying to, but getting ready to throw the switch so that we could connect up to the AT&T backup source. And also, every community that we're touching would have 2 routes now. As you can see, that with all that interconnectivity, they could get to Santa Clarita, or they could get to Agoura Hills, so we'd have that redundancy. Next slide, please. Here's the 118. This one uses the 101 and the 123 to get there. Again, it provides another redundant source. It takes advantage of infrastructure, which means it saves our project cost in Westlake Village, Thousand Oaks, and Moore Park. Westlake Village actually was very willing to allow us to use their infrastructure and the projects they were working on to help us get to that access point. It passes through underserved sections of Moore Park and Somas, also connects us to Nyland, Saticoy, and El Rio, and also alternate source for Simi Valley and all other communities along the route. Next slide, please. And the last project, and the reason why it's the last project, is the 150 up Ojai and then down to 33. And the reason why this one is more challenging is, first of all, there's little infrastructure already in place. And the second one is there's terrain challenges. It's very mountainous, narrow areas to deal with. So this is on the list of places that we're definitely going to be going to. We're probably going to need a partner to help us with some of the terrain challenges. It also passes through underserved sections in the vicinity of Ojai and along the routes down to the northwest city of Ventura. And again, there are cross connects to these various main alignments that connecting Oxnard, Port Hueneme, Camarillo, Simi, Thousand Oaks, Westlake, and Agoura. Next slide, please. I presented these last time as part of the budget so everybody would have a heads up, but these are some underline the word, very preliminary cost estimates. The Highway 126 is currently estimated in the neighborhood of around $6 million. The 118 alignment around $5 million. And then the other, the Ojai alignment, which includes all of the spurs I mentioned, is $8.8 million. That adds up to roughly $20 million. Big number. But we're expecting funding to come from a number of sources. Again, the federal and state grants I mentioned, using existing underground assets, future public works projects, water district projects to further reduce cost. Partnership efforts. There are a lot of partners, I won't mention them, but there are a lot of partners that serve the county of Ventura that are interested in partnering with us. And then, of course, general fund as needed. Next slide, please. Next steps. Next slide. So besides giving you this status today, one of my primary goals here is to request approval of the included resolution indicating support for a regional broadband system for the county with a focus on underserved and disadvantaged areas. I want to be clear, we're not asking for any funding at this time. We will come back and ask for funding once the projects are better defined and we have a better handle on our other funding sources. Next slide, please. And lastly, additional next steps. So an RFI was released yesterday, which will allow us to get information from the various partners and other individuals or other companies that would be interested in partnering with us or offering up solutions. We will be issuing an RFP for the 126 and the 118 construction projects when we're ready to go, which we're not yet. We need to work with ECTC on an MOU contract for the rail right-of-way along the 126. We want to align efforts with county water and sanitation projects along the 118. Develop contract template for construction partners. This goes back to the ease of permitting. Negotiate contracts for joint use and joint bill with public and private partners. I think at this point it's important to understand, just to be very clear here, that our goal here isn't to raise money to just give to private service providers to help them. One of our goals here is to provide a county asset, a municipal utility, so to speak, that we can take advantage of. This whole project started by trying to find a low-cost way to access the internet for government, to interconnect government facilities without paying the price to a service provider. And what these alignments do is they allow us to connect up all of our government facilities. We can help cities connect up their facilities, schools, fire stations, all of those together, and support economic development along the road, along the path where we need to. Because of that, we need to develop a governance model for the use of public assets and management of our county broadband asset, apply for grants where available. And then at the end of all of that, I don't have a good time frame for this, but things are moving very quickly on all of these fronts right now. We will be returning to the board with an executable plan and an updated estimate of costs. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation for this morning. I'll free to answer any questions.
I just really want to thank you. This gives me hope that, that we have a plan beginning and actually how we can help get broadband into these rural and disadvantaged communities, and understanding too, it's not one or the other, that, there are areas that may not be disadvantaged, but they haven't got good broadband. And so I like this plan in the sense that it gives us that backbone into much of the county where we do have poor broadband service. And as we mentioned, it is really important to have that available. And it is, for some areas, not only is the service costly, but the installation. We've been quoted in SOMAS in the hills some $30,000 for someone to get, the fiber optics to their home, and that is just untenable. People cannot afford that, and being able to work together and partner with our county, I think we have a lot more ability. I have a couple questions. One is, who will be the service provider? How do you see that working? Would the county oversee that portion of it and hire a vendor, so to speak, or would we turn that over to a different private sector to provide the actual service?
So the answer to the question of who would be the service provider, the thought is that the county would own the asset and the county would have the direct connection to the internet source. So we could be the service provider. However, it probably makes more sense to bring on board some sort of a management entity to help us with that function. But again, we would still have a say and control over the rates that we decide to charge for that asset, where we would use it in that fashion.
And I would also recommend working with, you mentioned VCTC for the railroad right away, and that to me seems like an easy ask. It's a government agency, and we want to assist those kind of things, and our whole board sits on it. But I would also ask that we partner even with our own county department, our transportation department, and as you had mentioned, Caltrans, and I think of State Route 34, which is, Lewis Road, Somas Road, goes all the way from 118 down to past the university, Cal State Channel Islands. And when Caltrans, which I believe right now is going out looking at a proposal to add sidewalks and bike lanes all along that route. Those are the times, like the one dig policy in this resolution, that we really need to be connected. So they know that we want to have this program in place where we install the fiber optic. Caltrans has made it one of their missions to see wherever they do work that they do provide, where they can, the ability to get broadband. So I think we can work closely with them, but sometimes it's just kind of like striking while the iron's hot, and they're about to go out on a proposal. So those situations where we can really be in the loop so we can, have this in place. And your map and showing what roads we're most interested in, it's a real key to being able to do that. And I would throw in SR 34 on there too for those reasons, and the Metrolink stations right there too. But I would wonder if we have that ability to, while we say you don't want funding right now, it seems like we need to have a source of funds. And yes, there are grant funds out there, but particularly when we're talking about disadvantaged communities, this might be something for the county to step up and help subsidize, provide match funds, for example, to get it up and going. But I think we do need to set up a fund, and would look to see where we might be able to find those funds, whether, just thinking outside the box, cell tower revenue is one fund we get. We get revenue from our landfills. There's certain pockets of money out there that aren't necessarily tied to a specific project, but I would like to look to seeing where we can find money to set aside to move these in. If we just leave it to the internet companies, the broadband companies, they're not seeing the return on investment to, even if we say, we'll give you the road easement, they are not moving, and there's reasons why we have these holes. It's because they don't see the return on investment. So we do need to step up our game.
Good point.
And I know we have other Supervisor Ramirez and then Supervisor Levere.
Thank you. I had the opportunity a few weeks ago to listen to the author of AB 14, Assemblywoman Aguiar Curry, talking about her bill, which I think is, is working its way through the legislature, which requires, you're nodding your head, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And it really, I recommend people take a look at it. It really focuses on internet access for underserved areas, and the focus is education. And to my mind, the internet access it's a utility. It's like water, electrical service, water, sewer, trash. It is something we have to have. And yes, there's costs involved. Yes, there's fees involved. But the author, Assemblywoman Aguiar Curry, indicated that she'd been working for years trying to get the internet service providers to step it up to provide services, despite the fact it isn't always financially profitable for them, but to provide services to our underserved areas, because there are children there that are not having the access to education, which ultimately affects us all. So I understood that there is some funding in the American Rescue Plan for broadband. I haven't been able to locate it yet. Do you have any information about that?
I do not, sorry, but I will check.
Yeah. And there may be some other thing. I think there's another bill working its way through Congress called Internet for All, something like that, which may provide some funding for our efforts here. But it's just critical now. It's not just a luxury to have it. It is absolutely critical. And we found that out during the last year. People, this is the only way they can connect with government, with their doctors, with their loved ones, and with schools. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Levere.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Terry, thank you for this presentation. It's all really exciting. when you talk about broadband, you're talking about this economic development, innovation, and providing this equity and access to disadvantaged communities. And as you mentioned, creating these smarter cities and counties, which results in better service to all of our residents. And it all ties into broadband, and it's just so important that we have a plan in place. And I really appreciate you taking the lead on this and keeping it as one of your top priorities. The one question I had, you had the slide on Ojai and some of the challenges of getting service up into the Ojai Valley. And I'm just thinking with places like Ojai or other areas with difficult terrain or geographic challenges, how does wireless play into maybe getting access to these areas?
So great question. So wireless definitely can help. I mentioned that cable is not the only way to get there. And so there are entities out there or businesses out there. We're expecting at least one of them to reply to our RFI with a solution for Ojai that would allow us to get up there while we work on the terrain issue. Because I believe in the long term, we would want a county asset to Ojai. But in the short term, short term would be measured probably in a year or two. Might be able to sign an agreement or somebody would be able to sign an agreement that would allow us to get wireless connectivity to the Ojai area.
All right, so there are options. That's really good to hear. I thank you, Terry, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And I don't see other questions at this time, but could you address whether you'll be coming back again? You said you're not asking for funding at this time. When can we get moving on this? Because it is something we really do prioritize.
Right, that's difficult to say. We will be getting the RFI information back within a couple of months at the latest. We are basically dig ready. We're really looking right now at alternatives for what the funding package would look like. So I think that once we've identified who all we would be working with, because that will change the landscape too. If we find a partner that wants to share the cost of a route with us, where they would cover some of the cost and then we would cover some of the cost, or we would have a grant that would cover part of it and we would do the rest. I think we'll have that answer, or we'll have some idea on that probably. I'll put it out there, 3 months. We've made a lot of progress in a short amount of time. So we could probably come back and at least give you an update on where we are at that time.
It would behoove us to at least communicate with Caltrans, perhaps send them a letter that our board has adopted this policy that we are looking at the state routes in this district as well. And by district, I mean my district, but the Caltrans district, as including the 118 and the ones that you've listed. And if you throw in 34, that's great too. And so if they have projects, that we are here to partner with you because we want to see that it gets in the ground. And the reason why we want to do that in the interim is because they are, as I mentioned, presently going out for RFPs for these projects. And it would be good if the RFP included them in it if they need to do that in their RFP. But yes, I think Caltrans will be a major player in this, right?
Yes, and we have regular conversations with our local Caltrans reps. And just to make this point, when we talked to Caltrans probably 8 months ago, they were basically talking about the 101, and that was kind of their big project. And it would go out for initial analysis in 2 or 3 years, and then there would be the follow-on from that, and eventually get around to construction. After Governor Newsom signed the executive order, Caltrans called us back and said, "How can we help you with your broadband projects?" And so we've had a regular conversation with them going on since then. They're also present, I believe they're present most of the time in the Digital Divide group as well. So at a broader scale, they're also aware of what's going on. So yes, those conversations are underway, and we'll continue to do that.
I believe we have some influence with the chair of ECTC too. This topic to have at the Transportation Commission, specifically talking about broadband, and we have Caltrans on the commission too. So that might be the place to really make our point. And I think it's so supported by, all the electeds in our county. So thank you so much for this report. Supervisor Long, you have some comments or questions?
Yes, I just I've been on many committees. Yes, chair of the VCTC, and then also on some committees. We've been talking about Family First and the Broadband Commission with the National Association of Counties, and really appreciate the federal funding that we're going to be provided to strengthen our broadband. On the CSAC committees that we're doing, we also have a broadband commission and seeing what funding we can get for that. I know their concern is very focused on many of the rural areas, making sure that the low economic families can still get broadband, especially with working from home and the internet for the children. And so the 126, I think, is a very much needed location that we need the broadband. We've been talking with Limonera, with EDC Collaborative that I'm the chair of. We have the broadband commission that we're working with the county. So thank you, Mike Powers, for putting that together, and to Paul Stamper, really trying to figure out where our weaknesses are and how to connect those. So I'm thinking between the federal, state, and county and our private companies with dollars, I think we can really get the underserved communities the broadband that it definitely needs. Especially, we were talking with RDP 21, I'm the chair of that one. We were talking with the Navy base in regards to broadband needs as well. Many of them are working off-site and are having the same issues as all of us with our Zoom dropping or freezing because the broadband's not strong enough. So I completely support this, trying to just figure out which bucket we can pull everyone together to make these funds accessible. So anything we can do, greatly would appreciate getting the information so we can share it some more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And you make an excellent point about children, and then also I think it was our last meeting we approved going for a grant to provide broadband in concert with our libraries and to be able to help people so that they can do job searches. The really important aspect of broadband is to help people get out of poverty. And I remember something that Rigo Vargas, our health care, our public health director, had mentioned, that the number one thing he thinks is the most important for people's health is education. And that whole concept that by being able to be well educated, you can get a good job and you can afford health care, as well as now we're also seeing telehealth, but how important that is for our students in our county. And there are areas in our districts where the schools don't have good broadband, and in Somas and other throughout the county, there are schools where the kids have to go to the library to get broadband to be able to use it. So making sure that we can help the schools and working with the schools is key. And that's one of the things that I asked when I was on that SCAG committee that brought forward this resolution is make the schools our partners. Let us all partner with the schools because they're centrally located in communities and the need there is great, and it has such a good bang for it buck, for lack of better expression, just to be able to get those students the availability to have broadband in those communities. Well, this looks promising. It's a good start to see the map, particularly. I really like that idea. It looks like if something is going to happen. It just, I really do want to see a good examination of funding options of where we can draw funds from. And I think it would be a smart idea really to have a fund set up specifically for installing or matching funds in those disadvantaged communities. So I'd like to see that incorporated in the motion to be able to come back with that information so we can get going on that. At this time, unless there are other comments, and I'm not seeing any, Mr. Powers, did you have any comments that you want to make? Supervisor Ramirez, you also had some comments you'd like to add?
Please, Supervisor.
I'll defer to Mr. Powers.
Oh, no. No, please, Supervisor. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to move the resolution, but
Oh, sorry.
Chair
Okay.
Parks, you suggested adding something.
Yeah, what I would like to do is to have them come back with looking at options for setting up a funding source, whether it's matching funds, and looking at where we can find some revenue for that.
Okay, we can add that to the resolution then. That would be, I would support that and move the recommended action.
Thank you. And is there a second to the motion?
Huber, second.
Thank you, Supervisor Huber. And could we please have the roll call on this?
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. With that then, great report. It is exciting, something we all want to see. Let's go to our 11:30 time certain, and this would be item 21. And this is a second public hearing, so we've already voted on this once. And I don't know if we need the staff report on this, or we could just entertain a motion. And I'll go ahead and open the public hearing.
Thank you, Supervisor. There's nothing more to say other than this is a second hearing on this. Thank you.
And we have a motion.
Bob Huber, I move approval.
Thank you, Supervisor Huber.
Second.
Second from Supervisor Levere. And could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. And now we'll move on to item 22. This is with our Resource Management Agency, and I'll go ahead and open up this public hearing.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Item 22 is a 1:30 time certain.
Oh, not on my agenda. Okay, it must have been revised then, huh? I have 22 at 11:30. So where would you recommend going?
We have a closed session.
Okay, all right, and then then we will have completed our agenda. We don't have any correspondence, I see. So okay, we will go to our closed session and then be back at 2:30 for our public hearings. So we are back.
That might be a speaker.
Okay, we are back in our open session, and we are going to proceed with our 1:30 time certain. And this is a public hearing, so I will open up the public hearing. And it's a de novo public hearing to consider a request regarding reasonable accommodation. And I'm going to turn it over to, I believe it will be Jennifer Welch, who will be giving the staff report on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Welch. I'm the manager of the residential permit section in the planning division. Today, I also have asked Doug Leeper and Liz Cameron with Code Enforcement and Jim Otusa with Public Works Development and Inspection Services to attend this meeting, should you have any questions regarding their department's review of this request. If you give me a minute, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. All right, it's just popping up now. Oop, wrong one. Sorry about that. That's not right. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. Here we go. And full screen. Hopefully everybody can see. So this afternoon, the item before you is a request from Nancy Duffy McCarran, requesting an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a fair market housing reasonable accommodation request. The applicant requests the Board of Supervisors to approve a reasonable accommodation request to take a detached garage and convert it into a habitable unit with a zoning clearance. The project is located in the La Conchita community, addressed as 7099 Sunland Avenue. The lot is approximately 2,700 square feet and is developed with a detached garage, approximately 225 square feet, and accessory storage sheds. The general plan land use designation is existing community. The coastal area plan land use designation is residential high, and the zoning is residential beach. The current condition of the property, as I mentioned, has a detached garage, several tough sheds, a shade canopy, and beach chairs. The applicant submitted the reasonable accommodation request on March 6, 2020. With that application, the applicant provided a site plan indicating the location of the detached garage and sheds. The applicant also provided a floor plan of the detached garage. The detached garage has an efficiency kitchen with a stove, sink, and a bathroom. These utilities were connected to what was once a connection for a mobile home that once stood on the property but was removed in the 1990s. All connections have been disconnected because the improvements were installed without the benefit of a permit. On March 17th, 2020, the planning director denied the applicant's reasonable accommodation request. The applicant filed a timely appeal. It went before the Planning Commission on August 27th, 2020, and the Planning Commission also denied the applicant's reasonable accommodation request. The grounds of appeal were that the Planning Commission and the Planning Director failed to review federal and state laws mandating that the county comply with the Coastal Act, the county's general plan, and the county's local coastal program, which we refer to as the LCP. In accordance with CZO section 818114.4, the decision maker must make findings to determine that the fair market housing reasonable accommodation request is consistent with the ordinance. More specifically, finding D, that the requested accommodation would not require a fundamental alteration in any county program, policy, practice, ordinance, and/or procedure, including zoning ordinances, and be consistent with the county's LCP. The county's LCP includes 3 documents. The first one is the Coastal Area Plan, which includes all the policies. The next is the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, which is the implementation and development standards that implement the policies of the Coastal Area Plan. There's a third document that's certified as part of our LCP, and that's called the Categorical Exclusion Order, otherwise known as the CADEX. Not all coastal counties and cities have a CADEX, but Ventura County does. And what the CADEX does is it says where in the coastal zone projects and/or improvements require a coastal plan development permit, i.e. a discretionary permit, and where a zoning clearance can be issued. The CADEX is accompanied by maps. And as you can see in the right-hand corner of this slide, this is a copy of one of those map sheets. The yellow indicates those parcels get the benefit of a zoning clearance when they request improvements or to develop the property. The properties adjacent to the ocean require a coastal plan development permit, and that's because they're immediately adjacent to the ocean and there is a potential to have a significant impact on coastal resources. Therefore, they have to come in for a discretionary coastal plan development permit. The La Conchita community is not mapped, and therefore the entire community is considered requiring a discretionary coastal PD permit. In accordance with CZO section 818114.2, if the applicant comes in with a request for a fair market housing reasonable accommodation, and it requires a discretionary permit, the applicant must submit both a reasonable accommodation request and an application for a coastal plan development permit. In this case, the applicant did not submit a coastal plan development permit and is instead requesting that the reasonable housing accommodation be approved under a zoning clearance. The applicant's proposal for reasonable accommodation can be considered as long as it comes in with the coastal PD application. It's at that time Planning Division staff would consider any accommodations that need to be made. For example, if a disabled ramp needs to be installed and it can't meet the setbacks, that would qualify as a reasonable accommodation, whereby we provide leniency on the setback requirements in order to accommodate that handicap ramp. The projects that require discretionary coastal PD permit in the La Conchita community are subject to CEQA. The applicant asserts that in the La Conchita community, there have been zoning clearances whereby garages were converted to habitable units under the ministerial permit process. One example that the applicant points to is zoning clearance 79683, addressed at 6935 West Surfside. As you can see, this is the issued zoning clearance. The project description calls out a 2-car carport and deck and converting a 1-car garage to a utility room storage room. In 1986, at that time, the coastal zoning ordinance had development standards specific to minor development. Minor development can include fences and walls, and on lots containing an existing single-family dwelling, structures normally associated with garages, swimming pools, and accessory buildings not used for human habitation and do not exceed 400 square feet. The Surfside zoning clearance met those qualifications because the garage was called out as a storage room, utility room, and not for habitable use. However, if that garage has since been converted to habitable use, then it would be in violation of the coastal zoning ordinance. Staff's recommended actions is that the board certify all the exhibits and board letter thereto and all the evidence and testimony received during this hearing. Find that the project is statutorily exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 2108B5 of the Public Resource Code. Find that the applicant's reasonable accommodation request does not meet the requirements for approval set forth in CZO section 818114.4 based on the analysis provided in section C through G of the Planning Commission staff report dated August 27, 2020, and all other evidence contained in the record. Deny in its entirety the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny the applicant's reasonable accommodation request. And finally, specify that the clerk of the Board of Supervisors is the custodian of all documents and materials that constitute the record of proceedings upon which this decision is based. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, by all means, I'd be happy to answer them at the appropriate time. I'll be stopping my share screening now.
Okay. Thank you for that report. I did open the public hearing, and we generally begin the public hearings and by also asking my fellow supervisors if they have any disclosures to make regarding meeting with or hearing from applicants or other stakeholders in this case, other than what we've all received. We'll go down. Supervisor Levere, would you like to go first?
Sure, I have no disclosures to make.
And Supervisor Long, have you?
None.
Supervisor Huber, have you?
No disclosures.
And Supervisor Ramirez?
Oh.
And I have not either. So also, because it's a hearing, we do give the, as I understand it, the applicant an opportunity to go first, and that would be the appellant at this point also. And correct me if I'm wrong. and that individual would get 15 minutes, and then all other speakers would get 3 minutes, and then there's an opportunity for rebuttal at the end. So with that, is the applicant available? And I believe that would be, let's see, is it Dean Fainhuff?
Nancy McCarran Duffy.
Thank you. Would you like to then, if you're the appellant, please proceed.
Okay. Now I see just in front of me, currently considering de novo public hearing. Do I just click on this share screen and go?
Yes, you're doing great.
Okay, because I'm not that familiar with the process. Now I clicked it and it says screen, and then it says share, right?
Yes, and we're seeing, and we won't start your time at this second. It does see that you are sharing your screen.
I am sharing my screen. Okay, so what I have to do on my desktop, let me get this a little smaller. On my desktop, I have PL200035, and this is a PowerPoint. I sent it over this morning. I'm sorry, I was out of town for 10 days and I had all kinds of issues. I won't waste time. And I finally was able to get it up. And this Microsoft keeps intervening. But anyway, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen. And
Good.
And you can begin your presentation when you're.
Thank you. I'm ready to go. Okay. Thank you very much for your patience. The first, I have about 24. I don't know if you have it in front of you. If not, you can see it later. But I'm just going to spend about 15 seconds on each one to get through this. The first one and most important one is that Alan Kropp, who is the principal engineer for Kropp and Associates, who did all the county work on the problems after the event, the mudslide. And I didn't have it, unfortunately, for the Planning Commission. He hadn't responded yet, but he finally did. And you see by email, he confirms that 7099 Sunland is outside the red and yellow debris flow areas in figure 7 of his report. Go down to the next slide. And this is why Ms. Welch misrepresented. I don't know if it was on purpose. She didn't have it or understand it either. But she represented that we were inside that debris flow, and that's why we had to have this coastal permit, 72-page deal.
Ms. Karen, if I could just interrupt you for a moment.
Sure.
I believe you can go to a full screen instead of just a partial screen with your PowerPoint.
Oh, let's see. Where's that? Under more options?
But I believe if you go to the bottom right corner of your screen, where it says 88%, I believe there's something that looks like a projector screen.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I can move it up. Thank you for that tip.
Okay,
that's now 196. I want to get it to 100. There we go.
And what I was suggesting is actually if you move your cursor a little to the left past the 100% number, you come to a little icon that you can click and it will go to full screen.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Fit slide to current window. Got it. Is it full screen now?
I think you're moving to the right and I'm thinking left.
Move to the left. It goes down.
Keep going to the left with your cursor, not sliding. Aha, there.
Oh,
no, that
okay.
One. Try clicking.
Slideshow?
Yes.
Reading view? Normal?
No,
slideshow?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's good. PowerPoint has detected your graphics card may not be configured. So I guess we just got to go.
All right, let's go with what you've got.
Okay, let's see.
It worked.
Oh, it worked. Okay, so how do I get, okay. So this is showing the slide. It's showing, if you look at the outline, and he confirmed it, the green areas is where you have the problem with the 2 feet debris. And he says it ends at that yellow line. And you can see our property, the red star, is way beyond the yellow line. So he said we are outside the limits. Now, how do I get down? It's full view. How do I get down to the next slide now? I don't have a menu at the bottom.
And you want to try clicking to the right?
Clicking to the right?
Clicking.
Oh. Does that go to the next one? I guess so. Okay. Or does that go up? See, I can't see now how to get up and down to the next slide. Clicking to the right?
I believe so. Now you've advanced the slide to where it says 25 years.
Right. Past the mudslide. The California had a severe shortage of affordable housing, and legislatures compelled the jurisdictions to meet the RHNA share. Now, Ms. Welch, the red circle on the left, that was her argument that new construction required a additional permits process. But you see, this is not new construction. That's the problem. One says construction new, the next one habitable additions. We're not making an addition. The next one new habitable space. We're not doing that. We're asking just for a conversion. And now the garage was built, even if the lot were subject to 2 feet of brie, you can see with the human eye that it's way above that. There's way 2 feet above the grade. You can see it with the human eye. We have the measurements to confirm. And then the garage was, any garage in 62 under 1,000 square feet that was to be occupied is grandfathered in. And it shows there from chapter 15 that group J occupancies, they show it as an occupancy, not so it was contemplated it would be actually occupied. It was used as a workshop. And so it's grandfathered in. I have the Supreme Court cases on that. You can look them up or have your attorney review it. And then, so it didn't need that $5,000 report. It didn't need a 5,000 soils report because at that time, and see, even in 62, it says before a permit to construct a building, you must have a soils report. And the bottom shows it was signed off by the men at the time that were in charge. So it was, and it's grandfathered in. I don't need a traffic study because you can see with the human eye, there's 2 off-street parking right in front of the building. And that goes all the way out where the stone's end is the road. Seek was not required because under CEQA, if you're just doing a conversion into another use, you don't need CEQA. You only need that if you are making modifications to the exterior, which we're not doing. And then new state law says no net loss in RHNA. So you can't lose the site. Now, I realize that the mobile home was removed. We don't know at what time, but the new state requires ministerial approval and provides a statutory CEQA exemption. Then the staff admitted that 2 continued occupancy permits were issued on that mobile home. And upon removal of a home, Ventura County was required to replace that home. Now, it does say demolition or whatever, but in this case, it's not demolition of a building. It was a mobile home. It was just hauled away. But that's a sort of de facto demolition. It's gone. And under the housing element in yellow, you have to assure where feasible that if you, in fact, required by federal law and state law, that if you remove a low-income housing, which everyone knows mobile homes are low-income housing, that's just common sense, you got to replace it. We don't want to replace it with a mobile home. That would be too costly, and the trust does not have enough funds. We're trying to make a low-income housing for a disabled person who lives on $1,000 a month Social Security because of the disability. Permanently disabled, she is. So there's not enough money. And in the 2015 Ventura County analysis of impediments, they had agreed, this was what was recommended by the agencies, and VC staff agreed that they would comply with this and they would remove those impediments. However, they never did that. No impediments were ever removed. It was just an empty promise because they've never made any effort to get affirmatively promote equal housing. And under the housing element law, which you know is the only one that's mandated that can be reviewed by HCD for compliance, when Ms. Falat issued the NOV basically saying you can have nothing on the slot because you don't have a primary residence, she made it like we couldn't use it. That was unconstitutional and unfair. The building's been permitted since 62. It's grandfathered in. And under the government code Title VII, the housing provisions in the local coastal program require any alteration to housing provisions made after January 1982 shall be subject to these continued requirements. So even though they made all these new laws that Ms. Welch cited about you got to do this, you got to do that, guess what? They came in after 1982 and they have to make an exception for something in any changes have to still comply with the bottom one, B at the way bottom, which says no agency shall permit the reduction of residential entity and must allow the low-income housing. See, that's the point. We're trying to help the county. And this is just, you can read these cases later, but this new Nick case last year said that I don't have to file in the county. I go through my remedies to the top. Hopefully ending here, if not Coastal Commission, then I'm free to file in federal court under a takings. And they say that we conclude the state requirements are an unjustifiable burden on a takings. So I would argue that Falat's was a taking, her acts. Then the evidence shows that during that regional 2015 AI, your staff totally promised, and look what it says, that they would take affirmative action to ensure that they increase housing for disabled and low income. The trust can't afford it. Ms. Welch admitted it was $1,500 just to file the permit, $310 for reasonable accommodations. The review committee's $2,000. So basically, that's over $4,000 before you even start in the door. Okay, and then they want you to have a 5,000 soils report, 5,000 geology report, traffic study, on and on and on. It's about getting money. It's not about helping low income. And why cater just to the rich developers? Is it just about fees to make more money for raises for the staff? Or is it about working as the state of California requires you to do, is to come up with low-income housing? Also, it said that you must meet those. It's under federal law. That's quoted at the top. No program was ever implemented to do such things. So basically, it was an empty promise. Also, they failed to take away barriers, failed to update the housing element to address the RINA requirements or the disabilities. Also, low income, right now, the most recent report put out in 2012 says your county is minus 66% in complying with RINA to provide low income housing in Ventura County. And now you should be ashamed of what's going on in your county, and it's your job to correct it. Why are you going to let this continue where you're off 66% of what the state requires you to do in low-income housing? Why don't you make that figure less offensive and work together? Force your people to work together with people like me who are trying to promote low-income housing. It's not about just rich people living on the beach. You're required to let everybody live on the beach, even the disabled. And the form that you have on your website is so archaic. It was put on in the 80s. Nobody ever changed it. Get a reality check. Look what it says. Does your service animal have a disability? So what do they think? The only people who are disabled is a seeing eye dog? Come on, get with the 21st century here. Get with 2021. This disability law applies to everyone. If a woman has or man has anxiety or depression, that's a disability. Has nothing to do with the seeing eye dog. So you're way behind, and I can help you. I'll volunteer to do that, to get your form to comply with 2021 and not 1982. And these are all the federal law. You can review this later, all about requiring. And when someone doesn't have the money because they're so low income, that's a discrimination under the law. You have to help them. You have to make a fee waiver program. Your staff has never done that. You need to make fee waivers. You need to help people. That's why you're at minus 66, because your people aren't doing that. And that's your job to make them do it. Los Angeles has a very active adaptive reuse projects. That's what this is all about. Taking an old building and converting it to make it livable. Instead of being vacant, you make affordable housing for low income. And Commissioner Earl McPhail, God bless him, spoke up, and he objected to the violation of due process because I was not even allowed to finish my presentation. Half the evidence I didn't even put on, which is bad because it should have been in the record. I had to follow up and put it in the record. So, and he also,
this is probably a good time to tell you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So he said that also it was disparate treatment, and that was right on, disparate treatment, because for 50 years, they've been letting everybody build, and then after the fact, after they've already built without a permit, they go in and they just give them an as-built permit. And he was saying maybe that's what she should do. You're punishing Miss McCarron. She did it the right way, and you're reporting people who do it the wrong way. And then that's not important. Then there was no justification to deny the fee waiver. I think that was it. Okay. And he talked about that, and he said at the meeting, Miss McCarron, you report back all these violations. I put on 2 or 3. Get them taken care of. I made probably 40 complaints between the time of the hearing and before now. And guess what? Nothing was ever done about any of them. And I knew that would be what happened. I did my own database, and they have 89% don't even have dates of the construction. And by the way, it continues. I'll give you 2 addresses right here before I close. One is 7170 Carpinteria Avenue, La Conchita, and that person had only a permit, and if you look in the record, you'll see it, to ever just add a carport roof. And guess what's up there now? Stairs and a deck. No permit. I just checked it this morning. No permit. It's done because he knows everybody told him, don't do what Nancy Duffy did. You're screwed. Just build what you want and get as built. I should have done that. I'm sorry I didn't. Then 7003 Vista del Rincon, all that has it is a permit, no construction. What's going on is there's a new complete rental unit built onto the back of the garage. No permit. It was started on a Friday, worked 4 days, done on Monday. And you know that doesn't happen when you properly apply for a permit. So no inspections. And what's going to happen with those 2 properties? They know somebody on the inside, and they're going to get them approved. So this is continuing to this day. And my major point is I was treated disparately.
Your time is up. Thank you. And appreciate your passion for this. And you probably have learned so much more than you knew when you started. I am concerned with your suggestion that our staff is deliberately misleading and those kind of comments, but I can appreciate the amount of work and effort that has gone into this, and knowing that it was definitely a learning experience for you to see all of the ways that are required, and also appreciate that you're willing to assist us in making suggestions on how to update forms, and we're always open for that. Let me go now to our supervisors to see if they have any questions. I also know that we have another member of the public, I believe, who wishes to speak, but at this time, do any supervisors have any question of Ms. Duffy McCarron?
I have a kind of a request when Ms. Welch.
Is it of the applicant, the appellant?
No, it's no.
Okay, then let's hold off, and then we, unless anyone else has a question of the applicant, let us go then to the one public speaker I believe we have, and that is Sue Harrison, and I believe she is by audio only. She is still on.
And we have one also to read, Supervisor Parks.
Good to know.
Thank you.
And Ms. Harrison, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you can proceed with 3 minutes. And
she doesn't appear to be on Zoom.
I am not seeing her on the list here of those who are present. So we have one that we could read. Why don't we go to that? And in the meantime, if Ms. Harrison comes on, we can have her comments.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks, Supervisors, and CEO Powers. This email comes from Ken Hazelwood. It says the mobile home at 7099 Sunland was removed in or about 1975. Harold Carver purchased the lot to use as a garden. The garage was never occupied. 2 prior owners tried to make it livable, but county denied. I grew up in La Conchita. And that ends his public comment.
Okay, thank you. And obviously La Conchita has some considerable history. I was on the Board of Supervisors when there was that horrible landslide where we lost families and children. It was horrifying. And I can absolutely understand the concern to make sure that we don't build anything in an area that's potentially unstable. So not seeing Ms. Harrison at this time, and we have no questions of the applicant. I'll close the public hearing. If there are questions of staff, this would be a good time for that. Supervisor Ramirez, did you want to ask a question of staff?
Yes. I'd like to just ask in a nutshell why this proposal is being denied. Because there's a lot of, just for the public's information, why was it denied? Because it didn't meet the standards, it needed a permit from the Coastal Commission. Can you kind of give us a 2-sentence reason?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Ramirez. Yes, I'll give a real simple, concise answer. It has all to do with process. The coastal zoning ordinance is really clear that a reasonable accommodation request for an area that requires a discretionary coastal PD permit, that both requests come in at the same time. Secondly, the coastal zoning ordinance specifically states that in order to approve a reasonable accommodation request, it has to meet certain findings. Finding D is what the decision makers could not make, and that is that the requested accommodation would not require a fundamental alteration in any county program, policy, practice, ordinance, and or procedure, including zoning ordinances. So Mrs. Duffy McCarran's request to have the fair market reasonable accommodation be approved under a zoning clearance is in conflict with the coastal zoning ordinance.
And the applicant also mentioned her belief that there was some sort of discrimination going on or favoritism, and mentioned that she believed there were cases where people were able to build without permits and were not sanctioned in the way that perhaps she's concerned about. Could you talk about that?
Absolutely. So we pulled a zoning clearance that specifically stated that a carport was being constructed and the existing garage was going to be converted to a storage utility room, which qualifies under minor developments, which results in a zoning clearance. As I mentioned in my presentation, if that property owner has since improved it into habitable space, then it would be in violation of the coastal zoning ordinance. We are a complaint-based county, so we have to have other individuals outside of the county family file a complaint whereby code enforcement investigates to determine whether or not there's a conflict. I actually have Doug Leeper and Liz Cameron in the wings, and they've actually been addressing all of the complaints that Ms. Duffy McCarran has filed. in reference to potential violations, and they can speak to that.
That would be good.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. Doug Leeper, the Director of Code Compliance and Weights and Measures. To answer the statements and accusations as far as favoritism or unaddressed violations in the La Conchita area, as Jennifer Welch so succinctly put it, we are complaint-based. And in fact, Ms. Duffy McCarran did provide us with a long list of addresses which she felt were in violation. Some of them were, some of them weren't. And we follow the same process primarily in each situation. That is first a courtesy notice that we've identified something on their property that needs to be fixed and allows them time to come in and remedy those violations. If they don't, we'll go out and issue a notice of violation, which is a little worded a little stronger and provides a warning, if you will, or information as to what enforcement methods may be applied to a non-compliant property, that being civil administrative penalties, lack of ability to obtain additional permits on the property, civil suits, criminal prosecution. There's quite a list of tools available to us that we use. I would be happy to get a report to the board on all of the complaints that have been made and where we are with those. Just because someone doesn't see a change on the property doesn't mean that code enforcement isn't in fact working toward getting the property in compliance. It could be said that an onlooker from elsewhere in La Conchita area might look at Ms. McCarran's property and say code enforcement's doing nothing. But as you can tell, we're going through the process, and there is a process, and there is no favoritism. We, as Jennifer said, we're complaint-based, and we, in most cases, there are a few that we are we will be proactive, but those have to do with extreme health and safety emergencies. And so in this case, in that neighborhood, in that area, we will respond and have responded to every report we've received of any inconsistencies with obtaining permits, et cetera. And so we're working those cases currently.
And just a final question. Is there a fee waiver procedure for any of these permit applications?
That would be back to the planning department. I will say that on the code enforcement side, if we have to resort to a penalty, a daily civil administrative penalty, we do, after the property's in compliance, sit down with the property owners if they claim a hardship, be it financial, physical, emotional, and we will do what we can. Compliance is the goal. We're not in this for revenue's sake. And so once compliance is received, we will sit down with the property owner and see what we can do about those penalties. I'll let Jennifer speak to any waiver of permit fees.
Supervisor Ramirez, this is Ms. Welch. I'm not aware of any fee waivers in our planning division fee schedule, and I believe we would have to request the board to waive those fees.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then other supervisors, do you have any questions? Okay, and I am not seeing any. I know in some cases, for example, if one wins an appeal, there is an opportunity on a separate vote, I believe, to refund the fee to appeal, but actual fees for pay for the work that staff does, so that those were the fees in the planning department pay for the planning department's work. So subsidizing those would require a separate vote. Well, those are good questions, and the Planning Commission, as I understand, voted 4-1 to deny this, and so it is being appealed to us. With that, I've already closed the public hearing, and now is an opportunity for a motion, if someone would like to make one.
Madam Chair, I would move staff's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion, and the staff's recommendation then is...
Motion.
Is
Huber, second the motion.
Yes. And just to be clear, the staff recommendation is the original recommendation that was made to the Planning Commission and followed up here. Is that correct? I'll ask our county counsel just to confirm for me.
Yes, that's correct. The motion would be to deny the reasonable accommodation request and make the other findings set forth in your board letter.
Thank you. And we have a motion from Supervisor Levere and a second from Supervisor Huber. Could the clerk please call the roll on this vote?
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for my machine. There we go. Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes. Thank you for that. And again, appreciate the good work on behalf of our staff and also the strong effort and really where, you know, the good heart of the individual who would like this, but there are standards that are set in place for specific reasons, and oftentimes that is public safety. So thank you very much, and that concludes this hearing. We now have a short break until our 2:30, and I think we may be able to get a little bit more done in closed session. Would the board like to go back to closed session or take a 13-minute break?
Break, please.
Great. Okay, so we will come back into our 2:30 hearing, and we'll take a break until then. Lon?
Okay, they've promoted her. We should be able to get her live. We're on again.
Okay, thank you. And all the supervisors are here. Miss Duffy McCarran, are you available? I realize that you actually have some more time that you can have at the end. And so you have the distinction of being able to know the feelings of the board in terms of your request, but you still do get to have a rebuttal of 5 minutes. And also after that rebuttal, we will then once again ask our board. So I apologize for everyone and particularly to you for not giving you this extra 5 minutes, if you would like to take it.
Hello, or can you hear me?
Yes, and I once again, I apologize very much.
Yeah, right. Everybody wants to apologize, but nobody wants to give me due process. This is what happened the last time. And I should have been given that opportunity. I also raised my hand and I was ignored. Okay, so I'm entitled to it and I'm going to do it because I have to make my record for the federal court. And first of all, I was never given any opportunity to rebut the hearing from the neighbor who you read off the record. He files no evidence. He just makes a hearsay statement that in such and such time it was applied for as a garden room. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and I vehemently object to your consideration of hearsay with no evidence. When I present my case, I present evidence to prove what I say, not hearsay and wild accusations. And number two, on the carport exit, also what Miss Welch said, again, she doesn't give the year of what she's talking about because things have changed from the 80s. And she says coastal permit is needed. And that is absolutely not true. The Coastal Commission does not require formal coastal permits when all you're doing is converting a space to habitable. They don't require it. That's only for new construction. And I will have to look that up and get it to you after the fact. She didn't cite any code section. Again, hearsay, no year, nothing. Two, carport, exit, garage, storage room. I presented a database showing 27 garage conversions were done in La Conchita. None of them had a permit in advance. They were all just done and then someone on the inside just put their stamp of approval. They weren't even charged fees, and they got it. Number 3, fee waiver. The gentleman said that they were talking about fee waivers for code enforcement. That's trivia. I'm concerned about the fee waiver or the $50,000 that it would cost me if I am forced to go through a 72-page permit process. And I did a very lengthy database, and you have it. I sent it in as it's part of the record. And I did an extensive database of every single of the 200 parcels in La Conchita. And I had that on the screen. So the point is, in those, it showed that almost everything was done. Nobody on 200 lots ever had to file that 72-page permit process monster that's going to cost you $50,000 before it's over. No one in the history of La Conchita has ever had to do that, except one lot where he's starting from soil and dirt and he's trying to put in a residence. Only one out of 200. So why am I picked to be the goat, to have to start the process? And I am not starting from empty dirt. I could understand if I was like that gentleman down the street who was starting from dirt. Of course, then you have to have soils report and engineering report and all that, because you don't know what it was built on. Mine is different. It's already there. It's existed since 62. And I'm just trying to do a simple conversion. So the bottom line is the disparate treatment continues. He also said that they're taking appropriate action on, and he admits I sent in hordes of complaints. You know what I got back? One property that I got a courtesy notice. They were investigating. And see, that's what they do. They investigate, but they never take any action. Nobody has any consequences. And the bottom line, as what Mr. McPhail stated at the Planning Commission hearing, was exactly right. What they're doing is punishing me for doing it the right way and going through the process and filing for a permit, rather than doing what everybody else did. And is what's happening as recent as 2 properties I quoted in the last 2 weeks have already built an entire new structure in the back of the garage, and the other one built a roof deck on top of a carport. None of them have permits. So it continues as normal, and as usual, I object to all of that disparate treatment.
Thank you, and I'm glad that we are able to get the rebuttal in. And again, while it's frustrating to you, I still have to say I'm sorry that we didn't do the rebuttal before you heard the consensus of the board. But you bring up good points to ask our staff. So, Ms. Welch, can you address whether it matters whether it's new construction or an existing building when it comes to requiring a coastal permit?
Hi, this is Doug. I don't see where Ms. Welch is still on. I apologize. I thought we were through, and I left the call and was hastily summoned back on, so I didn't get the entire rebuttal. I'm happy to try and answer that question. I'm not the planning department, though.
This is Jeff Barnes, County Counsel. I can take a crack at it. It's my understanding that in terms of the need for a discretionary coastal development permit, that same requirement would apply for a property owner wanting to convert a structure that's not a dwelling into a dwelling unit. And so the 30,000-foot view here is that the structure currently is not permitted as a dwelling unit. And so that conversion would require a discretionary coastal development permit.
Okay. And so that is a point that the applicant, appellant disagrees with. She doesn't believe she needs a coastal permit for this because there's a building already there, but it would still require a permit and therefore going through the Coastal Commission is what I'm hearing. And then as far as other individuals out there who have essentially violations because they have done building without permits also, that's or not necessarily also if this was a request to convert, but if they have already done some conversions without getting permits, the planning department, how do they handle that? Or Mr. Leeper, you could probably answer that too. When you have violations out there already, it's hard to say to someone, well, everybody, just because everybody else is doing it, you can't, but actually everybody else can't either. And how do we deal with that?
This is Doug Leeper again. I'd be happy to address that. I think it's important to clear up that yes, this particular structure we're talking about was built some time ago as a garage. And although it showed, Ms. McCarron showed that it had an occupancy, every structure has an occupancy rating. It doesn't mean it's going to be occupied for habitable space. A garage has an occupancy rating to put a car or belongings in, not people. And at some point in time, as was shared by the written testimony of a neighbor, it was converted from a garage to, let's call it an efficiency apartment, but it was not done so with the benefit of permits and inspections to make sure that those utility connections, et cetera, are safe and that there is adequate egress and adequate ventilation, et cetera. And so we are not saying that Ms. McCarron created that problem, but she did buy that property in that condition, and there is no documentation that any of it was ever approved or constructed lawfully. It would not just be that particular property that would be placed under a notice of violation. Any property throughout the county in the unincorporated areas that we're made aware of that has similar circumstances or the same circumstances where illegal construction or conversion has taken place receives a notice of violation, an opportunity to correct without penalties. And if they don't move forward with correcting, contacting planning, setting up a plan by which they will either remove the illegal construction or conversion or have it adequately and lawfully permitted through the various zoning codes and overlays that are throughout the county, be it coastal or non-coastal, then they receive enforcement action. That would be a notice of noncompliance recorded against the property. Civil penalties, as I spoke to before. In fact, we might even, depending on if it's occupied or not and the severity of the substandard conditions, health and safety, we may order it be vacated. And so it isn't that enforcement and follow-up doesn't take place. We have hundreds, over 1,000 open cases. I can't speak to each case that Ms. McCarron turned in. As I said, I'm happy. I wasn't prepared to do that before the board today. I'm happy to have staff provide a report on what's been turned in, what we've done, and what we intend to do. There is no disparate treatment. We received a complaint. We went out. In fact, we saw that the electrical at this particular location was bootlegged from a meter next door via an extension cord. That's hazardous. And so I don't know what else to say other than we get about 500 complaints a year, and we address all of them as best we can.
Thank you. That is really helpful. And unfortunately, we do see places where people have converted their garages, have families living in them in unsafe conditions, and that can end up in some very tragic situations, unfortunately. So certainly there are really important building codes and requirements, and they're there for a reason. And so it looks to me that there is a process for approving this, but the one that is currently being attempted is not the way to do it. So I wish there was a less costly way to do it, but we still have to pay for our staff time, and we don't charge that to everybody in the county, just those who actually need the staff time to make the changes to their property for which they do achieve some value. So with that, I'm going to reclose the public hearing. I opened it to make sure that the appellant got an additional 5 minutes, altogether 25 minutes that we have heard her case. And then, has any information changed your mind, supervisors? And I would ask that we do re-vote on this, because we did get some more information, and I don't know if that's changed your position or not, but I will go back and ask for, I guess the proper way to do this would be to do a vote to reconsider. Mr. Barnes, would that be necessary?
I think we should just indicate that, yeah, actually it probably would be, just to make clear that the previous vote is null and void, and you're starting over.
Okay, so I would ask at this time for the board for a motion to reconsider, because we needed to consider the final 5-minute rebuttal too.
I'll move that we reconsider our prior vote.
Thank you. And
second the motion.
Thank you. And again, I apologize for missing this part of the hearing. We have a motion and a second to reconsider the decision on the de novo public hearing for Miss Nancy Duffy McCarran. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have the roll call on the request to reconsider the decision?
Supervisor LaVere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez. Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. And so now we are going to do the decision on the de novo hearing request of Miss Nancy Duffy McCarran regarding her request for reasonable accommodations regarding the unpermitted occupied building. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, yes, I've considered the facts presented in the board letter, also the facts and evidence presented by the appellant in her initial presentation and her rebuttal, and I would move the staff recommendation as contained in the board letter.
Thank you.
Huber, second the motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Huber, and this is regarding the conversion of a garage unpermitted. And so with that, could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor LaVere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you for that. And thank you, Ms. Key, also for seeing that we had left out a portion of that. So with that, this hearing is closed. We have a decision, and we appreciate the comments and the effort to have low-income housing here, but we want to make sure it is safe. I sure do. With that, and the failure of a break, we're going to go right into our 2:30 p.m. And this is a hearing on a modified conditional use permit. And this is regarding the Toland Road landfill. And this is also a hearing that we had heard previously, and had more information that we wanted to gather before we made a decision. And now it is back before us. And as I understand on this one, we have for our staff, Mindy Fogg, and she, I believe, also has a PowerPoint. So I'll go to Ms. Fogg now.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Parks. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Mindy Fogg with RMA Planning. Back to present on item 23, the continued hearing for the Toland Road landfill CUP modification. I am going to go ahead and share my screen here. And that should be viewable now. This is case number PL 170121, and the applicant is Ventura Regional Sanitation District, or VRSD. And I would also like to include Sean Debley in, okay, it looks like he is available. He'll be joining me at the end of this presentation. As you'll recall, this hearing commenced 7 weeks ago when we presented an overview of the project and made a recommendation of approval. At that time, we heard from the applicant and members of the public. In addition, Supervisor Long gave a presentation outlining concerns raised by neighbors of the landfill related to nuisances such as odor, dust, litter, and traffic. And accordingly, your board directed staff to investigate these issues and come back today. So in my presentation this afternoon, I will give a very brief reminder of the project history and what is now proposed. Then I'll dive into the issues of odor, dust, litter, and traffic. I'll also provide some contact information for reporting nuisances related to the landfill. I'll summarize staff's recommendations, and I will need to again note the compliance with the LEA's provisions at the end. As you all know, the Toland Road landfill is located between the cities of Santa Paula and Fillmore, and it's 1.7 miles north of Highway 126 and the Santa Clara Elementary School there. The landfill was established in 1970, but expanded in 1996, and this application that's before you has been in process since August of 2017. What's before us today is a requested modification that would remove the maximum and daily tonnage limits, the 2027 sunset date, and any references to the biosolids facility. It would retain the maximum fill elevation, the daily limit on truck trips, and all other CUP conditions. So moving on to the concerns raised at the January hearing regarding nuisance control. This slide first gives a bit of context regarding the need for nuisance control, because as you can see, there are some neighbors who are less than 3,000 or even less than 2,000 feet from the landfill, and they are most likely to experience indirect effects from the landfill. One such effect would be the objectionable odors. The permit has ongoing conditions requiring air quality permits and implementation of an odor control plan. The active face of the landfill requires daily cover to prevent off-site odors, and the inactive face has a highly efficient gas collection system that vacuums and destroys gases 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Agency staff routinely inspects the odor abatement efforts and also responds to any complaints. There were 51 odor complaints between 2013 and 2019. In 2019, VRSD upgraded its equipment, which minimized off-site odors, and no complaints have been received since the fall of 2019. In addition, VRSD conducted an 8-month odor investigation by having an odor specialist patrol the area during the evening and early morning hours, 5 days a week. And no objectionable odors were detected at that time. Therefore, staff has found that there's no evidence of a substantial ongoing odor problem. But that said, we did meet with one neighbor who has serious concerns that harmful gas may migrate onto their property. And staff from Supervisor Long's office and I visited the neighbor's property and then met with staff from the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District. And working together, we have drafted a new proposed condition that was not in our board letter. So this slide summarizes a new proposed condition. It's been added now to the record as Exhibit 14 and could be imposed by your board in a motion. The condition would require that the applicant meet with neighbors and APCD to establish off-site air monitoring. And the monitoring would occur in the hottest months of the year, and based on the results would potentially allow for any improvements to the odor control plan. So if your board agrees, then this requirement would be added to the CUP as condition 55B. Next, I'll go over the required dust control. Ongoing condition 56 requires implementation of a dust control plan. In addition to the standard measures such as use of water trucks, street sweepers, and daily cover, the plan now includes extra weather stations and extra rumble strips to further prevent track out and fugitive dust. Agency staff routinely inspects and they also they inspect the odor control measures, but also respond to complaints. There were 7 dust complaints between 2013 and 2019, and no complaints have been received since 2018. So based on the evidence that we've gathered, planning staff has found that there's not a substantial ongoing dust problem, but again, we have some revised language for the conditions. The applicant proposes to increase street sweeping from 3 days a week to 5 days a week, and this has now been added to condition 56. And as you may remember from the last hearing, the applicant proposed conducting a new dust monitoring study. So we've refined that condition such that it will specifically require a contiguous 12-month monitoring effort and will be used to further inform the dust control plan. So revised condition 56 and new condition 57 have been added to exhibit 3 of the board letter. Next is the issue of litter migration onto nearby properties. Ongoing condition 29 requires that VRSD maintain and implement a litter control program. The program calls for daily cover of waste, use of litter fences, crews at hand that search for and collect wind-blown trash. And VRSD also has a high wind shutdown plan requiring that trucks not approach and that operations cease until those winds subside. Agency staff routinely inspects the litter control practices and also responds to any complaints, but there have been no formal complaints in recent years. Therefore, staff found that there's no evidence of a substantial ongoing litter migration problem. But again, this is an opportunity for improvement in the conditions of approval. We have modified condition 29 to add the VRSD high wind shutdown procedure and to require training of the litter control crews in accordance with county's agricultural food safety requirements. That training would potentially allow for crews to safely collect any windblown litter from nearby agricultural operations. And and these changes are now reflected in Exhibit 3 of the board packet. And next is the issue of traffic. And as discussed in January, there are several conditions already related to traffic, including the payment of fees, avoidance of left turns during school drop-off and pickup times, and video monitoring of the left turn lane. While the permit has always had a maximum of 152 truckloads, this volume was not typically reached because of the tonnage limit. So removal of the tonnage limit would allow for the permitted amount to be reached and may average 67 truckloads per day over the previous levels. The traffic studies conducted since 1996 and as recently as 2020 show that this change would not adversely affect levels of service or queuing capacity for turns, nor would it cause hazardous traffic conditions. Another traffic-related issue raised was the speed of trucks on Toland Road, particularly when departing the landfill and going downhill. If such occurrences do happen, that could be potentially hazardous as well as cause unnecessary noise in the area. So again, while there was no substantial safety issue related to traffic, local conditions can be improved with traffic calming. And as discussed at the January hearing, VRSD proposes to add new condition 58, which would require a traffic calming study resulting in installation of a speed indicator and or a traffic camera on southbound Toland Road. And it would also require further consultation with Caltrans to determine the feasibility of adding traffic calming measures at the intersection. And another concern that was raised at the January hearing was the accessibility of the footage from the video monitor overlooking the left turn lane. And to ensure that Santa Clara Elementary School has access to the feed, the applicant will post the video online and provide the school with the login and password. So as with the other changes I've mentioned, the new condition 58 and revised condition 45 are now shown in underlined format in Exhibit 3 of the board packet. As I mentioned earlier, we have not been receiving complaints about nuisances in the last couple of years. So I want to make sure that the public knows that they have options for reporting such occurrences. And anyone is welcome to start with me since I'm the current case planner for the project. And so my information is there. For trash smells or general compliance issues, you can contact Environmental Health Division. For dust or gas smells, you can contact the APCD. They are moving offices right now, so I'm just putting their website where complaint forms can be submitted. And then for issues related to windblown litter or pest activity, you may call the Ag Commissioner's office. And of course, anyone can complain directly to VRSD using their phone number or emailing tolandconcerns@vrsd.com. I'll summarize the recommended actions, which would now include adding new condition 55B for offsite air monitoring and to grant the modified CUP subject to the revised conditions in Exhibit 3. And I also have to specifically note for the record that this hearing is being used as an informational meeting under the government code, which requires that our LEA staff, local enforcement agency staff, be present, which they are on Zoom, and that they are recognized by the presider of this meeting, and that they are available to answer questions about the solid waste facilities permit. And that'll give me this opportunity now to specifically introduce Sean Debley on Zoom, who is with our LEA, because one more issue that's just come up in the last 24 hours. We've received a number of questions about financial assurance requirements for the landfill. And so I've invited Sean to come and speak quickly about that issue.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks, members of the board, and Mr. Powers. My name is Sean Debley. I am the manager in the Environmental Health Division that oversees the local enforcement agency. The LEA is responsible for permitting and inspecting solid waste facilities in Ventura County. So obviously Toland is one of our sites. And I just wanted to kind of, recognize that the approval of the CUP is the first step that the applicant needs to go through before they revise their solid waste facilities permit. Once the CUP is approved, the applicant currently has a draft revised permit that's in-house with the LEA, and over approximately a 150-day window, we will be reviewing their solid waste permit and then ensuring that it's all been updated to reflect the current changes in the CUP. And in addition, the applicant is required to ensure that their financial assurance mechanism for the landfill, which covers their corrective action plans as well as their closure, post-closure maintenance costs, they will be updating those documents. And once those documents are updated, they are reviewed by CalRecycle staff. And CalRecycle staff does need to find that the financial assurance mechanism is adequate before they will recommend concurrence of the solid waste facilities permit at the state level. So if there are any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Shauna, this is Mike. I just want to say thank you for addressing those points. Thank you, Mindy. Mr. Grau raised some of those questions, and I think it's good for the board to hear what the financial assurance and post-closure responsibilities are.
Supervisor Ramirez, did you want to ask a question?
Just the Toland landfill is scheduled for closure, correct?
The estimated closure date for the landfill in the revised documents is 2033.
What is the, maybe this is off topic a bit, what is the proposal for landfill use after that?
Normally, once the landfill is closed, they put an impermeable cap on top of the landfill, and then they'll maintain the area as non-irrigated open space.
Will the waste then that's produced by the cities, then where will it go? Will it go to the Simi Valley, or do we know?
That's a great question. From a regional standpoint, there's certain legislation that's going to reduce the amount of landfill material. We have Senate Bill 1383 that is coming online January 1, 2022, which requires organics be diverted from disposal. So, that could translate into 25 to 35% of our waste being generated in Ventura County being diverted to alternative sources like composting facilities, anaerobic digestion, or even edible food recovery programs.
Waste to energy programs?
Quite possible, yes.
Thank you very much.
Would this be the right time to ask about the email that we received from Waste Management regarding haulers that was added? Were you able to see that?
Yes, thank you, Chair Parks. I did receive that letter. I didn't review it thoroughly, but I do understand that they highlighted changes that we made to condition number 2 of this CUP since January. And there was nothing intended by that. It was purely wordsmithing, and I apologize. So that could be another thing at the end of this hearing if you would like to modify that language or have it revert back to the language we had in January, we'd be happy to accommodate that too.
Okay, thank you. It was not intended to allow for something that is not already allowed.
Correct.
It wasn't, and this is Jeff Barnes, County Council. I'll admit to the wordsmithing. I absolutely did not intend to change the project description, and so I actually would recommend that the condition number 2 revert back to its status quo before my revision. Again, the intention was not to change the project description at all.
Okay, great. Good to know, and a good catch on Waste Management's part, and good questions also from Supervisor Ramirez about where trash hauling will be going after Tolan closes. We do have any other supervisors wish to speak? And we do have several people lined up to talk with today, and I believe we have as many as 10. Yes, and each with 3 minutes. So we have about a half hour of testimony coming our way. Shall we go then directly to
Chair Parks?
The applicant getting their first say? And I think again, the way we've been doing these hearings is 15 minutes for the applicant. And this time, catch me if we don't do that 5-minute rebuttal at the end. Okay? Thank you. With that, then we will go to the applicant, and as we stated, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Parks and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Chris Tyson, General Manager of the Ventura Regional Sanitation District, and I thank you for your consideration of the Toland Optimization Plan project today. VRSD was spun off from the county by the Board of Supervisors in 1970 as a county regional sanitation district. And VRSD has operated and maintained landfills in the county since 1972 for the benefit of Ventura County residents and businesses. The Toland Road landfill is, in effect, the county's landfill. It's a valuable county resource that must be utilized to its fullest extent. If Tolan stops accepting waste in 2027, when the current CUP expires, valuable airspace will be stranded. At the January 26, 2021 hearing, several concerns were raised by public speakers and by Supervisor Long in her PowerPoint. Supervisor Long was relating neighbors' concerns regarding odor, dust, litter, and traffic. Because VRSD is committed to responsibly addressing community concerns and to complying with federal, state, and local laws and regulations, we've spent the days and weeks since the January 26 hearing working with planning, the LEA's office, VCA PCD, other county staff, and Supervisor Long's office. This effort has resulted in our volunteering revisions to several conditions of approval to better define how VRSD will address the Tolan Road neighbors' concerns in the future. In fact, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all county staff and staff from Supervisor Long's office who have tirelessly aided VRSD in preparing for today's hearing. Please approve this application so VRSD can continue to serve our customer, the residents and businesses of Ventura County. We'd like to do this for as long as we possibly can. For now, I'd like to turn this presentation over to Richard Jones, VRSD's Acting Director of Operations, who will address some of the landfill operational concerns that were raised at the January 26th hearing. He will be followed by Scott Schell, Associated Transportation Engineers, who will further address some traffic issues. And VRSD Chairperson, City of Ventura Council Member Jim Friedman will conclude our opening presentation. Finally, VRSD's team is ready to respond to any questions that your board may have about this important project or to any issues raised in the public comments section this hearing. So thank you very much, and Richard, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chris. As Chris mentioned, I am the Interim Director of Operations, and I appreciate the opportunity to explain how our operations address the 4 concerns raised during the January 26th hearing. The Tolan landfill gas collection and control system consists of 4.8 miles of header network, approximately 126 gas extraction wells that keep the landfill under a continuous vacuum. The system is continuously monitored by our field technicians and adjusted so that each wellhead meets permit and regulatory requirements for temperature, oxygen, and vacuum. We continually add landfill gas wells as the landfill is filled and remove gas wells that no longer produce. VRSD will replace our undersized flare this year with a new ultra-low NOx flare and will add a 3rd blower to handle the increased landfill gas production as the landfill ages. Next slide. VRSD operates a water truck during hours of operation as a dust control measure. The roads, the deck, dirt excavation areas, slopes are all watered on a regular schedule, and water is increased during dry or windy periods. The slopes are track walked and hydroseeded to establish a vegetative cover which prevents erosion and dust. There are 2 sets of knockoff plates located at 2 different locations on the landfill footprint. During wet weather, these knockoff plates, assisted by knocking off the mud and debris off the tires of the vehicles as they exit and leave the landfill. The last set of these plates is located near the scale house on the paved road that is swept and cleaned regularly. Next slide. In March of 2020, VRSD implemented a high wind shutdown plan. While following this plan, the landfill has shut down on several occasions due to high winds. During high wind events, VRSD utilizes 25 to 30 portable windscreens, which are 10 to 12 feet tall. These are moved in place close to the active area as we're filling. During wind events, staff continuously moves and cleans these screens and picks the litter that escapes the active area. There are several fences that are set up on the landfill to capture windblown litter, and more fences are added as site conditions change. VRSD just completed filling the cell which establishes the highest elevation of the landfill and have now moved to the back side of that elevation. We will be moving to the lower area of the landfill this fall, which is 300 feet below the elevation of the highest point. It will be several years before we remove to the higher wind-exposed elevations. VRSD has worked with our neighbors to remove wind-blown litter from the surrounding properties. Next slide. During the COVID-19 shutdown of schools, the blackout period for making the left turn onto Toland Road has not been enforced. But since it is starting to look like schools are gearing up again, I started enforcing the blackout period to get the haulers back into that routine before school actually starts. The concern that the trucks are stacking up in the eastbound lane of the 126 and Toland Road before 6 a.m. has been raised, and they are not allowed to make this turn before 6 a.m. While it is not in our CUP conditions to monitor this activity, we call and work with the haulers not to do this. In event that drivers do not comply with these conditions, VRSD has the contractual ability to ban these violating drivers. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Scott Schnell for more information about our traffic analysis.
Thank you, Richard. I don't know if everybody can hear me. I've got my mute off. My name is Scott Schell, and I'm with Associated Transportation Engineers. My company prepared a traffic study for the EIR in 2020. In addition to the traffic study, the EIR provides a substantial topical responses to a lot of the transportation issues and comment letters that were received. Our role in EIR was to first collect new traffic count information and video logs at the State Route 126 Toll Road intersection. The analysis evaluated intersection operations, assuming the additional truck traffic that would be generated by the project compared to the current existing conditions. The analysis found no significant traffic impacts based on both county and Caltrans standards and thresholds. We looked at both the standard historical level of service concepts that you may be all familiar with, as well as the new vehicle miles traveled or VMT thresholds that were recently adopted by Ventura County. In addition to the standard traffic analysis, we looked at accident history to review the historical context at the State Route 126 toll intersection. The information was provided by Caltrans and spanned the period from April 2016 to January 2020. The accident data showed that the rate experienced at the intersection was well below averages for similar intersections within the Caltrans system. The data sort of confirmed there weren't significant safety issues experienced at that location over the last 3.5 years. In addition to the accident analysis, traffic signal warrants were reviewed at the intersection based on Caltrans standards. The analysis found that both for the existing and forecast volumes and the accident history, the Caltrans signal warrants weren't satisfied for the installation of signals. As we've heard in the previous discussions, there have been several conditions of approval added related to traffic. One is the initiation of traffic calming investigations with the county and Caltrans staff, the installation of a speed indicator device on Toland Road, and the provision of the access camera monitoring video to the adjacent school. So that concludes my portion of the presentation today. I'll be here to answer any questions from the board. I'm going to turn it over to Jim Friedman to close.
Thank you, Chair Parks and members of the board. It's my pleasure to be here today representing the VRSD Board of Directors to support this project, which is so important to the residents of Ventura County. The Toland Road landfill is an important public asset which should not be allowed to close until it is filled to its engineered capacity as approved by your board in 1996. Once the Toland Road landfill closes, there will only be one landfill left in Ventura County, and that one is owned by a private for-profit company. Having only one landfill in our county is not in the best interest of our residents. I urge the Board of Supervisors to join the unanimous decision of the VRSD Board in support of this project and approve it so that the environmental benefits can be fully realized by the residents of Ventura County. I thank you for your consideration, and I thank you for your support.
Thank you for your presentation, VRSD. We also ask our Board of Supervisors to make sure that, whether they have anything to disclose regarding meeting with the applicant and information that you received that the rest of the board did not receive. So I will ask the board, starting with Supervisor Levere, if he has anything to disclose.
Thank you. I have no disclosures.
Thank you. And Supervisor Long?
The disclosure for me is that my staff and I have met with community members and also with working with our staff, with Mindy Fogg and with Chris Tyson on trying to mitigate some of these items.
And generally, they ask for a little bit more specificity. Available now.
That would be that my staff has visited the site of Gordon Kimball and Anita Nelson's location. We've been at the actual site of the landfill.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, if I could just jump in here and not to go overboard, but Supervisor Long, it would be helpful for the record if you could let everyone know if you, became privy to any information through your site visits that's not already included in the record before everyone.
No new information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Yeah, so just the idea is to see that we're all on the same page and all acting under the same information. So thank you for that. Also, we have a request in the disclosures from Supervisor Huber. So Supervisor Huber.
No disclosures.
Got it. And then also Supervisor Ramirez.
I had a conversation with a member of the Board of Trustees for Santa Clara School. And he sent documents, but I believe they were sent to all of the supervisors, photos and letters, etc.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then I have also not any disclosures to make on this, not meeting or having private information not shared with the rest of us. So with that, let's go on to our comments. Yes, Miss.
Can I ask a question to the VRSD? Chris Tyson, if I could please. In your presentation, I understand that there are some mobile fences that you utilize when doing your operations. Could you speak upon that? I just wanted to know how tall those fences were, and how many do we have enough of them? It's in relation to trash with the wind and everything.
Supervisor Long, I believe those fences are 10 to 12 feet high. We have 25 to 30 of them, but I'd like to get some additional assistance from Interim Director of Operations, Richard Jones. I'd like him to answer this question if it's okay.
Sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Richard.
Yes, that is correct. We own 25 to 30 of the windscreens that are the portable ones, and they are 10 to 12 feet tall, and they're constantly moved around during the day as the open face actually moves. Those screens are moved with the face.
And is that normal for waste landfill? That's about how many they utilize at a certain time?
Well, it would depend on
It
would depend on each individual landfill on the size of their footprint and their face. We typically keep around 100-foot long face, so we stay at the smaller footprints so that way we control it. And then during wind events, we bring that footprint down to about a 50-foot face so we can get a horseshoe completely around it.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Right. And are there any other questions of the applicant, VRC? Okay. Then, as I was saying, we do have several members of the public, and let us begin with their testimony. And after that, I think we may also have some to read into the record. But at this time, we will go to our attendees that are participating in the public hearing. And I have Anita Nelson, followed by Alice Henderson. So, Ms. Nelson, if you could unmute yourself and you could begin your testimony. And after Ms. Nelson and Ms. Henderson, we'll have Mr. Duque.
Hello.
Hello, please go ahead. We hear you.
My name is Anita Nelson. I live 1/4 of a mile from the Tolan landfill. I have a document I can only reference in this speech in my possession, and I ask that it be entered in its entirety into the record. I would appreciate that. First and most asked question to us this week: what happened to the Planning Commission? This is a major modification and controversial.
Ms. Nelson,
how much time do I have? I'm sorry, could you tell me?
If you have more than one device on, can you turn one off? I think we're getting that echo because you may have two things on.
Oh, okay. We'll do that. Can you turn yours off? Can you tell me how much time I have? I'm very sorry.
Yes, you have 2.5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. We need air quality monitoring at our homes. I had a paragraph describing the nightmare we and many county employees go through when gas fills our home. We need conditions that have strong enforcement behind them. This is our biggest problem. It took 5 years in the EDC to stop them from contaminating O'Leary Creek and the Santa Clara River. The landfill is not fixed. A short break and our nightmare will start again. A series of events over 9 years crippled this landfill, leaving 49 million gallons of sewage liquids that they now have to extract. That will take 24 years. In the meantime, it is destroying the gas wells, so the landfill gas or methane is not properly corrected. Through these 9 years, that methane was coming from that leaking landfill, filling our home with it, and constantly. They never said a word. It took the state of California, NASA, and JPL to put a stop to this. Tolan landfill was in the top 10 highest emitters of 270 landfills in Southern California. And everyone knows this gas does not stop at my home. It is the biggest industrial and environmental mess you have in this county. As I understand it, none of you have been on this landfill. Yes, it is in Supervisor DeLong's district, but if you have trash coming to Tolan, your cities own this landfill. We were constantly told by the county planner recently that we have no evidence on our issues. The other night I drove by Jason Rayleigh on foot in the middle of 126 taking pictures of trucks turning onto Tolan. He is so committed to that school, he's going to get killed getting you your evidence. Do something for the school and the children in it. We need dust monitoring, we need traffic control on Tolan Road, and please get the trash out of Gordon Kimball's orchard. We cannot imagine how the VRSD told the planner this was not a controversial project. Virtually no one knew about the first hearing, and the word had just started to spread about the second. Please grant a continuance. We know we have much more to tell you and that would inform your decision. You know very little. I am begging you to let us be a part of the solution before you grant them yet another failed project the Santa Clara Valley will have to pay for yet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Perfect timing. Appreciate your comments. We'll now go to Ms. Alice Henderson, followed by Jason Duque and Lilia Duque also.
Hello. First, I want to say I had my remarks prepared after reading everything in the agenda, and then I listened to the presentations, and it seems to kind of contradict the readings. So if my presentation isn't as articulated and polished, I ask that you give me forgiveness because I was trying to be an attentive listener and good citizen. The VRSD spokesperson said that this is your landfill. As such, I respectfully ask that you compel the data be shared and monitored results from the gas captured and the traffic camera. When the target keeps moving, as Supervisor Ramirez asked, how do we have faith? Anita just talked about the gas in her house. Obviously, we all make garbage. We all try and do our best. But as the people that live with this, if you could give us some faith in what you're telling us and not just saying, trust us, I think that would go a long way. And being able to see the data from what's captured or not captured, what escapes or doesn't escape, it says they're monitored 24/7. It seems easy to allow us to see that data so that we can help in the monitoring of that and in faith in their efforts. It shouldn't be a blind faith if this is your landfill, as well as the cameras. It's nice that they're going to let the principal look at the cameras, but all schools need help and more people involved. So if all of this was public access, it would better serve everybody and it would make us all have more faith in the process. Ms. Fogg's presentation seemed to counter the readings that I did, that the methane capture system was taken offline a few years ago and that there isn't an effort to control it. However, she stated gas is collected 24/7. What gases, what percentage are captured? Our ranch is about 1.5 miles away. And I don't know, because as I said, I don't have the results of how much that's coming. She listed where we can call if we smell something or if there's dust or garbage, but the methane gas is a huge problem. And there wasn't a resource that we can call to see that data. I just don't know that it's being captured or shared, and the presentation didn't seem to make that more clear. But I would love to know how much gas is coming to our ranch, coming our way. And we don't know how much gas is coming, but we do know that according to many studies, including the Lawrence Livermore National Lab, hotter temperatures will cause California avocado crop yields to decline by 40%. We grow avocados, and methane is a key contributor to global warming. And adding insult to injury, our orchards is where this plant is. I get that the objective of keeping trash costs low is tied to my family business's decreased profitability. It's unfair that we carry the burden of this. You guys didn't create this problem. Let us help be part of the solution. And please don't give them the continuance without more research being done and them sharing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. Appreciate the comments. Jason Duque, followed by Lilia, and then Carla Corral. Or Coral.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, thank you, Chair Parks, board members, CE Powers, and county staff. I'm Dr. Jason Duque. I'm here to speak on behalf of the board of Santa Clara Elementary School. As I begin, I want to direct your attention to the documents I submitted yesterday to be included in your packets. There you'll find a bulleted list of our main points, and on the second page, a list of important truths that might rebut some of what you'll hear from the petitioners today and may have heard in the past. There's also a link to an extensive set of slides with many photos. Before you vote today, please take the time to look at these photos. I think they constitute evidence to contradict what the VRSD is putting forth. I also want you to please keep in mind what this would look like if we were not remote. All you're going to see and hear from today are people who've signed up to speak. Today, they'll get the first word and the last word. That is, VRSD is going to get the first word and the last word. If we were in person, I'm quite sure the hall would be filled and the impact on citizens more clear. We're a public elementary school serving 37 families throughout our valley, located 75 feet from Highway 126 and a football's throw from the intersection. The VRSD has misled you into thinking that we're 1.5 miles from the landfill. We're literally a football's throw from the intersection. Please see the photos that show our location in relationship to the highway and the intersection. We are also experts on what's happening on the highway, on Toland Road, and our school, but no one has met with the school except Mindy, who did meet with me and let me know quite clearly that VRSD would not consider anything beyond what they'd already proposed because they see no danger and because we've provided no evidence of danger. This is for us about traffic and the special dangers introduced by removing conditions. I want to be clear, what they're proposing involves an 80% increase in total truck traffic, an increase of 304 truck trips per day, one heavy truck passing through the intersection every 107 seconds. I will repeat, a total of one heavy truck, mostly train trucks, those are the ones every 107 seconds. These figures have been confirmed by county planning staff. They say the problem is nuisances because they consider it already established that the roadways and intersections are safe. This is a stunning claim. Trucks are stacked up at the turn lane, 7 trucks in one photo, not just before 6 a.m. That's just when I could capture a picture. Trucks are unable to make the turn onto Toland, forcing cars on the shoulder. Trucks are stalled into a blind spot just off the highway. You'll hear that an accident analysis for Highway 126 shows that it's safer than the average highway. We live here, you know, my goodness, all you have to do is Google it. I did. There was an accident yesterday morning on the 126 that killed 1 person, an accident 3 weeks ago that killed 2 people and left 1 in critical condition. The idea that adding 134 truck trips to Highway 126, mostly the biggest transfer trucks, won't have any impact on public health and safety controverts basic common sense. You are being misled. See my slides. Please do not approve this today. You do not have to do this. The landfill's open until 2027. Let us and other neighbors become meaningfully involved in the process. Please do not approve this before Caltrans and CHP and others are actually at the table, not just in a future meeting, to really assess the impact of these trucks. Please listen.
We definitely hear you, Mr. Duque. Lilia Duque, followed by Carla Coral.
Thank you, Chair Parks, board members, CEO Powers, and county staff. My name is Lilia Duque. My home is on Toland Road. I was born and am growing up here. I attended Santa Clara Elementary School. I love where we live. I love the trees and the incredible sunrises and the birds and the quiet nights. I love growing up in the house my mom grew up in. It's filled with stories and memories. The traffic from the landfill is a disaster for us. I can't have any windows open when I study because of the noise from the trucks. The trucks flying down our street, blowing dust, they scare all of us. I don't need an alarm though, because I wake up every morning at 6 a.m. when the line of trucks goes up the hill. When I was at school trying to learn, the highway was already impossibly loud. The trucks just made it worse. When they would slow down in front of the school to make it into the turn lane and then speed up to make it through the gaps. The noise is bad, but being in a car is worse. Getting to school in the morning and going home at the end of the day was scary, but I still worry every day. I worry about going down the road and getting on the highway. And we have to get on the highway for everything, since we live where we live. I worry about my brother and sister leaving without me. So many times I felt like we're going to get in an accident. So many times cars have stopped and swerved at the last minute. So many trucks cutting corners or swinging into our lane. We've been forced onto the side of the road because trucks couldn't make the turn up Toland. We've had to stop in the middle of the highway because trucks didn't want to wait. We've slammed our brakes to avoid trucks cutting across the highway in front of us. The VRSD wants you to allow an 80% increase in traffic to and from the landfill. That's a total of 152 trucks every day, which is 304 truck trips every day, which means one heavy truck every 1 minute and 47 seconds passing our house, 25 yards from where I eat breakfast every morning. One heavy truck every 1 minute and 47 seconds through the intersection of Toland on the 126. I'm scared. I'm angry too because nobody believes us. Please help. Please don't approve their proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Duque. We'll next go to Carla Coral, followed by Gordon Kimball and Larissa Nelson. Okay, I'm not seeing Ms. Coral. So I will, let's go on to Mr. Gordon Kimball, and we can always go back to Mrs. Coral if she comes back.
I've said.
Okay, great, you're there. All right, go ahead, Ms.
I'm
Coral.
here, but I don't know why my video. Oh, can you see my video? Okay, good. Can you see me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you.
Awesome. That's perfect. I just wish it were in person. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Carla Corral, and I live on Tolan Road. I was born in the house where my husband and I now raise my 3 children. I went to school at the Little Red Schoolhouse right at the end of Tolan Road. My 2 daughters went to school there, and my son goes there now. We've been here the whole time. In 1996, when the original promises were made by VRSD, there was significant worry that, quote, as many as 25 more trucks per day could pass by the school if the landfill was approved. I'm not kidding. 25 trucks were a concern. I have the news clippings. In 2007, the sewage sludge plant, what a mess. Sewage spills on the road, a new kind of dust, new odors, more noise. More of the biggest trucks grinding up Tolan, interfering with traffic, stacking up and blocking roads. They shut the plant down when they couldn't make it work. Good, but what they still did already caused problems and continue to cause problems, including gases. In 2018, we were quite literally in front row seats for the Thomas fire cleanup. We called when the trucks were uncovered or speeding or making unsafe turns. These problems weren't new. There were just more of them. We swerved and braked and pulled over to avoid crashes. VRSD told us that they weren't really in charge, but they'd pass the word along. And please, they said, feel free to keep calling. To be honest, we've been calling for years. We have complained to VRSD. Please pick up the trash that's on the road and along our driveway. They say, will do. Please come up and get the broken glass meth pipe on the side of the road in front of our house that's been there for 2 weeks. They say, thanks, we'll get right to it. A month later, we got your photo, we just couldn't find it. 2 months later, gosh, that's still there. Please ask their contractors to fix the loudest trucks. They say, which trucks? Nuisances, and their failures to fix them is one thing, but the traffic dangers aren't nuisances. They're consistent risks to our safeties and to our lives and other lives. Please have the trucks slow down, we ask. They say, did you get a license plate? Please find the driver of the truck who forced us off the road. They say, was it even one of our contractors? Please have the trucks observe the blackout time. Of course, but was it one of our contractors? Please listen to us about the intersection. We're scared, we're terrified. That's not in our jurisdiction. The landfill has never worked like they said. We've been calling and emailing to anyone who will listen. Our calls and emails don't matter. The fix is only for a moment and they're not made into a record. So now you only hear their counts and calculations that show conclusively that everything's working fine, that there are no impacts to health and safety, and that they can handle even more. That's wrong and they're lying. So we've been trying to take pictures when we can manage. Please look at the pictures. 152 trucks, 304 trucks per day on the 126. Blood Alley, it's called, the 126 for those in the county who know it. One heavy truck, no limits on volume, no limits on the shape of the landfill, no end date. That's what they're asking you. Please don't approve this today. Please make them keep their promises and make them continue to take the time to ensure our health and safety for our lives and for our children's lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Corral. Our next speaker is Gordon Kimball, followed by Linda Nelson, and then Charlene Bailey. Mr. Kimball, if you'd like to unmute, you are on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Where? It is. Now I'm muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Kimball.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Parks, Supervisors. We have lived with trash blown from the Tolan Road landfill onto our farm in Timber Canyon since the expansion in 1997. We have trash in our orchard over a mile from the landfill. Our neighbors to the west have trash in their orchard 2.5 miles from the landfill. This is a real food safety concern. Under the Food Safety Modernization Act, as of January 2018, contamination of the growing areas by trash exposed to food, human, and pet waste is prohibited. Think about diapers in the trash. Trash in the growing area is a violation. Picking it up after it has contaminated the growing area is not a solution. With the steep, rugged terrain surrounding Tolan, once the trash is off-site, it's nothing like picking up the trash alongside a highway. The trash covers hillsides, often so steep it would require rappelling down to reach the trash. The trash is in barrancos, filled with poison oak and dense vegetation, with loose rocks on the sides that make it dangerous to enter. The trash is in our oak trees, requiring a boom truck to reach it. It's not just a matter of picking the trash up off the ground outside the landfill fence. The VRSD knows what they need to do to keep the trash on site, and they know when they need to pause operations to keep it on site. While I appreciate they have a high wind shutdown plan, you should know this is a safety plan, not a litter control plan. As you heard, it was implemented in March of 2020. However, on January 19th of this year, we had trash blown all over our farm from the landfill. Their high wind shutdown program had no effect on litter blown off site. All we are asking is that the VRSD operates in a manner that keeps their trash on their landfill so we may continue to grow food safely and legally. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Larissa Nelson, followed by Charlene Bailey, and then Doug Nelson. Ms. Nelson, you can unmute and proceed.
Thank you. Can you see me and hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, just had a little bit of a delay. Thank you for hearing me. Not related to the other Nelson, but it's nice to have another Nelson on here. I am coming to you guys today as a representative of my kids and my friends' kids who attend the school as well. I have been there for 6 years, and the school has been around since 1879. So I know at the last meeting there was some discussion of why the school is there, but we've been there a very long time, so we're not going anywhere. And I want to ask the board to continue to do some more research and some more independent studies, as a few of the other people have mentioned, about having all the board members go and view what is happening at the landfill and view the traffic on a regular basis. Even with the stoppage of the school hours, the blackout hours that were happening when the kids were in school, that was definitely not followed. And so having a place for parents to know where we could complain or make a statement about that would be good. And in the future plan, I am requesting as well an independent study that would be done, that once again, that the board, as well as anyone who is going to be impacted of that, would be able to have more input and be informed so that we would be able to have that input. The big concern, as has been mentioned by a few others, for those that attend the school and the parents and the students, is the traffic as well as the danger of the treks. I have been also on the end of several near misses and have seen several near misses. Like I said, luckily we have not been a victim of an accident yet, but with the increasing deaths on the 126 that I have been watching the last 6 months as well, it is a greater concern, and having an increase of traffic by double, as well as having people not being in tune to what is going on, is a very big concern for me. And I know that the board would not be able to, I don't know, it would be a very sad thing if something happened with a family or a student because of the Tolan Road traffic. So once again, I ask that you think about the students and have more important than ever to continue this issue so that there can be more firsthand viewing and observation of what is actually happening. And I request that just the more in-depth look, and would really appreciate some more time to figure out what some solutions that would be offered to help this problem, besides the ones that have been mentioned, and that have the benefit of the students and the families that are there on a regular basis waiting for minutes. By the way, school does start on Monday the 22nd, so please make note of that. For those who are for the people that are putting that blackout time back, it does start this next Monday, so that is going to be a concern. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Next speaker is Charlene Bailey, followed by Doug Nelson, and then the final speaker, James Acosta. So, Ms. Bailey, you can unmute yourself and begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Parks and Supervisors.
My entire family and our neighbors have been dealing with this landfill since 1961, way before the VRSD. Total landfill is currently slated to close in 2027, but now they are asking for 2033. I'm just afraid that they will ask in 3 more years for 2040. My sister Anita Nelson and others have worked so hard to make this at least a better project, with the knowledge that 2027, yet another generation will not have to endure this landfill and its impacts, although I fear there's still going to be many lingering effects, especially from the biosolids and things. I have witnessed what they're going through. I've smelled the stench, which is horrendous, and no one should have to experience anything like that, let alone for years. I've seen the dust. I've heard the constant truck traffic. It is real, and it's not easy to live with. None of your constituents should have to be put through what they have, my sister and my brother-in-law and their neighbors have gone through for years. They are the dearest people. They are loved by anyone who is fortunate enough to know them. These are the people that grow your fruit. These are the people that support our communities and give back in so many ways. Please listen to them. Please take care of them and all the neighbors living around this monster of a landfill that has been created. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Our next speaker is Doug Nelson, followed by our last speaker, James Acosta, and then rebuttal.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and see you too.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Parks, members of the board and county staff. My name is Doug Nelson. I live a quarter of a mile from Tolan Landfill. To be entirely honest with the board about the daily operations of the Tolan Landfill, we really have at this point little trust in the county's ability to monitor and enforce mitigation measures put in place to protect our public health and public safety. And quite honestly, we certainly have no trust in the VRSD's financial capacity to monitor and enforce the safeguards put in place to protect our neighborhood's health and safety. In the hearings of 1996, we had a team of experts explain why the location of this landfill would be prohibitively expensive to operate. From the very beginning of the landfill siting process, there were a total of 11 proposed landfill sites in the county that were deemed acceptable. The existing and at the time tiny Tolan landfill was not one of them due to its physical challenges. Now, 5 years later, we're faced with the daunting and totally unknown costs to fix that tiny landfill that should never have been expanded into a regional landfill. And then after the sludge plant hearings in 2007, it was apparent after 9 years that it also was a fatally flawed project that cost the county $30 million in taxpayer money. Here again, we witnessed no accountability and no basis of enforcement of the safeguards put in place to protect public health from the mishandling of sewage sludge. At this point in time, we unfortunately are looking at another failed project in our beautiful Santa Clara River Valley. And we absolutely implore you to grant a continuance so that we can all be part of a long-term solution. My wife Anita and I are available for any questions you might have. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Our last speaker is Mr. James Acosta.
Yes, thank you, Chair Parks and members of the board, for the opportunity to speak before you this afternoon on this important matter. My name is James Acosta, and I am a board member of the Ventura Regional Sanitation District, representing the special districts of our county. And I just wanted to reiterate that we believe that this modification to the conditional use permit is necessary and environmentally superior at this point, because we do have a permit that allows us to place solid waste there. And due to the fact that we have been able to conserve and reduce our waste stream, we now come to the situation where when the permit was originally granted in 1996, that we had anticipated that the landfill would be full at that by 2027, either by volume or by time. But as we see, because of the good work of our citizens of Ventura County, we currently have additional space that should be taken advantage of, because we here on the West County should be taking care of our own waste on the West County, and those in the East County take care of their waste on that side. By going to this landfill, those on the West County will have less environmental impacts, will have less vehicle miles traveled, less greenhouse gases emitted, and just a superior environmental situation, as I said. So with that, I would suggest and appeal to the board that the modification be approved, and then we can go back, and the sooner the better, so that we can plan and better operate the public-owned landfill here in Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Acosta, can I ask you a question? Because I know you've been around for a while doing this. Did the County of Ventura have a representative on VRSD at one point?
At this point, they do not. Originally, when the Ventura Regional Sanitation District was formed, there was all of the Board of Supervisors actually were represented on the board. At that time, I believe it was a 23-member board. This was before my time, but this is what I was told in history. And all of the cities, of course, were represented. So yes, at one point there was, but at some point it became a 9-member board, where 8 of the cities and then a special district representative was. It now makes up the board of directors.
That's interesting. Maybe it can be addressed during rebuttal, but just I kind of remember the county having a representative on there, but I might be wrong. Thank you.
It's something to explore.
It is, especially since it does impact the unincorporated county in a couple of ways, at least. So with that, we now would go to our rebuttal. And so I can turn it back over to the VRSD. You have a 5-minute opportunity to rebuttal if you would like.
Supervisor Parks, we have 3 comment letters to read into the record.
Oh, well, let's do those first then.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks, Supervisors, and CEO Powers. The first email comes from Jim Proctor, and it says, Dear Board of Supervisors, I am writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed amendment to the conditional use permit for the Tolan landfill. The conditions now in effect were arrived at and imposed based on compelling scientific empirical evidence of traffic conditions, environmental concerns, and quality of life issues. To abandon these conditions now is both unnecessary and illogical. Moreover, it would constitute breach of the public's trust given VRSD's repeated promise that the capacity of the facility would be limited to that and would not remain open indefinitely. The fact that the landfill is located between Fillmore and Santa Paula, both of which are poorer communities with a majority of Latino populations, also raises questions of social, ethnic, and economic equity. It is my understanding that the VRSD now claims that it needs this expansion to remain economically viable. Given this position, the logical next step would be to conduct an independent audit to test the premise. In addition, I believe that the Ventura County Grand Jury should conduct an investigation to verify VRSD's claims in this regard. At the very least, VRSD should be required to demonstrate with compelling evidence why it cannot operate efficiently without the proposed expansion. Underserved communities have long borne the brunt of both public and private infrastructure that is generally undesirable. This is a matter of social, economic, and racial justice that should no longer be ignored. The public deserves answers to its questions, and simply taking the word of the applicant in this matter is an unattainable position. Please deny this application. And the next email comes from John Billman. And his email says he lives on Boozy Road in Santa Paula, California. I wish to make a public comment regarding the expansion of Tolan landfill. 1, what is the basis for changing the capacity of the landfill? It was originally stated to have a capacity of 2.5 million tons of waste. Now this capacity is to be ignored as the capacity and rate of filling are increased. What information other than need supports discarding the prior capacity limit? And 2, before expanding the landfill, would it not be wise to determine how well the project turned out? Where is the data that the gas capture system working is designed? The sludge processing plant has failed and been shut down. Where is its replacement? Where is the data supporting that the landfill has no effect on groundwater quality? How can we consider expanding the landfill when we do not know if it works as planned? And 3, the opinion that the increase in trucks from 152 to 219 trucks per day is disingenuous, as it accurately claims 67 trucks will only be 1 every 8 minutes, but in reality, it is 30% increase in trucks, and the 126 and the rate of trucks increases from 1 every 3.55 minutes to 1 every 2.46 minutes, which is a 30% increase. If possible, I would like to make a public comment. Thank you. And the last email comes from David Grau, and it says Ventura Taxpayers Association supports granting of modified CUP at the Tolan landfill if certain conditions are met. The district has been operating the landfill at a loss for years. While operating at a loss, directors have been reluctant to increase waste disposal rates or reduce costs and have instead covered losses by dipping into reserves. With this modification, the VRSD will be able to meet all of its contractual obligations that might impact taxpayers in the near future. In 2017, district engineers updated landfill closure post-closure estimates, which allowed directors to take $9.2 million from those reserves and reduce operating expenses. On January 12, 2021, VRSD told the City of Oxnard the recommended action of sending all Oxnard MSW to Simi Valley will negatively impact VRSD's ability to fund closure and post-closure activities for which it is responsible. VRSD will likely declare a fiscal emergency and cease or drastically curtail most operations in less than 2 years. On February 11th, directors were told to expect a recommendation to eliminate most reserve policies because VRSD can no longer keep reserves that we have. Based on the assumption that the CUP is approved, the Board of Supervisors owes it to the public to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. The board should require VRSD to produce an updated independent analysis of estimated post-closure costs for the landfill and provide a 5-year cash flow estimate demonstrating its ability to fund closure and post-closure costs as determined by independent analysis. The Board of Supervisors' decisions to approve the modified CUP should be based on fiscal responsible principles. And that is all of the public comment we have for today for this item.
Thank you. And now that we've gotten all the public comment, I'd like to offer VRSD a 5-minute rebuttal if they would like to take it.
Thank you, Chair Parks. Yes, we'd like to avail ourselves of that opportunity. I'd just like to address some of the comments some of the public comments. And first of all, VRSD is not unviable. Some of the things that were just quoted to you were from some opinion pieces that were in the newspaper. VRSD supplied some responses to those. There were a lot of opinionated things said, and those are not just because somebody wrote them somewhere doesn't mean they're necessarily true. VRSD is not unviable. In addition, we just had one of the letters read into the record was mixing up the different businesses of VRSD between water, wastewater, and solid waste. One of those letters was quoting comments about water, wastewater business, not solid waste business. We have two kind of separate businesses in VRSD, so that some of those items are not even pertaining to solid waste. Our landfill has all of the closure and post-closure monies that is required to have by the state. As you heard from our LEA representative at the beginning of the hearing, Sean Debley, we wouldn't be able to get our next revision to the solid waste facilities permit without that. I assure you, we have not jeopardized at this point, especially in our most recent calculations, any of our closure and post-closure requirements. We have met all of our financial assurances there. There was a lot of discussion about some data and things like that. For one thing, the methane, how we were in the top 10 of some NASA flyover or something. What wasn't mentioned is that in the most recent one, VRSD was showing almost no methane, an incredible improvement over the last several years. And so we've been fantastic in recent years with regard to our methane at the landfill. And we're very heavily regulated by that. We were regulated by APCD with regard to that and our gas collection system. So those were unfortunately really not relevant. But all the data that anybody's seeking, though, is really available online. We have our auditor monitoring data on Regional Water Quality Control Board has that. APDC has our data. They monitor us on our flare and on our gas collection system and all of our records and all of our compliance. So I just want to say, though, we do sympathize with these residents and these neighbors. We really do sympathize them. We want to do right by them. So, I'm not going to claim that we're perfect because we have had some problems over the years. Everybody does in every business and every situation in life. But we're operating in a highly regulated environment here, and we're doing okay. I think VRSD has a good record. You've heard it yourself from the planning staff. And, we really do want to comply. And that's our desire. Our desire is to do right by the neighbors. We're glad to have had these last couple of months to even learn more about what we can do to be better neighbors for the neighboring homeowners and be better for the community overall. We do provide a very valuable service here. And we want to do it, and we want to do it right. We want to do it as best we can, and we just want to provide this service to the county, and we want to be held to our regulations. We intend to keep our promises. Don't intend to break promises. We intend to keep our promises. And so, with all that said, I'll end my rebuttal at this point, but I just want you to know that we really do want to keep this landfill going, and we really do want to be responsive to the residents. And I'll just reserve. I'll just give up the rest of our time for rebuttal, and we'll answer questions as they come up from board members as we go through the discussion. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Do you think you could just answer my question? It's not really a rebuttal, type thing. It's just interesting to note that the county used to be a part of VRSD, but is no longer. Do you know what the history of that is?
Well, I believe the original intent for VRSD when it was spun off from the county was to be a regional wastewater agency to cover all wastewater throughout the county. And then what kind of transpired was a lot of smaller wastewater plants kind of started to spring up. And then even just a couple of years after that, also solid waste came to the VRSD. So it kind of morphed into a solid waste service agency. And then we still do water, wastewater. We have anywhere from 15 to 20 clients of smaller plants. But the original goal was as a regional wastewater plant. I think there was even a vision of one large or several large wastewater treatment plants for the whole county.
I was thinking of that previous supervisor, Judy Michaels, was on VRSD. Do you know if that's true? So it just if that's the case, that just happened, say, in the last 20 years, that the county is no longer having a seat there.
There's been a morphing of the governance of VRSD over the years. At one point, I think it was 22 board members. Mm-hmm. And then I think it went down to 5 at one point, including a county rep. And then I think it moved back up to what it is now, which is we have the territory of VRSD includes all the cities except for Moore Park and Simi Valley, so they don't have representation on the board. But we have the 8 other cities, so each one of those has an appointed rep, and then we have a rotating special district representative. As you saw, Mr. Jim Acosta is our current rep from that sanitary district.
Well, that's something to think about in the future, and not really specific to what we have before us today. Reading the information about the costs associated with closing down a landfill, they're pretty significant. I think I've seen Mr. Brown said something like $15 million is necessary to close the Tolan landfill when its time comes. And do you have those kind of funds to do that?
We absolutely do. Our closure and post-closure monies are highly regulated. We have to submit those every year. We have to recalculate them every year, and it's highly regulated by the state, by Calgary Tech. And so there's no way for us to dodge that. That's absolutely a baseline for us for sure. We don't even touch that. That stuff isn't.
Yeah, we're seeing some other industries in our county, not having the funds to, for example, properly abandon their or close down their wells. Once they abandon their wells, the oil wells, and they just sit there, and they are a nuisance and a potential danger. So I'm glad that there is a requirement that you have the funds and that those funds are set aside. Let's go to the supervisors for any questions that they may have. Supervisor Long, did you want to weigh in?
Chris, I just wanted to ask you a question. The biosolids, I understood, was a trouble. When was that decommissioned? You were talking about how good your methane gas readings are, and I was just wondering.
I think the biosolids were decommissioned in 2008, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But it's been quite a while,
right?
Long before I ever got to VRSD. Let's see. It started in 2007. Maybe it was about 2014. Now that I think about it, I think it had a life of about 7 or 8 years. Okay. But it's long been closed down, and we have that infrastructure out there. But this is one of the things we have in the CUP is to remove some of the conditions that are associated with biosolids. It's just completely shut down.
Okay, so that even though it stands there, it's not being utilized at all.
That's correct. It used to be a brine facility, but it's not utilized at all now.
Okay, I appreciate that information. I do have some comments in a PowerPoint, but I'd like to let the other supervisors weigh in for comments first.
Okay. I think that didn't the Tolan landfill at one time have an effort to try to, I guess, burn the solid waste down to making material for compost?
So that was the
all-inclusive chamber, and I think it was having a little trouble getting up and going for a while.
Yes, Chair Parks. That's the biosolids drying facility, and the idea was to do a kind of a regional service where we took the sewer sludge from the various cities, and then the idea was to dry it, truck it up there from the wastewater plants from the cities, dry it in this biosolids drying oven, if you will, and then eventually get it to the point where it was saleable as a compost. But unfortunately, there were so many technical logistical, environmental, and regulatory issues that all kind of converged, and it never really worked out. And I don't think much of the material was ever able to be put to use. Eventually, what VRSD had to do is had to start disposing of the biosolids in the landfill because it had the contracts to take the biosolids. And so that was allowed, but eventually when the biosolids dryer shut down, eventually after a while, we decided that it wasn't good for us to take the biosolids. So the VRSD board asked us to not even accept biosolids anymore. We ended that with the city, so we don't even accept them. So all the major customers were given a notice, and we gave them 6 months to make sure they could find an alternative methodology. But then we discontinued that.
Yeah, it was innovative, but just didn't seem like the technology was quite there yet.
Right.
So Supervisor Ramirez, you had some questions too?
This may be for Ms. Fogg more than Mr. Tyson. Maybe not saying your name right.
All right. I think at this point then, unless any other supervisor has questions of our general manager here at VRSD, let's go ahead and I'll close the public hearing. Thank you for the testimony, everyone. And now we go to Supervisor Long.
Madam Chair, were there any other letters or submitted yesterday? I just got a text from Laura Hernandez, City of Port Hueneme, and asked if she had gotten hers received. So I was making sure everything was in record.
Yeah, we did receive, but we only had the ones that were read. So did you want to ask specifically if a letter was received?
That one from Council Member Laura Hernandez?
And you could, I think planning staff would be the ones to ask on that.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
This is Lori. Yes, we received that letter. It is in the record.
Okay, so it didn't have read. So, okay.
Correct.
For the clarification, I know it was in support. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Ramirez, if you'd like to go, I think Supervisor Long would like to go last.
Well, let me ask this because earlier we were asked if we had disclosures, and I failed to say that Councilman Perello of Oxnard asked me to express his support for Toland Landfill. That's basically what it was. So I should have said that, but I don't think that's a surprise. He's on the VRSD board, so he supports it a lot. And I did see the letter from, I think she's mayor now, Laura Hernandez, right?
Thank you.
Gordon Toland. Mike, I do have a question for Mindy Fogg, if I could. Is this appropriate at this time?
Sure.
Yeah. Ms. Fogg, a number of conditions have been listed as what the board can require for allowing this conditional use permit. What would be the possibility of, what is it? Pulling the conditional use permit if the conditions are not fulfilled?
Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez. We do have ability to revoke a use permit.
That's the word I was.
Quite a process involved. And I don't have all those steps offhand. Director Ward could help me, or County Council may know more detail about those steps.
What would it take is my question to revoke it. I'm sure it isn't like an automatic thing.
Right.
Hearing evidence, opportunity to challenge it, but that theoretically, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Ward, could be a possibility.
Yeah, this is Jeff Barnes, County Council. That would be the ultimate remedy. I mean, the county has a panoply of code enforcement actions it can take. It usually starts with a daily administrative penalty, and it would end. Well, I mean, first you have a notice of violation, and you give them the opportunity to correct, and then that's kind of escalated, and it would end, you're right, with either suspension or ultimately revocation, and that would include a hearing providing them due process rights, and the burden would be on the county to establish that they were in violation, and that basically there was no lesser penalty that could, reasonably correct the violations.
How would the evidence be accumulated? Would the county be asked, say, concerned residents would complain or mention potential violations, and then the county would send out investigators, inspectors, enforcement folks?
Yes, that's typically how it plays out exactly. The neighbors complain, code compliance gets involved, reports are written, observations are made, evidence is collected, and those would be, documented in a notice of violation, and that's how it would work.
And because I am concerned with a comment, I think by Mr. Nelson, that at least Mr. Nelson, in his opinion, feels that the county can't be trusted to enforce the protections of the residents. So I would hope that people can trust the county to do what's right when there are violations. So that's my comment. We're at the comment period and how we're feeling about that. Is that correct, Chair Parks?
Yes.
Well, I am very concerned for the residents and their concerns, and I think they're very serious. On the other hand, I also feel that the RSD performs an important service for our cities, the residents of our cities, and until we get a handle on the trash, our county, our country is way behind in modernization of trash, refuse, dealing with it in terms of wasted energy, not having just digging big holes and sticking our waste products that we produce in our homes and businesses in the ground. So many other countries are way ahead of us, and I'm hoping at some point, I haven't gotten to that point, I'm still kind of new here, getting to the point of how we are dealing with it countywide. I know there are some plans to do composting, and I don't know if there's an anaerobic digester out at Cal State, at Cal State Channel Islands, and this is the way we need to go so we don't keep having to subject the earth and our residents to this kind of thing. But I would like to see, if I do vote in favor of the conditional use permit, to see very strong enforcement actions, which I hear Mr. Tyson saying they are willing and able to do, because I do think we have to respect what the residents have been dealing with for all this time. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Other supervisors?
Sure. Yeah, Madam Chair. I'd just like to echo. I thought Supervisor Ramirez said it very well. It's important that we listen to the neighboring residents and understand their concerns, and at the same time recognize the overall benefit that this CUP is going to really grant the residents of the entire county. And I appreciate that VRSD is in my view, making a concerted effort to be a good neighbor when it comes to dust, litter, traffic. They're really trying to do their best to deal with some of these issues and try to make it better for those who live near the landfill. And like Supervisor Ramirez said, I think the proof's going to be in the pudding, and it's important that we as a county kind of keep a close eye on this CUP. But I just think it's really important to remember what the role that this landfill plays in terms of this trash crisis that we have in our county. And it's really statewide and worldwide. But so those are my comments.
Thank you. I wonder if more attention could be given in these conditions to the enforcement of the conditions. For example, a community representative or a liaison with the community. So it doesn't take weeks to get something that's, dropped off a truck or some of those complaints we heard. But I agree that we can put all the great conditions out there, but if they aren't diligently followed, they're not worth the paper they're written on. So we do want to make sure that those conditions are followed. So I think those are good points. And particularly when you do have a community that is impacted like this. So, Supervisor Long, why don't you go forward with your PowerPoint and your thoughts?
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Lori, if you could bring up, have them bring up the PowerPoint, I'd appreciate that. We'll start at the first slide. Great. It looks like the first slide is there. So first of all, I wanted to say thank you again to all of the board members and our community, to Chris at VRSD, to Sean at LEA. We have the Santa Clara Elementary School, and Carrie there, the superintendent, all the residents, including Gordon Kimball and Anita and all those that spoke today. I really want to say thank you for your input and guidance. I really want to also thank our planning division for their hard work, and particularly Mindy Fogg. Before I even get through this, thank you so much for meeting with myself and my staff and working with everyone to try to get a mediation and some good working relations to continue even after today. I believe we've been working very diligently over the last month to set up meetings and really to understand our community's concerns, and want to say thank you. I think today we have a major vote on land use throughout the county. This is an important one. I can't think of a bigger land use item that's going to have more long-term impact as a siting of a landfill, or even extending the life of an existing landfill. When I got in 2017, it was Martine Hernandez, who was on the VRSD board, who was my part of my staff, that caught me up with the landfill. And thank you, Chris, for the tour and making sure we understood what was going on. We've met with the school multiple years to make sure the safety of that community is there. We understand there is dust, there is litter, there's odor, there's traffic. How do we reduce that to the minimum? And so I just want to say thank you to my predecessor, Supervisor Kathy Long. She struggled immensely with this decision, from what I understand. And, on one hand, Ventura County residents need access to waste disposal facilities located inside our county and not truck it all over. But then on the other hand, the residents who live in that close proximity to the site they're going to be hit with ongoing impacts of operations. And so I really appreciate all of your comments. And Mindy, thank you for putting up that information for those to, if they have a concern of what's going on, to who the proper person to connect with. And I want to make sure that everyone knows my office, my staff are there also to help put complaints or issues. Let's figure that out, because this is something we need to do together. So let's say, flip to the next screen, please. So our major impacts, again, are dust, litter, odor, and traffic. And a big concern is the 126, which the county doesn't have control of, but Caltrans does. Next slide. Okay, if I can get my screen. All right, so on this screen, those in yellow, since the board allowed an extension of this hearing from January 26, 2019, we were able to study some impacts that were brought up and come up with a best set of mitigation to lessen the impacts. And Mindy talked about it a little bit earlier. But basically what we have, and I appreciate VRSD's letter yesterday, making sure that they're implementing a dust plan, but also that they agreed to increase the street sweeping operation from 3 days to 5 days. That is going to help. And then also, I think it's important that we have a dust monitoring system to conduct within 6 months after the issuance of the zoning clearing, because we need to make sure that it covers a 12-month program period. We need to make sure that with the trucks that what's happening there with all that dust. And so we'd like to ask APCD to work with the county planning and permitting to review and finalize the study with recommendations incorporated into the land dust control plan. And so we hope to get that going as soon as we can. Next slide. Next, we have litter and litter control. So traffic mitigation if there's wind and so forth. And so I appreciate the implementation of the road litter and illegal dumping control program. And so VRSD has agreed to prepare and implement a high wind shutoff. And we heard that from Gordon Kimball. Thank you. We were on site to see trash wrapped around the tree that can't get out of the tree, so that we're asking if there's 30 miles an hour for 30 minutes that as a condition of the CUP. If there's dangerous objects being picked up or become airborne, that they implement the high wind shutdown. So that will be a help. VRSD has also volunteered to train the staff in accordance with county agricultural, food, and safety requirements to pick the trash up in the surrounding agricultural areas. But please note, first is to make sure that the trash does not get off the property, but in the worst case scenario, that if it is, that they are trained to assist those property owners. Next slide. And then we have the odor control, which we understand, and glad that the biosolids is not working at that location anymore, as it's decommissioned in 2015. And also the new gas collection systems installed. I actually met a gentleman who was doing all of that, and he said it was working great. So well, the reports show that as well. And so we asked to continue the focus on the mitigation to work of the working face, the landfill, to make sure it's sufficiently covered, and that odor control measures are in place. And so we would like to ask for the added off-site air monitoring study to be done as well. And next slide. And just to make sure that people understand what I'm asking for, is that off-site air monitoring study, similar to the dust study, to really study further study the ongoing operations that caused the gas discharge problems, to also have within 6 months after issuing the zoning clearance, we'll conduct a 6-month air monitoring study. I will consult with APCD, with the neighbors, to make sure where the locations need to be and the thresholds we need to be recording, and that planning and APCD work with VRSD to review the final study and come up with the recommendations. Because I hear all of you, I hear the community taking this to 2033. This is CUP, no one's going to change anything. And so these working studies will really help with that, to make sure we're following up. Next slide. And then also we have is traffic. To make sure that within 9 months of issuing the zoning clearance, the permittee shall conduct a study, the feasibility of the traffic calming. I really appreciate VRSD agreeing to have a video feed on that left turn pocket for Highway 126 to Toland Road. But then I would also ask that we have a speed sign with a digital speed indicator that is installed on the downhill portion of the Toland Road as a means to slowing trucks down on the 126. Therefore, in the daytime or nighttime, it will be seen. So, next. And then really just making sure that we require the findings of all 3 of those studies, the dust, the odor, and the traffic calming study, to be reported back to our board. I think it'll probably be about 2 years, but we'll like to have a status report on that, and as they're all complete, to bring them together. And I think that is my last slide. Again, I really do appreciate planning staff and Mindy Fogg for all their hard work during the last months to get this new additional conditioning dealt with for all those 4 items: dust, litter, odor, and traffic. As outlined in the presentation in the yellow, it's never easy to approve a siting or an extension of a landfill. I have to note that. However, I believe that many of these new components with the help of planning, VRSD, and our community members that makes this project more accountable and palatable to all. I just want to say thank you to everybody, my staff, also Brian Miller, Manny Maharas, for really making sure we are as engaged as we possibly can. Nancy Phillips, Matt Guthrie, to make sure we also have code enforcement, environmental health, APCD, and planning all included to address issues, and that everyone, all of the tolling group, everybody has the information is needed. So those are my comments, and with that, it's in my district, and so I would like to move that staff recommend the addition of the to move to staff's recommendations, also with the addition of adding the odor control study as outlined by my staff, and in addition, I'd like to add the motion to that a minimum of the traffic calming issue and a speed sign to be installed for the downhill of the Toland Road, which the digital speed feedback, and then finally to add to that motion as a result of all 3 studies, once completed, to be reported back to this board sometime in the future. I would appreciate that to be approximately 2 years from now. And I wanted to make sure for Mindy, if I captured everything in that motion, or Dave Ward, I see your picture popped up in my screen.
Bob Huber, I second the motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Huber. Mindy, did I capture it all? I can't see everybody on my screen here.
That Mr. Ward has his hand raised.
Okay, can you make sure you're muted?
Yep, I'm muted.
Did you want to comment?
Thank you. I do have, I'm still getting an echo here. Hold on. Okay, I do have a working document here to share and make sure we've captured everything. And I do have one clarification to make per your motion, Supervisor Long.
Thank you.
Share my screen.
Yeah, I believe Brian Miller had emailed you just to make sure. I know I talk fast.
I think I got it. And I also want to make sure that we include the revised condition 2 that was brought up at the beginning of the hearing per county council.
Yes.
So what I have so far is we're adding that 55B, which I added as 14. The condition 2, this shows the language that would revert it back to the January condition language for condition 2.
Okay.
So taking out that new wordsmithing. On the Toland Road traffic calming,
yes.
What I heard from you is we definitely want the speed indicator, and what we have in here right now is a bit of flexible language. So what we could do here is to say they will install and maintain a speed indicator, which may include a camera.
Yes, and well, we were asking to include a digital speed feedback component, because what you want to do is capture that digital speed to record for later on, so that when we're hearing communities, the community say they're going too fast, we actually have record of that. Because I think I did hear from today and other times, well, you didn't get the license or whose truck that was. So whatever that speed is going down the road, I want to make sure it's safe for the community members.
Okay. Okay, then would this reflect what you're saying? Work with the appropriate county agency to install, maintain, and operate a speed indicator with speed recorder? Was that what you said?
I understand it to be a digital speed feedback component.
Speed with a feedback component or recorder?
Feedback component.
And this is something that transportation is familiar with. They'll put them on the roads. So usually they're solar, and you can see what your speed is when you're driving by. And then you have to maintain those too. Would that be part of the requirement that they are maintained? There's funding to maintain them, because otherwise that falls on the county.
Right.
Okay. Let's see.
Applicant to Public Works.
Okay.
and maintained by VRSD.
Okay.
Oh yeah, or the permittee. Thank you. Maintained.
The equipment, or how about the installed equipment?
Okay.
And they can work with Public Works to make sure that funding is there.
Right.
And then if that condition is okay, the only other thing I have is that, and this would not be added to this UP, but it's a direction to staff to return in approximately 2 years to report back on the results of air monitoring, desk monitoring, and traffic calming.
Yes, correct. You're good, Mindy. Thank you so much. I appreciate this because it's a lot going on. And the one thing I forgot to mention with all this is I am going to follow up with Caltrans and VRSD to see what other things we can do to help mitigate the 126 and the traffic and so forth. So I wanted to commit that to the community as well, but it's not part of this motion today. So with the capture of this motion, Supervisor Huber, would you second this motion as written?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So that is first and second. Appreciate it so much. Madam Chair.
We have a motion and we have a second. And I'm wondering also, I believe Supervisor Ramirez had some comments.
No, I made my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then with that, could we please have the roll call, and also extend my appreciation to Supervisor Long. What came before us just a couple of months ago didn't have as tight a conditions, so I know that that is really important to the community, and I'm thankful that you pulled it and looked at ways to make it stronger to protect the community there. And I'm glad that also we'll be hearing back. I think you said 2 years, so let's see how that goes, and we still have that opportunity. These are conditions that must be maintained in order to continue the permit. So let's make sure that they are. And with that, could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, thank you.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, and I really want to see what we can do for that community. You know, if it could become actually better than it has been, I think that would be a win.
May I say something just very quickly? Very quickly, I'd like to thank Supervisor Long for her diligent work on finding some ways to resolve some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a definite team effort, I have to say. Just thank you to everybody.
Thanks. Okay, so with that, I think that concludes our regular meeting. We have a couple of small things to deal with in closed session. Are we anticipating any announcements from closed session? I'm thinking not. Is that accurate, Mr. Barnes?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, our public meeting is over, and we will adjourn from closed session and see you next week. Thank you.
And we are on the record.
Okay, this is Chief Assistant County Counsel Jeff Barnes. The Board of Supervisors does in fact have an announcement out of closed session. The announcement pertains to agenda items number 24 through 28 regarding existing litigation. Chair Parks, would you like to make the announcement?
Thank you. The Board of Supervisors has unanimously voted to dismiss the 5 remaining COVID lawsuits against non-compliant indoor businesses. The lawsuits were never meant to be punitive, but rather to gain compliance with public health orders. This act of goodwill is in concert with the loosening of indoor restrictions accompanying the county's move into the red tier. We extend our deep appreciation and thanks to all businesses that have worked so hard and continue to work hard to keep their employees and customers safe from COVID by following the public health guidelines. It's crucial that all businesses follow the state-issued guidance so that we can all continue to move forward. We want to make sure we all work together to protect lives and continue reopening our county. Thank you very much, and we stand adjourned.